and he joins us now.
People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss. This something that we find important. Rap game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People trying to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my...
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, I am back just after a few hours of logging out from being live. We are back, man. I went down some rabbit holes, looked at some other cases. There is breaking news coming in on the Jennifer Mendez Olaskaga. There was an arrest made, right? I'm happy to share that with you. There was an arrest made. God, good gracious, we have a lot to unpack right now. We have a lot to unpack. So get your tea, get your popcorn, get your drinks, get your phones ready. I want to hear from people. There's a lot to talk about here in the true crime community today. 2024, wow, is starting off with a boom. I mean, we have the Savannah Soto case. We got the Kohberger trial possibly commencing here in the summer. And now this crazy shit that I just seen, and I'm going to share it with you. But I am happy to share with you guys that there has been an arrest made. But before we get into all of that, I want to say what's up to all of you and say hi to everybody. What's going on, Tammy? I see you. Alicia, how are you doing? Alicia's in the building. What's going on, Alicia? Alicia, we got Janine. I couldn't sleep. That was me that said that. Damn, Little Miss. What's going on? Little Miss, what is true? Maria said, I got my coffee. I got mine too, but it burnt the hell out of my mouth. Like, I went to take a sip. I underestimated the Keurig. I let it sit in here for like 6 minutes and took a sip and burnt the shit out of my mouth. Janine said, I'm so happy you're back. Well, we're back, baby. What's going on, Ashley Ritchie? Welcome. Kimberly Harvey. What's going on? Hot coffee here. 36 with the wind.
Bing bang.
You know? This is crazy. See, Little Miss says, I'm here for this. It's so crazy. You found much out? Not really. And that's the problem. So it's time for us to go down a rabbit hole. Now they be like, yo, the Rev Gang family's a cult. No. I'm going to show you the definition of what this looks like. We're about to check it out together, though. And most of you, maybe you've seen it. Let me edit this, too, because I don't like the way this layout's looking. Rev Gang strong, baby. All right, yeah, there we go. Right there should be good. Save, update, layout. Boom. Okay. We're good. Tammy Fletcher, the king of true crime. Thank you. I appreciate you giving me that title. As long as I am to you, that's all that counts. What's going on, Ida? Coffee and bowl time. Laura's in the building. Soybean. Grand Rising Happy Friday, says Soybean. Could you believe that I'm still awake with this much energy? I mean, I did wake up at 4 o'clock yesterday, so it kind of makes sense. I'm on a 24-hour run right now. What's going on, Marlena? Good morning, T-REV, chat, and mods. Are you ready to unpack? Marlena, are you ready to unpack this stuff? Alice, what's going on? Nice to see you. Alice in the building. Nice to catch you. You must be morning time, Alice. I feel like I catch you in the mornings. Hold up. And I need to minimize this. Let's get started. Let's get started with the topics because I'm fired up about them, kind of. Or not kind of, but fully. But shout out to everybody here. Clap it up. Donna, thank you, Maria, for the 11 months. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Kimberly, thank you for the 4 months. Maria with the 11 months and Kimberly with the 4. You said, T-REV, I was thinking. What were you thinking about? Tell me about it. Stupid phone is so sensitive. Thanks for your continued support. Absolutely. Thank you, Gypsy, for letting people know that and treating everybody kind. And that goes for all my mods, admins, in Discord, on YouTube. Thank you guys for the great job that you do keeping these chats clean and, respectful. I really do appreciate that. I really, really do appreciate that. So shout out to all of my mods. You guys do great work, and we're going to keep doing that. Alice says special mention to the mods. You all have been very kind and welcoming. Thank you. See, She took it from me. Fluffles, morning. Did you sleep? Dang, back to back. Yes, we're back to back. I told you. I don't know if y'all believe me or not, but in Discord, I've been saying 2024. I'm turning the heat up a notch. Right? I'm getting back on that same time. Now, the last couple months, if you notice and you go and look at my live, you obviously could see that T-REV hasn't been live that long. You know. All right. So let's dive into this, though. I want to actually, before we get into this, I actually want to full screen this and talk to you about the arrest that happened in the case that we covered. Now, this was a teacher that was found. Remember the vehicle? Remember everything about this? Jennifer Mendez Olaskagas. Again, we covered this extensively. There has been an arrest made. Breaking news: murder arrest made in connection to death of Dallas ISD teacher aide. Now it says, let me make this bigger. A suspect. Here, I'm going to take Fluffle's comment off too so you guys can see. A suspect in the case of the death of Dallas ISD teacher's aide has been arrested. Now it says Mesquite police arrested 34-year-old Sixto, I don't know how to say that name, Sixto Beñez Martut from Bouch Springs on Wednesday, January 10th for murder in connection to the death of Jennifer Mendez Olaskagas. According to the family, the 24-year-old Dallas resident was seen September 27th at about 8:11 p.m., leaving a mobile home park along Highway 175 in Seagoville. Her car was found abandoned with her purse or phone on Lawson Road the next morning on September 28th. Remains found in October near I-20 in Mesquite were identified as Mendez Olaskagas last November. Now, this is our suspect. Here's the picture of our suspect, ladies and gentlemen. An arrest has been made. I am super happy about this, and I'm glad to let you guys know that. You know?
Finish him.
I don't know what happened here, but this guy was taunting the family, right? This guy was taunting the family. What's going on, Lilith? Welcome. Ali, welcome. Wicked in the building. What's going on? Monarch. I'm glad they arrested someone. Remember this case? Yes. I knew you would remember it. I knew some of you would remember it. I'm doing good. How about you, Debbie? Lisa, hey, T-REV and everyone. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too, Lisa. Thank you for coming by. Appreciate it. Queen Widow. Hey, hello, everyone at T. Hi, back to you. Kims, hey to you. Days, happy Friday, T-REV and Rev Gang. Dazed and Confused. What's going on, Dazed and Confused? I appreciate that. Happy Friday to you too. Be safe out there. That goes for everybody. Chantel, what's going on? Now, coffee or coffee. I was about to call you Coffee Rebel. I was about to read coffee and put Rebel with it. Rebel says coffee still worth drinking regardless. Burn your tongue, chat.
Oh my God.
Damn, that's loud. My bad. He said, let's go. All right, let me catch up, though. I need to catch up. I'm like way behind. I'm at 9:54. Critical thinking cap. Happy Friday, Austin. Thank you. I appreciate that. Squirrels on Fire. Squirrels on Fire says, what's good? Seems any channel with a hashtag or member tag is a cult. Me too. I appreciate you, Squirrels on Fire. Congrats, critical thinking cap. All right, let me scroll down to everybody's comment. Monica, thank you. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Rev Game family. Thank you. Thank you for joining. Tracy, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Uncle Slick, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate it. Good morning, Miss PJ. Selena, what's going on? Good morning. As you guys are coming in, hey, Rev Game, Trev, mods, chat, and stalkers. She said, and stalkers. Marlita, welcome back. Even though Marlene has been here for a year. She's been here for a little bit over a year, actually. Evidence don't lie. No, it doesn't. Alabama mom of 4 says, good morning to you, Rev and chat. Was he stalking her? We're going to get into it. I actually need to find the affidavit, too. I want to actually read the affidavit to this arrest. CKI, thank you. I appreciate you, sis. And I hope you're feeling better. And you better not pick up a damn drink. And I mean that. And I'm not talking about regular drink. Shout out to my girl CKI, my sis. You better lay off that shit. And it may not even be what's it, but you know, I'm gonna always be hard on your ass. Thank you, CKI. Much love. Sky Blue, what's going on? Hello. Marianne says stalking. He might have been. Dude looks scary. Brandy, what's going on? Rock Chalk, if anyone sees her on here, give her a high five. No, okay. Catch up a little bit here. Mods are great here. Hey, T-REV. What's going on, Sheba? Welcome. Saved and shared. Have a good day. Thank you, Brandy. Way to go. Sober life. Patiently waiting for BK Idaho. Good morning. Her death. All right, so let's get back to it. Again, everything I just read right here. I just wanted to touch up on this before we dive into our topics, our main topics. I just wanted to read this and get it across to everybody for people who haven't heard that there was an arrest. Thank you to What Is True, aka Blunt Bitch, aka Smack Your Favorite YouTuber. She sent this in to me. So thank you for updating me on that. And thank you guys for always updating me and sending me emails of information. If you think that they go unseen, they really don't. But I appreciate you guys. Now it says her death was ultimately ruled a homicide by Dallas County ME's office. Now there's nothing else after that. I guess that's it on there. There's no more information on this guy. Maybe. Let's see. Let's look over here. Is there any more information about this guy and who he is? Because they're just showing this. It says on Wednesday, okay, family members showed Fox 4. Now here's the other part. On Wednesday, Mesquite police arrested Sixto Banez Matute, I guess that's how you say it, 34, and charged him with Mendez's murder. Now it says police did not give any details about how they connected the Balch, is that how you say it? Balch Springs man to Mendez's death. That's what there's no answers, but if you look right here, look at this. I never going to find the body. Ha ha ha. I won't tell you nothing. Bye, bitch. Like, what is that? Jennifer's dead. Ha 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 ha. You are next. You better text me back. Like, what is this shit? This is what the family members received. This is what the friend that she dropped off at the trailer park received. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what she received. Now, you got it all. If you don't know the story, her vehicle was found on the side of the road. It looked like that. It looked like her hood was popped, right? It did look like the hood was popped. Now, were they able to get fingerprints from that hood or the vehicle or anything like that, and it tied back to him? I don't know, but it's definitely been it had to be about a month and a half, 2 months, maybe even longer since this happened. And we've covered it the whole time. You know, we covered this pretty much the whole time it was there. So it says one text read, Jennifer dead. You are next. You better text me back. Another said, I never going to find a body. I won't tell you nothing. Police have not said if Matute was known to Mendez or her family. Mesquite police say the investigation into her death is active and ongoing. So, ladies and gentlemen, there may be other participants. There really may be other participants. Rev Rebel says he though by killing a woman would put him in control. Agreed. Critical Thinking Cap says, wonder if she exchanged communication with him on a dating app. That's good speculation right there, Critical Thinking Cap. Camilla, what's going on? She says, how can some say, haha, Jennifer is dead? Sick to me. Absolutely. Nasty as hell. Very nasty. It's all right, though, because you know what? When karma hit her or hit him, you know what I mean? Karma smoked him. And it's always going to smoke these killers. You have cold cases that are out there, but karma will always make its payment. It doesn't matter. Karma don't have an expiration date. And I truly believe in that. Midwest. Where's Midwest at? Shout out to Midwest. I didn't see her. Oh, I do see her now. Okay. I've been waiting so long for an arrest and justice for Jennifer. We all have. Midwest. I remember you asking me about it too, not too long ago. And I was like, damn, we haven't heard anything from it. Finally, it arrest. But it is an active and ongoing investigation. So we do need to be aware that there may be other arrests made in this case. We'll stay updated with it. Now it says, let's go down here. Oh, that's it. That's it. That's done for that. Now I'm going to wait for more information to come out on this. I'm going to try to find the PCA. We'll see if I know I'll find it, but maybe it'll take some time. I'd love to see the PCA. Now we're going to dive in. Now that we got that out the way, we're going to dive in to somebody. You see his name right here where I searched. Rashad. His name is Rashad Jamal. Now we're going to dive into the 6 people vanished after getting tangled up in an alleged cult. Now this is a crazy ass story. There is 2 kids missing right now and 4 adults. They all vanished off the face of the earth like nothing, right? Now, this video right here is going to explain in detail certain things. Now, it's not going to give you the whole story, and we're going to go over certain things because I'm deep diving this with you guys right here live today as we cover and talk about this topic right now. And I got time today. I'm not tired. I'm wide awake. It's 10:06. I'm in the mix. I'm sure you are too. Let's check it out. Here we go.
If you scared to die for what you believe in, that's okay, but I'm not. So get the out of my way.
6 people missing for months after following this alleged cult leader and self-proclaimed prophet.
I think Rashad fits the usual profile, very narcissistic, very self-obsessed.
Popular loner, welcome.
Claims.
Nice to see you.
He has 90,000
Man,
followers, by the way, on Instagram.
We're taking a closer look into the history of alleged cult leader Rashad Jamal White and his group, the University of Cosmic Intelligence.
Grand Rising Cosmic Family. First, let me start by saying peace to the gods and goddesses of planet Kai. Peace meaning positive energy always creates elevation.
August 13th, 2023 was the last time anyone saw
Look at this shit.
25-year-old Michaela Thompson, 27-year-old Jarrell German, and 36-year-old Michaela Wickerson. This is the last known image of the trio in a St. Louis grocery store. Along with them, 30-year-old Naman Williams, 3-year-old Malaya Wickerson, and 2-year-old Ashton Mitchell all vanished. Their disappearance is now being investigated by a local police department. Friends and family of the missing say they cut off contact with them, some even quitting their jobs or maxing out credit cards. We spoke to
You hear that shit? So they were maxing out credit cards, quitting jobs, and they're missing. What, like, this doesn't even make sense, right? Like, where did they go? Did they fall off the face of the earth? If I can find PC, I'll send it to you. Thank you, Critical Thinking Cap. I appreciate that. 542 Sunshine. What's going on? Greetings. Nice to see you. Show your boy. That text looks fancy. She said, I'm here, T. Thank you for keep covering Jennifer. Yeah, we've been waiting on that arrest for a while. You know that. You know we've been waiting for that arrest. Monarch says, ooh, evil people hurt children. Evil cults are real, chat. Laura says, wow, I haven't heard about this story at all. Sounds crazy. That's what I've told you. As soon as I got off here, right? I go back to YouTube as I'm winding down after the live earlier because we were live for 6 hours. I'm winding down. I'm hanging out. I click on YouTube. And the first thing that pops up is this story. For some reason, I click on it. It said something about, 6 people vanishing with a cult. 6 people vanished after getting tangled up in an alleged cult of so-called prophet. And the thing is, after doing a little bit of research this morning, his people call him God. But after hearing him explain certain things, he says, I believe that men and women are, men are gods and women, and women are goddesses. You know what I mean? And he gets into depth and explains some of these things and does, that's what he does. So it's super weird. What's going on, Judy T? Welcome to the stream. Kimberly says, we have 2 kids missing within a few weeks of each other in Newfoundland. They are brothers, like 6 and 8 years old. Something fishy going on, but still unfolding. Send me some more info on that. That's weird. That's over there in Canada, huh? Rock chalk. My bestie. Darlene, good morning. Good morning to you too. Cult leader. Man said peace to the gods. All right, let's keep it going.
Expert and author of Cults Inside Out, Rick Ross. He says that process likely started slowly before any extreme measures were finally taken.
Well, people gradually unplug. It's a process of increments, step by step, bit by bit. People like Rashad encourage them to do this. And that is one of the early warning signs that something is really wrong, is that you have a loved one who's becoming increasingly socially isolated. And they're obsessed with a particular leader. And you realize that their entire network of friends is now within this group. But it doesn't happen overnight. It happens slowly but surely. And in this sense, people don't really realize how far they've gone with these groups because it is a step-by-step increment process.
What we now see as out of the ordinary, cult members may begin to find as reasonable.
I think normal becomes whatever it is within the kind of network or bubble that you exist in online. So what we're seeing is people embedding in kind of networks online where they're only communicating with other like-minded people and constantly being reinforced in whatever their new normal is as dictated by the leader. So we think it's crazy, but then we're dealing with the world at large. These people are often cut off, as we hear, from their family, from their old friends, and they're embedded in this alternate reality, this other world online, in which they are following people that are like-minded, conversing with people online, and following,
Like if I'll take you to the comment section so I can show you. When you go into the comment section, you start reading under dude's videos, it is real cult like, because everybody worships him like a god, right? They worship him like a god, literally calling him God. We need to get God out of jail right now. We need to get God. You know, that's the terms that they're using in the comments. What's going on, Natalie Poole? Where are they? That's a great question. That is a great question, and that's what we want to know. Where did these people go? Rockjo, you know we got our start on the TREV marathons. Shout out to y'all on the TREV marathons. You know, we started it off. Zodia says, I've never heard of this story. What in the world is going on? A big cult. Allegedly, everything that you hear in this video was allegedly speculation. In case you hear it from law enforcement, it is not true. The rapper, what are you trying to type? Just one letter keeps popping up in your comment. I think it's a troll smoking. He also said that the clouds aren't real. That started with TREV in November. Damn.
Streaming and YouTube videos, it can become.
Hold on. And I want, we're gonna go to the other things too. I just want to read a few of your comments. I am Too Bear says religion has killed more people than anyone or any other thing. Kristen said, "What the hell?" I told you this is crazy. That's why, like, I literally had to come back on because this is so fucking crazy. I had to come back on because this story got me up and pumped. Like, what? 6 people vanished off the face of the earth after being seen in this dude's yard? Now, hold up, though. Right? Let me pull this. I want you guys to see this, so you can see what I'm talking about. Man, I'll put a picture up. And the picture's on the thumbnail, but I kind of want to show you guys this one. Pull this over here, right? I want you to see this. And I'll read this to you first. Maybe this, I should have done this from the get-go, and let's get into it. Now it says, who is Rashad Jamal, alleged cult leader tied to missing group behind bars in Georgia? Now, It says 6 people with ties to the St. Louis area have been missing for nearly 5 months, and authorities believed they were involved with the online cult before their disappearance. The Berkeley Police Department in St. Louis County describes Rashad Jamal as their alleged cult leader. Jamal, whose legal last name is White, is self-proclaimed prophet with tens of thousands of followers through his TikTok, his formerly known Twitter, his X now, and Instagram and YouTube channels. In videos published on his YouTube page, Jamal says he comes from Chicago. He also creates spiritual music videos for his social media platforms. Now, authorities say Jamal is serving an 18-year sentence in Georgia for child molestation, a ruling that reportedly took effect last year. He was also ordered to 22 years of probation after his jail term. In a video shared via YouTube last week, Jamal claims the only law I have broken was speaking out against oppression. And the only thing I am guilty of is freeing the minds of my people and speaking out against this system. And I'll never back down from that. Now he goes, and that's wild. That's wild. He's wilding out, right? And I get what he's saying, but he's wilding out. Fox 2 first reported on the Berkeley Police Department's report of the cult and missing group on Monday. Since then, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch had the opportunity to interview Jamal on the phone from his prison in Georgia. According to their report Thursday, Jamal maintained his innocence in the child abuse case and denied any labels as a cult leader. Berkeley police still assert that Jamal's spiritual cult teachings are connected with the disappearance of 4 adults and 2 children. Search efforts continue for the 6 missing people. Police say that the group includes Michaela Thompson, 24, of St. Louis. Now it says Naman Williams, 29, of Washington, D.C. Jarrell German, 28, of Lake Horn, Mississippi. Ashton Williams, 2, of Lake Horn, Mississippi. Michaela Wickerson, 35, of St. Louis. And I think Malaya, hopefully I'm saying this right, Malaya Wickerson is 3. So a 3-year-old little baby of 3 from St. Louis. So here's our names right here, ladies and gentlemen. Here's our missing persons. I want to put this in chat so you guys can see the names and have the names. Now, these are our missing persons here. And this is why we are taking a strong look at this. This is why we were taking a strong look at this case. Hey, T-REV, it's been a while. Hello, everyone. What's going on? The forensic astrologer. I do remember you. Faith Evans says, glad someone other than mainstream media is covering this because this case is wild to me. I want to know. I want to know more. Appreciate you. Absolutely. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for coming by, Faith. It's all love. No victim shaming. Just wanted to make that clear. My heart goes out to them. Now, also, after I want to show you this picture, and let's save it though. Let's blow it up so you can see it, because these are supposed to be, I think, 2 of the missing women and maybe the dude too. Let me click on here and let's zoom in on it. Right, it's real grainy, but this was snapped, I guess, by a neighbor. I don't know who it was snapped by. Bobby Joe says a lot of missing kids in Tennessee, 2 in the next county over from me. Shit's crazy. Midwest says the missing people anyway. I don't know where this cult leader is from. St. Louis. But Marlena says, I don't know how people allow themselves to get so brainwashed. Slayer Selection says most cults, people will max out credit cards, sell their house, or get lines of credit, all to fund the cult.
Bing bang.
And he has some pretty, decent shot music videos, as I was digging earlier and listening to his lyrics, because he is a rapper. I was listening to his lyrics and listening to certain things and looking at it a different way, just knowing what they're investigating him for on these missing persons. Obviously, it's something big because they've been missing for a while now. So, and he was last seen in here, they were last seen here in his yard. sitting here Indian style. You see this? I'm hoping they're just off the grid. That's what I'm hoping too, little miss. That's what I'm hoping too. Alyssa says when it comes to these groups, they really do off the grid and hide. So it's like one of the only circumstances where I can entertain that. Tammy says they don't believe in God, so they use the blood of young kids to rejuvenate themselves. Sick people.
Oh my God.
Donna says they make them feel special and needed, that God told him he was chosen. That's a good point. Buddy says this grilled cheese is my goddess right now. Yeah, we need that. Let me get a grilled cheese. Ashley says, how does that even start? Right. Let's get back to reading that article. I want to pull that back up and finish it. Where'd it go? I know it did not exit on me. I think it did. Where the heck did it go? Okay.
Completely encapsulating, where people really have no other access to the real world.
Ross says things start out innocently enough, oftentimes when people are down on their luck.
Well, I think the narrative is usually people are going through a difficult time in their life, and that happens to all of us. We go through bad patches, and they have the bad luck to be approached by someone who introduces them to some group or weekend seminar program or something that seems rather innocent, but in fact is a cult.
Okay, hold on. I had to pull this back up because we were in the middle of reading this before I was rudely interrupted by my computer. But anyways, this is the victims there. Again. Now it says here again. Let me make sure I read. Okay, did I read that already? Authorities said Jamal served an 18-year sentence. Okay, we read that all the way down here. We read that. Now we read this too. Since then, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch had the opportunity to interview Jamal. We read this too, but I'm going to go ahead and read it again. On the phone from his prison in Georgia. Now it says, according to the report Thursday, Jamal maintained his innocence in the child abuse case and denied any labels as a cult leader. Now, Berkeley police still assert that Jamal's spiritual cult teachings are connected with the disappearance of 4 adults and 2 children. Search efforts continue for the 6 missing people. Police say that the group includes the names that I posted in chat down below. If you've seen them, hopefully you've seen them. But these are the names, and I'll leave them up on the screen again just so people can see them. Make sure you guys see all these. What's going on, Nana Psycho Bill? Nice to see you, by the way. Yeah, this is definitely a mad one. She said, hey, T, and all this is a mad one, isn't it? Yeah, it's a shit show. Be aware of false prophets.
Bing bang.
Absolutely. Good morning, Hollis. Hollis in the building. Rapper loves to attempt the damn. Said rapper loves to attempt the N-word. Nah, just smoke him. Get him out of here. He's smoking Trank. Let me catch up. Where's this at? Now, it says that he's in prison right now in Atlanta, correct? But I don't know if he lived in Atlanta. He's saying he's from Chicago, but I guess he lived in Atlanta and he traveled all the time to like Arizona and, you know, a bunch of different places from what I've seen. Now, it says a group called Missing People of America shared pictures of the missing people on their Facebook page earlier this week. Can we get into it? Here it is right here. So missing people in America right here. All 6 were last seen at a rental home near Lambert, St. Louis Airport in Missouri. They were all witnessed outside meditating and are followers of TikTok influencer self-proclaimed prophet Rashad Jamal, who in August, Jamal was sentenced to prison for molesting kids.
Get the fuck out of here!
At this time, we don't have a picture of Malaya Wickerson. We'll get one, please. Thank you. If you have any information, please reach out to the Berkeley Police Department at 314-524-3311. Okay. There's a hold on, that's an article there. Other sources. Yeah, we like other sources. We like other sources, especially on fresh ones. Social media prophet followers reported missing in Missouri. Okay, we're pretty much reading that now. But here's another picture of some of the missing. Okay. Save image. Let me pop that. It says the name too. Michaela Thompson or Michaela Thompson. Michaela Thompson. So we got Michaela Thompson right here, ladies and gentlemen. Michaela Thompson. I don't know why it's bugging out like that, but let me get out of here. It's okay. We read that. And get back to here too. Make sure we're among the group of the disappeared. Oh yeah, see, we were about to miss them. I don't want to miss anything in here. We want all the goods. This is a fresh case. These are 6 missing people. 2 of them are children. Again, a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old, a 24-year-old, a 29-year-old, a 28-year-old, a 2-year-old, a 35-year-old, and a 3-year-old. Again, a group called the Missing People of America shared pictures of the missing people on their Facebook page earlier this week. The Berkeley Police Department said the group was living in Michaela Wickerson's home near St. Louis Lambert International Airport for months before vanishing. Police claim the group joined an online cult without a particular name before disappearing. Among the group that disappeared, police say some changed their name to a spiritual god or goddess on social media, quit their jobs, and cut connections from their family and close friends. Investigators tell Fox 2 that Jamal's rhetoric includes a mix of polygamy and sovereign citizenship, ancient mythology, and cosmic universe beliefs. Nexstar Media Company News Nation reports that Jamal's followers have also been connected with several criminal cases, including 2 through which his followers were accused of murder. Prosecutors have not charged White in connection with anyone's disappearance from the St. Louis area. If you have any information on the whereabouts of the missing people, contact the Berkeley Police Department at 314-524-3311. Wow, this is crazy. This shit is crazy. Sky Blue said this is sad. My bad. I wanted to read through that. Now I'm gonna catch up with chat here. Let me catch up. Nosy Rosie, what is going on? This dude is so full of it. Natalie says he's got issues. They are vultures. Magic A1 says, I fear this could be like Jameson family case.
Oh my God.
Did anyone hear about a Jackson, Mississippi jail and 215 bodies in shallow grave? Yeah, I did hear about that. Somebody sent that to me. I'm trying to remember who it was too, by the way. Might have been one of my mods. I do remember seeing it though. Zan Anonymous, what's going on? Angie Girl says must be some slight form of hypnosis with some of these cult leaders. They can use megahertz in music too, in my opinion.
And in this sense, people don't really realize how far they've gone with these groups because it is a step-by-step increment process.
What we now see as out of the ordinary, cult members may begin to find as reasonable.
I think normal becomes whatever it is within the kind of network or bubble that you exist.
Oh yeah, Marlena, I knew you'd be mad at that. A 2-year-old and a 3-year-old. Not just a 3-year-old, a 2-year-old also.
In online. So what we're seeing is people embedding in kind of networks online where they're only communicating with other like-minded people.
Hold up. And I will play this through, but make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you share this. People need to see this. If you live in St. Louis, I don't care where you live at, honestly, but if you live in St. Louis, spread the word. If you live anywhere, I mean, anybody who lives anywhere, share it. But if you live in St. Louis, be aware and spread the word around locally. You know, if you live close to St. Louis or anything. I mean, is anybody in here from St. Louis and hasn't heard about this? CB3 says they just have used a van for Big Boy. It's so obvious what's happening in Tennessee. This is nuts, outdoorsy life. Agreed. Ashley says, this is so sad. Times are hard and people are so desperate. They get fooled by a clown like this. Is that the 3-year-old? No, I don't think so. We need to find, I think the picture that they said they couldn't get is of the 3-year-old. A grilled cheese sounds good right now.
Constantly being reinforced in whatever their new normal is, as dictated by the leader. So we think it's crazy, but then we're dealing with the world at large. These people are often cut off, as we hear, from their family, from their old friends, and they're embedded in this alternate reality, this other world online, in which they are following people that are like-minded, conversing with people online, and following, streaming and YouTube videos. It can become, completely encapsulating, where people really have no other access to the real world.
Ross says things start out innocently enough, oftentimes when people are down on their luck.
Well, I think the narrative is usually people are going through a difficult time in their life, and that happens to all of us. We go through bad patches, and they have the bad luck to be approached by someone who introduces them to some group or weekend seminar program or something that seems rather innocent, but in fact is a cult.
Marianne, I am with you, and he's breaking this down. Like, this dude is about to break it down, so make sure you guys are listening, because he really does break this down. And yes, I did watch this video, and yes, I am addicted to this case.
And the person who's talking to you about this group or activity could be a coworker, a friend, someone you know, someone you trust.
Yeah, Nosy Rosie, they it did say that people in his group were accused of murder. That's what we did read. That was in that article. So yeah, I mean, they're accused of it.
As Ross explains, there are several things that determine whether a group is actually a cult.
Well, we look for three things to form the core, the nucleus of what a destructive cult would be. Number one, is the leader the defining element and driving force of the group? And is the leader a dictator with no meaningful accountability? And has he or she become an object of worship? Second, does the leader manipulate people in identifiable ways that line up with coercive persuasion? In other words, is he gaslighting people? Is he manipulating them, isolating them from family and friends to control what they hear, what they see, to gain undue influence?
Yeah, sir, I think that is what he's doing. I mean, wouldn't you say? 4 adults, 2 of them known to max out their credit cards and empty out all their banks and cut ties with their families. I mean, what's the indication there? Oh, by the way, I watched the music video, or I was listening to some of his music earlier, right? I played a song called, I think it was called and I'm a rapper myself, so I don't take words easily, but when somebody, I take them lightly, right? Sometimes it depends who it is and what it is, right? But in this case, when I listen to the song and he says specifically, I gotta find it and play it because it's a certain line, but he specifically says, if it's murder time, he does it himself, so there's no snitching. And that is the line in that song. Now, does that mean that he did this? That he's involved with 6 missing people? Absolutely not. It does not mean that. But looking at everything that I've looked at and listening to what I've listened to so far, I can see where people are saying this is a cult. You know, when you have control of somebody, that's crazy.
And finally, 3, having gained undue influence, does the leader use it to take advantage of his or her followers, exploit them, and do harm to them?
In this case, Ross believes the University of Cosmic Intelligence is in fact a cult, and that Rashad Jamal is its leader. The leader of this alleged cult or group, his name is Rashad White. He goes by Rashad Jamal. And according to his Instagram, he's a self-proclaimed prophet. He calls himself a revolutionary, and he calls himself also a luminous being. Is it possible that he believes in all of this?
In my experience, most of the cult leaders that I deal with are grifters, con men. They don't really believe their own hype. If they do cross that line, it becomes dangerous because then they are delusional and may, harm.
Man, we know somebody very similar to this guy, right? We know somebody very similar to this guy in the true crime community. Wow.
Harm the people that are following them by acting basically insane, unplugging from reality,
Denise,
taking
you're from
all of their followers over the edge with them. I think Jamal Rashad fits the usual profile, very narcissistic, very self-obsessed, grandiose claims. He has 90,000 followers, by the way, on Instagram. And of course,
and we're going to go through that, by the way, the 90,000 followers on Instagram. We're going to go through that. We're going to dig in it. We're going to go in it. Let's see what he's talking about. Let's see if we see any of pictures of the little girls, because I'm looking for any indication of our victims here. I don't even want to say victims because I hope they're alive, right? But either way, they're victim to this bullshit.
he has a YouTube following and so forth. This is the wave of the future. Groups called cults are recruiting online, and anybody could be targeted.
Peace to the gods and goddesses of Planet Kai. This has been brought to you by
Crime on a Dime. We are looking at the story of Rashad Jamal. Now, there are 6 missing people that were seen at a location sitting Indian style praying or doing some type of, not praying, but they're sitting Indian style in the yard, and there was a baby sitting next to the mom, and that's where they were last seen, and they've been missing. They vanished. It's like they fell off the face of the earth and nobody can find them, and the families want answers. I've seen the media talking about it, but nobody on YouTube is talking about it in the true crime community. So I figured I'd hit the edge on this because I got caught up in this morning. I couldn't sleep.
the ancestors first, then the University of Cosmic Intelligence, real over rich, now we rise. I leave as I come. One, I say.
Rashad Jamal boasts thousands of followers on Instagram and TikTok, where he speaks the word of his group. That includes promoting polygamy, living off the grid, and anti-government beliefs
That's
that
crazy,
sound a
bro.
lot like conspiracy theories.
Winner not real. The true name, it's a weapon. The true name of winner is called Sub-Zero Technology. They put they made fake clouds, and then they put ice crystals in the clouds. And then they use these fake 5G towers to activate these fake ice crystals in these clouds. So this is how they be looking, right? We've seen this before, y'all, and never thought nothing of it. All them birds on the power line, you don't be thinking of it. But they sitting there actually charging up. All right. These are your government drones. They fly all over.
Thank you, Zonia. I appreciate the
Does
love.
that
Thank
make
you so
things
much.
more tricky because the internet can go anywhere? I mean, you don't have to be in a physical proximity of a cult leader or organization. You can just Google it and kind of get sucked in that way. Does that mean that we're all more at risk?
Sierra, I think it's even more ominous than that.
No,
I
no,
think
no.
that minor children can be recruited online.
Hold on, hold on. Mountain Girls 212 says, new here. These are big signs of human harvesting, trafficking cults. They prey on the weak. A lot of online grooming. So they're grooming them. They're getting them ready and grooming them before they meet in person. Understood. Thank you, Mountain Girl. I appreciate the support. Zonia, thank you. Thank you, guys. Slayer selections. I see that. Eastern Girl says, exactly. I am listening to the live. That is why I don't comment a lot. It's okay, Eastern Girl. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Listen, you're good. Cassie says, I'm about to find out if Creep Squad is cult like some people claim. I don't know. I'm Creep Squad. Am I cult? Yeah. No, absolutely not. I don't boss people around. I don't tell you what to do. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy as hell. Everybody has their own free will and you should never be bossed around. You should never be ran away from your family. You should never, you know what I mean? You shouldn't.
With their parents not even knowing that they're interacting with a cult or a cult leader, because anyone with a smartphone, anyone with access to the internet is possibly a target for cult recruitment. And we've seen this over and over and over again. I mean, there was a group that recently has been exposed. I dealt with them over the years, called Love Has Won, led by Amy Carlson. There's a documentary about her, calling herself Mother God. She would recruit online, raise money online, and constantly do events streaming online. Another group with the leader who also,
and they're going and they're asking for money. Hey, can you donate to my channel? We got a super chat. I just don't know how to you know, you got people out there doing that dumbass shit. Shame on you.
By the way, is in jail, like Rashad Jamal in Georgia, is a group that called itself the Ethereans and later Carbon Nation, led by Elizio Bishop, who's now, you know, for abuse, like Rashad Jamal, in jail. He recruited online and would sequester his followers at an Airbnb in Central America. So this could happen to anyone, and recruitment online is now the norm.
Right now, Rashad Jamal is serving an 18-year prison sentence in Georgia for multiple child molestation and child.
He is in prison for child molestation. And people are still in this dude's comments, godding him to death. And, oh, God, we got to stand behind God. We got to break Jamal out of jail, God. We got to get God out of jail. We got to get him out. You know, I'm dead ass serious, and you will see it for yourself, because we're gonna go look at it. Watch, I'm gonna show you. We're gonna go look at these comments. He is praised in their eyes as a god. He literally has so much control of his girl. Allegedly, everything that I'm saying is allegedly. Again, if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true. Again, allegedly, all day long. But he has his girl posting up, just from what I read and what I was able to sleuth out and research this morning, right? He has his girl posting on a channel that has about it's on 199,000 subscribers, right? And he drops his link in there, right? He drops this link and people go to pay. And when they go in, watch these different like seminars and things that he's doing. You know, like, it's crazy. It is crazy. This is definitely cult. This is cult 100%. Mike Jackson said, I'm back, baby. Marlena said, I don't give a fuck. We all need to start doing background checks on new people we meet. Tell him, Marlena.
Call Dago.
Hit different.
I've seen him do it.
Cruelty convictions. He was sentenced back in August and has since filed a motion for a new trial. Now, he's been convicted of multiple crimes. Does that make things more difficult? I mean, the cult leader is behind bars. How is he going to communicate?
Well, that's interesting because, Warren Jeffs, who is now in prison in Texas for horrible abuse of children, raping minor children, he still runs the cult, the polygamous cult called the FLDS, from prison. So it is possible for leaders to continue to communicate with their followers, even though they are incarcerated. Sounds crazy, but that's what is going on.
That's a great question. She said, so they have digital phone records or connections with all 6 of the missing. They have something. And that's what we're diving into today. We want to find out everything surrounding this because these 6 missing people, including, come on, there is 2 children here and their grandmothers, their families, their grandparents in general, I'm sure are worried about them. Their families worried about them. They weren't just reported missing for no reason, So it's like, man, where are they hiding somewhere? Are they in this cult somewhere, being held in a location and controlled by people? Does he have leaders under him? Which I would think he does, right? And I'm sure they're investigating that as he's in jail. I'm sure they monitor every single phone call that he has. And I mean, they probably are listening. They're going to go back and listen to all of the phone calls that he has, or probably had been listening to him the whole entire time, to be frank. That's my opinion. I really do think so. Mountain Girl says, I guarantee he is similar to groomer cheaters on YouTube. Oh, shit. Reminds me of the rapper who burnt himself alive on Facebook.
Oh my God.
A rapper burned himself alive on Facebook? Mountain Girl, welcome to the Rev Gang family. Thank you so much. I appreciate you joining. Thank you.
FBI, open up!
I appreciate the love. Thank you. Eastern Girl for the 7 months. Thank you. She said, okay, so you just clarified my question. Seen in the yard. Yes, ma'am. Squirrels on fire. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. It's a worry, really? No doubt. And it is a worry because are they dead? They need to be found. Whether they're dead or alive, they need to be found and known that they're okay so their family can be okay. Again, it's 6 different families. Or if you want to put, I guess it would be 4. You got 2 mothers with their kids, and then you have the others, right? Which I got to figure out who's who. I got to go back and look at the names and see who mom and daughter is.
It's not the first time Rashad Jamal or his followers have been involved in criminal activity. Damian Winslow Washam was eventually found not guilty by reason of insanity for murdering his mother with a sword. Crystal Pickens was sentenced to life in prison, and Yasmin Hyder sentenced to 35 years after robbing and murdering a Florida college student back in 2022. So does that relate at all to the case here of these missing people, that some of the followers could be dangerous?
Well, I think that this particular group led by Rashad is dangerous. I mean, he's in prison for violent crimes against children. And so what we see is that there is a feeling that the ends justify the means, which is a typical philosophy in cults. In other words, if I, the leader, say that it is just for you to execute someone that I feel is an enemy of our higher power, of our existence, then you should do it. And it's not really a crime morally or ethically.
I love how you said that, right? You said all these lost people looking for a leader. You don't need a fucking leader. You are the leader. Lead by example. Everyone in this chat is a leader. Every single body in this chat is a leader. Don't be a follower. You're a leader. You make your everyday decisions and nobody else hinders that. Nobody else, you know what I'm saying? If you're married, of course, right? But I'm saying in general, you should have full control of everything that you do. And if that is not what's going on in your life, then you're not living right. If you don't got control of your decisions, I mean, I'm talking to all my norms out there. If you don't have control of your decisions and somebody else is controlling your decisions, you might want to rethink who the fuck you're talking to and who you're around. Excuse my language. I know some people don't like that, but I'm just saying you might want to watch out who you're around if somebody is controlling what you're doing. If you have a boyfriend that's controlling or a girlfriend that's controlling, bad news. Anybody that's trying to control shit, no. Gotta go. This stuff is crazy. Now, this is next level control. This is manipulating people to the point where they're taking their bank cards and emptying, or not even just taking their bank cards, they're packing up their whole fucking house and moving in with people like this into one place. And now you have 2 kids missing, a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old vanished off the face of the earth. And yes, there's 4 other adults, all within the range from 30 all the way down to 20s. But still, I don't know. This one
because the ends justify the means. And so many times with cult groups, we see them, going off the rails into criminal activity led by a leader who feels that there should be no limit to their power.
Beyond committing dangerous
Welcome,
crimes,
Trina.
police
Trina,
in Missouri
welcome.
also report the missing cult members acting in strange ways, such as running outside naked during a rainstorm or digging things up in their yard.
People that are in groups called cults, at the dictates or suggestion of their leader, may do really bizarre things. I mean, let's look at the followers of Amy Carlson, Mother God. She would make demands of them. They would do odd things.
You're welcome.
In the end, when she died, they would not accept her death, and they wrapped her body in Christmas lights and worshiped it. So there are groups and there are followers that we see that seem to be detached from reality.
Here we go.
The leader creates a new reality, and that becomes their new normal.
But making choices dictated by one sole leader leads down a slippery slope. What is the danger of somebody idolizing another human, putting them above everyone else?
I think the danger of worshiping a cult leader is that the leader has no real accountability, and that the leader is saying, I represent a higher power. So if you question me, you are questioning God. You are questioning that higher power.
Yeah, and that's kind of how it is. If you're questioning me, you're questioning God. Man, listening to his videos and the way that he goes into detail with things, I don't know. You would have to listen to it for yourself. I'm not about to let him smoke my boots on my shit.
And so you feel that you cannot question the leader.
But I'll play it anyway.
And therefore the leader can rationalize or justify anything. And this leads to abuse. That kind of power with no checks, no balances, unfettered, is what we see over and over again playing out in scenarios where children are hurt.
You know what? This is just processing in my mind right now. Hold up. His girlfriend, I want your input, chat. I'm talking to chat specifically. Everybody that's in here that's listening right now, I want your input. This guy has multiple people under his umbrella. He has multiple people under his umbrella, right? Not only that, he's posting YouTube videos still from jail. After reading through comments, I found out who was posting the YouTube videos. It was his girlfriend, and people were in the comments saying, you are so lucky to have a girl like this that's, watching you. Hearing those charges, the molestation charges, what did it say? 18 counts allegedly or something like that of molestation on children, and you're still with them. I got zero respect for you. You're still with a guy who molested children? Help me. Please help me, chat. I do not understand. Please help me with this. Please. Mountain Girl, thank you. Pay attention to his charges. They prey on single moms for one thing. Kids.
Bing bang.
fucking disgusting. That is so nasty. You said, Marlena said, this fool gave them that Kool-Aid. Prison sounds like a vacation. Yeah, the way that he's talking in prison on these phone calls that he has. Pookie, he has visitors, the LDS. He tells them what God told him, and they report back. Jeff's is a nut. Damn. Catch up the chat. Being Bio Girl. Thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Exactly. Oh, I see you, Queen Libra. Queen Libra in the building. Them facts, we're all leaders. Exactly. We're all leaders. You're the leader of your day every day. If you're not the leader of your day every day, then you need to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to make yourself the leader of that day. Because nobody should be leading your day besides your job or what you do with your job. That's it. And you're doing that to pay your bills, correct? You know what I mean? Nobody should be controlling you on anything. Janine says exactly. Catch up here. Lucky Phil, new member. Thank you. I appreciate you, Lucky Phil. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You said she was someone's Christmas tree? Yeah, nah, they were talking about like another case. I guess they had killed a person and wrapped them in Christmas tree and worshipped them like that. Make that make sense. Rachel Fulmer there again. Let's ask ourselves, what the heaven is wrong with people? You said drugs help with what? Hold up. Drugs help with mind warping, mind control as well. In my opinion, meditation is healthy, but not under this type of fuckery. Zane Anonymous says, how is he exceptional like that in his followers' eyes? It doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand, because that's a rule, just period in life. You know, for people who molest children, and you know, I was about to say what the R word, trigger warning, rape, like that's bad. Trigger warning, but it's bad. I was a victim of being raped. So this fucking dude right here, piece of shit. This guy right here that molested these kids and that is in there now and serving all these years, piece of shit. We want to know where these two kids are at. We want to know where these other adults are at too. Did he allegedly kill them? Did Rashad Jamal allegedly kill them? That's what we want to know. We are here to find out, and we are going to blow this thing up. Monica says, how does he post videos from prison? His girlfriend. He controlling his girlfriend to do it, allegedly, from what I read in the comments. Now, that was just from what I read in the comments. Cindy, thank you. I appreciate it. Cindy, much love. Thank you for your support. Miss Sassy said, I'm new to this case. Me too. I just dove into it this morning, so we're both new on it. I don't get it either, T. My boys are my life. How can anyone let this happen regardless of God? Tattoo Rebel, Jim Jones vibes on this dude. Jim Jones vibes.
Where people are, denied proper medical care or power. And so being
the danger of somebody idolizing another human, putting them above everyone else.
I think
okay, so the question that she was asking him again, let's play it back. And this is we need to play that picture too.
Mother God. She would make demands of them. They would do odd things. In the end, when she died, they would not accept her death, and they wrapped her body in Christmas lights and worshiped it. So there are groups and there are followers that we see that seem to be detached from reality. The leader creates a new reality, and that becomes their new normal.
He's only 5.
But making choices dictated by one sole leader leads down a slippery slope. What is the danger of somebody idolizing another human, putting them above everyone else?
I think the danger of worshiping a cult leader is that the leader has no real accountability, and that the leader is saying, I represent a higher power. So if you question me, you are questioning God. You are questioning that higher power. And so you feel that you cannot question the leader. And therefore the leader can rationalize or justify.
Oh, no. I don't want nobody to give me no sympathy cards or nothing like that. And I appreciate everybody's, sincere condolences. I really do. But let me tell you something. What happened to me when I was in my younger ages, single digits, you know what that did? You know what all that pain did from my childhood? It made me who I am today. Whether all the trials and tribulations that I went through, it made me who I am today. And that's why I am going to continue to be the voice for the voiceless, along with everybody in the community. And I'm going to let people speak and say what they want here. And we're not going to desensitize any of it. Now, I have my opinions on cases and you have your opinions on yours, right? But we're all fighting the same fight, and it's justice. Whether it be you're for the defense, whether it be you're for the prosecution, whether it be whatever. We're fighting the same fight together. And I'm going to tell you, you guys, just in general, connected with you guys every day, talking about these cases, getting to know all of you as people. I don't think you guys understand how much, a lot of people are like, man, Trev, your lives help me. Well, guess what? It's vice versa. It goes both ways. You know what I mean?
By anything. And this leads to abuse. That kind of power with no checks, no balances, unfettered, is what we see over and over again playing out in scenarios where children are hurt, where people are, denied proper medical care, or they become involved in criminal.
Speaking of that, the person who raped me, and I'm not even going to say there is no fucking allegedly to it. There is no allegedly. His name is Ricky Dodge, and he lives in Virginia Beach. His name is Ricky Dodge. I'm not ducking him. He's still alive. Yeah, his name is Ricky Dodge, and anybody that lives near him should stay way the fuck away from him. You know what I mean? Anybody who lives near that person should stay away from him.
Schemes. And of course, what we see is their finances become depleted. The leader takes whatever he or she can get from them by maxing out their credit cards, getting them to liquidate assets, etc. The key is accountability and transparency, and cult leaders don't have either.
With this case, 6 missing people who have not been seen or heard from in months comes concern for the 2- and 3-year-old children involved. The majority of the people who vanished are adults, and they follow a group that urges them to go off the grid. So if they don't want to be found, is that their right not to be found?
The key issue right now with these adults that have gone off the grid, disappeared because of Rashad, is that they also have minor children. And this is the tragedy of groups like this, that children have no choice, that they are dependent upon their parents to look out for them, to protect them. And so when parents become enthralled with a cult leader and under undue influence, the children often suffer. And we've seen this play out in group after group after group. One of the worst being the Children of God, where the leader mandated that children as young as 4 be sexually abused. So children can become caught in the situation of a cult because of their parents. And I think that is something probably that the families fear, that are now wondering where their grandchildren, their nieces, nephews are.
Exactly.
But Ross says there are ways to remedy the situation.
You guys back. Thank you.
Well, hopefully Child Protective Services will become involved, because Rashad is in prison for abusing children. And so there is a history of child abuse with this particular group. So that would be one immediate thing, to interview the children and find out how they've been treated, how they're doing, etc. As far as the parents are concerned, this is very difficult. People have a right to believe whatever they wish, but that doesn't mean they can do whatever they want in the name of those beliefs. So I think unless the parents have committed crimes, they may just go along their way. Perhaps the parents will help them to reconsider their commitment to Rashad Jamal.
For family members of those involved in a cult, Ross has a specific suggestion.
Well, the first thing I would advise is don't be confrontational and don't argue and be negative. Don't look at your family members, say, oh, you're in a cult.
Hold up. You know, looking at this story and seeing this, and then seeing that he's arrested for molestation charges and, you know, shit like that. The fact, like, and then going and reading these comments from recently, if you go and read these damn comments from recently that are on his YouTube page, they are worshiping him like a god. And look at those fucking charges. Look at the charges. I'm sorry, but and I'm gonna tell you why I'm outraged too, because not like his charges are out there and they're out there, right? But the person who did that shit to me, they didn't get hit that hard. They didn't even get hit hard. You know what I mean? And that's why I stand for the fight. And it's never the end for anybody who's been through something like that. Just take me for an example. It's never the end. But we definitely need to spread this story around and share it. And it needs to be covered. If you're a YouTuber or you're on TikTok, Instagram, shit, even if you're not a YouTuber and you just have a Facebook page, post it on Twitter or X, post it on TikTok, post it on Facebook. They need to be found. Their families want to know where they are. Cindy said, oh, hell, fucking no.
Because they may go back to other members and the leader and share that you have said that, and then you may be cut off completely. So I would instead be a good listener, listen to what they have to say.
Aaron.
When you have the time, copy down some notes. Go online and use the internet for a constructive purpose, which would be doing research about the particular group or leader so that you can get a better handle on it. And you might consider eventually doing an intervention, but that would be something that you should carefully consider after doing quite a bit of research and discussion with the larger family.
He also urges family and friends to avoid blaming.
Love you back, crime on a
I think it's really important not to blame and shame cult survivors or cult victims. No one joins a cult intentionally. They're basically tricked and then trapped emotionally and psychologically by the group and the leader. So
you say you used to follow Nature Boy before he went to jail. See, the funny thing is I see before I came on, I actually seen that. I seen that story. So it's funny that you say you used to follow Nature Boy. I knew nothing about Nature Boy. I just looked up when I looked this up before when I was setting up the live to come on and talk to you guys. I seen that Nature Boy shit. Right? Like he was in the middle and there was a couple girls around him.
I think for us to blame or shame people that become involved is a mistake. And
in a minute, we're gonna go through his Instagram. We're gonna go to his YouTube channel and dig through comments. I want you guys to see what I see.
It serves no useful.
Oops, serves no use for it.
The Berkeley
involved is a mistake, and it serves no useful purpose.
Thank you, Maria.
The Berkeley Police Department in Missouri says the investigation into the 6 missing people has been underway for nearly 6 months.
So it's been going for 6 months. We are in January now. So since summer.
Anyone with more information about their whereabouts is asked to contact the police.
Yeah, it's definitely what, July? It happened in July.
Horn Lake
Here
woman
we go.
and her
Now,
son
right, here
are
we go. We got pictures. No, why do those names not match? What? Hold up. Nah, this one ain't it. I was about to say, that's not it. That's definitely not it.
All right, in Missouri tonight, police are investigating the mysterious disappearance of 6 people. All of them vanished without a trace from a home they shared in St.
That's not
Louis.
it.
They also shared, the 6 people, a connection to this man, Rashad Jamal, a self-proclaimed prophet and rapper who runs an online religious group with thousands of followers on social media. Jamal is the creator of the University of Cosmic Intelligence, which, according to its website, is geared towards enlightening and illuminating the minds of carbonated beings. Well, we're all for enlightenment and illumination here, but here's the first red flag. Jamal is also a convicted child molester. Currently
Convicted again. Like every time I hear that word, convicted child molester, that shit just convicted child molester, and the supporters are real. And you look in those comments. I'm telling you, when we look in those comments, your stomach is going to start to turn after you're hearing all these details.
serving an 18-year prison sentence. All of this is creating a living nightmare for the friends and families of the 6 people who vanished with no word or warning. Joining us now with more on the troubling story is News Nation correspondent Nancy Liu. Nancy, what are we learning about these people?
I seen it earlier.
Well, Elizabeth, the missing include 2 young children, just 2 and 3 years old. They're among half a dozen cult members who haven't been seen since August. And the cult leader at the heart of all of this is still influencing massive amounts of followers all over the country from a Georgia prison.
Peace to the gods and goddesses of Planet Kai. The doors are open. Welcome to class, Reflection.
He's a self-proclaimed prophet named Rashad Jamal, and his online University of Cosmic Intelligence has tens of thousands of followers across social media. Among his hot topics, Afrocentrism and polygamy. His teachings include NBA players are synthetic robots, weather is controlled by the government, you can enter Africa through the Grand Canyon in Arizona, and
What? Hold up. Let's rerun that again.
his teachings include NBA players are synthetic robots. Weather is controlled by the government. You can enter Africa through the Grand Canyon in Arizona, and birds are not real.
Peace, meaning positive energy, always creates elevation.
The influence of Rashad Jamal White remains massive, even though he's behind bars in Georgia, where he's serving 18 years for child molestation, while police in Georgia search for 6 followers who were last seen in the St. Louis area 5 months ago.
I would have never imagined that. I don't know where my daughter and granddaughter are right now.
The missing include loved ones of Cartisha Morgan, who claims the cult.
Missing loved ones, if you are watching right now on this channel, if you hear that I'm covering this case on this channel and you need a voice, you have my channel anytime you want. If you need a voice, you want to come up and share details, I will reach out to them. Also, Rev Gang family, reach out to these victims' families. If you can find them during your sleuthing and looking up things, let them know that I said my platform is open to them. I'm going to reach out to them. Also, I'm going to do some digging when I get off of here, but let's reach out to them and extend an arm. I want to say that I'm going to tell them, if you need a platform to speak, we got your back here. Simple as that. She deserves to know where her daughter is just as well as the rest of the families. They're probably worried sick.
Manipulated her daughter to cut off contact. Quit her.
My daughter.
I'm gonna go back a little bit so you can hear it. Now, excuse me. I want to pause it on this too, so you guys can get a good look at our potential, victim. Well, they are victims of this guy, in my opinion. But then again, these are adults. They made those decisions. We have 2 kids here. Now we have a problem. We have a 2-year-old here, and we have a 3-year-old here, right? So that's our problem.
5 months ago.
I would have never imagined that. I don't know where my daughter and granddaughter are right now.
The missing include loved ones of Cartisha Morgan, who claims the cult manipulated her daughter to cut off contact, quit her job, and max out her credit cards back in March. Morgan alerted local police.
I was trying to let them know that something was not right.
Everything's on the internet now, so why not have a cult on the internet?
Since launching an investigation, police have heard about strange happenings at the home of the members before they disappeared.
Neighbors reported seeing these people outside daily, worshiping the sun. If it was raining, they would come outside naked and run around the yard, run around the front yard, run around the backyard. They were digging up things in the yard.
If you ever learn something from me, I don't need no money from you, nothing. All I'm asking that y'all spread the word about.
Radiant Jewels by Rio says, I will let Cartisha know. Thank you. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. My platform is open to anyone seeking answers in any case. You got a loved one that's missing? Reach out to me. You need to put a word out to your daughter's missing, your son's missing, your husband's missing, anybody, you reach out to me. In this case, again, Radiant, all of them. The platform is open for them to speak and put the word out. We want to help spread the word. I want to help spread the word, and we're going to get this out there. It's already out there, but it needs to be out there more so people can see these children and these adults' faces just in case they run into them. They need to be found, and their families need to know that they're okay.
What's going on.
Thank you,
Through
by the way. I
lectures and
appreciate
rap
that.
videos, Rashad Jamal is known to tell followers they are sovereign beings who are not subject to U.S. laws. He also encourages living off the grid.
See, they see legs and thighs, but me, I see behind those eyes. And you in this verse because the universe has us aligned.
Multiple crimes are linked to followers of Rashad Jamal, including a case of murder in Alabama. Jamal claims he's jailed due to fabricated accusations by a...
Hold on, whoa. Hold on, we need to run that back. I heard something about murder. Say it again.
He also encourages living off the grid.
See, they see legs and thighs, but me, I see behind those eyes. And you in this verse because the universe has us aligned.
Multiple crimes are linked to followers of Rashad Jamal, including...
Okay. Multiple crimes are, I see what she's saying, to followers, including murder.
A case of murder in Alabama, including multiple crimes.
First has us.
Multiple crimes are linked to followers of Rashad Jamal, including a case of murder in Alabama. Jamal claims he's jailed due to fabricated accusations by oppressors against his work to expose the lies in a satanic kingdom. Elizabeth.
All right, Nancy Lou, thanks so much.
Thank you, Ian.
Thanks so much for watching. Go to...
Wow. So again, let me take it back here. I want to get these victims, potential victims' faces up here. I hate saying victims because, I want hope for their families that they're still here on earth with us, which we hold out faith that they are. Right? We hold out faith that they are alive. Where's that picture at? There we go. Okay, so here's one of them. Let's see if I can make it better quality.
Missing include loved ones of
Okay. So these are pictures of them here, but then we have this one. Where's the other one though? The one that we had up before. All 6 live together. Okay, so it says all 6 live together.
Side daily.
Hold on, I'm looking for that one part that had the victims, the potential victims anyways. Where's it at? Where the heck did it go? Oh, I seen it right there. There we go. Right here. So these, I'm assuming that this was the bigger guy. I'm circling right here. There was a bigger guy standing in a yard, right? I'm assuming that this was him standing in that yard. So that's great. Cindy in the building. Suntos Flow says you can find it funny. You can find it funny, but most people that are in cults, they don't think they are in a cult.
Bing bang.
Jill says you don't read comments. I always read comments. Always, in case I'm going through tabs or something like that, but definitely always read comments. That's like one of the number one things that I like to do. Somebody said, did the KKK get them? I mean, said, did the KKK get them? Get who? Sunshine and Tan Line says, thanks, T-REV. You're welcome. You're welcome. T-REV, most people are in cults. They don't think they are in a cult. Well, you know what? Let's go and look at this. Ready? Here we go. I want you guys to see this for yourself. Okay, hold up. What's that song called? What's that freaking song called? Here it is right here. We want to pull this up. This is where's the music video? Okay, let's put music video, right? I want to show you guys these comments here. The University of Cosmic Intelligence. All right. There's a video right here, right? Here it is right here. Check it out. 9 days ago. Or actually, this ain't the music video, but it says Rashad Jamal, explosive interview, speaks on fake woke people and fake leaders, baby mama, trial, and more. Here it says Rashad Jamal will be releasing brand new lectures. These lectures will be called audio lectures. To watch these lectures, be sure to enroll in our online university. Grand Rising Cosmic Family. Rashad Jamal. He vehemently denies all false allegations placed against him. If you wish to join this campaign, below is a list of things you can do to participate. 1, donate $9 to his family. All donations will go towards his wife and kids. To donate, send his Cash App. It has all this shit. Subscribe to his website. Buy crystals from his website. So he's selling like some type of crystals. He's got his album up here. But then again, it's the simplest right here. Look, here's some of the followers' comments. Let's get into that. Right? Let's make it big too, so you guys can see what you're seeing. It's a simple calculus. I see Rashad, I click. Now, out of all the spiritual teachers I show my children, they love Rashad Jamal. That is so sick, knowing what he's charged with in jail for. That is sick seeing, Jazz. I'm sorry, it is. I'm from Toronto, Canada, and I want to say thank you, Jamal, for taking a stand and helping people. You risk your life and family every day to wake us up. You helped me so much with waking up more. I was already awake and followed people like Ralph Smart, YP, Remedy H, Lance Screw, Hidden Power University, and many more. They were all, and that's all I'll leave it at. I'm from Chicago, and you have enlightened me and my fiance about everything that's been going on in the world. It's so deep that once you get locked out, then people come out to tell us the exact same thing you expose them of. Man, this world is crazy. Is there a petition for you? We stand with you. 1,000,000%. And then you got this here. Let's create a repetition. I'm frustrated at our people for not putting something real in motion for him. I've been trying, but nobody is truly with the cause. Just social media talk to sound one way. Can y'all create some energy to highlight our brother's situation? Please, thanks in advance, all the way from Europe. If anyone does start a petition, please let me know. So it's simple that they are clearly thinking that he didn't commit these crimes. And it's all allegedly, right? All allegedly. Love. All right, here, right here. Here, this is an example of what I'm talking about right here, ladies and gentlemen. A prime example of what I'm talking about right here. Love you, God. No matter what, I appreciate everything you've done for us. Love you, God. And then another comment. We love you, God. Free you. We see all the bullshit to get you down, but you will rise as always. Stay strong, God. know that a lot of us are experiencing the same things you went through, fighting for our lives as well, for speaking up for you and preaching the truths as well. We love and respect you for all you have done, and we stand with you, not against you. You are loved and respected no matter how it seems. One. This is upsetting, having been following you for very long, but I could never believe your wonderful energy would harm a child. I am a child victim, and I can sense child predators. Karma will catch up to themselves, or karma will catch up to them. The universe always balances things out. Free the god Rashad Jamal. This is super scary, seeing these type of things. It is. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. Like all these stay strong God. Let me catch up the chat. Let me catch up. All right, there we go. Tried looking at his crystals on the website, but it's on TikTok. Got a glimpse of what is public, and his crystals look funky as fuck. He even has salt rocks as if they are big crystals.
Oh my God.
What? Man, what in the hell is going on here? Like I said, this shit's crazy. Boom. Oh no, let's keep that open real quick. I actually want to pop this back open, and I want to click on, where's it at? Was this it? No, that's not it. Nope. This is who you're talking about. Nope, we're not playing that here. Let's see what else we can find on him. Let's see what else we can find on him. Okay, so this must be his other, this is his legit page, I guess, with 60,000 subscribers. Close player. Rashad Jamal right here for booking features. Rashad Jamal, okay, 60K subscribers. This is his regular YouTube channel. That's not what I'm trying to see though. B confronts former online prophet, claims to be a god. Did they pull him up on stream? Motherboard says what? I don't know if I want to play that. Nah, we're not getting hit today. Nope. We are not getting hit today. Okay, so here we go to Instagram. Let's go to Instagram, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start here. Not now. Let's see what we got. Okay, here it is right here. 91K followers. All right, here we go. So this is our guy. He's in jail now. Arrested on child molestation charges. Rashad Jamal. Again, there's 6 missing people right now. 2 young children, 2 and 3 years old. The rest are the moms, and the other victims are in their 20s and in their 30s also. One is in their 30s, I believe. Pretty sure one was 25, maybe the other one was 24. I think one was in their 30s and then the other one was 29. But let's see what's going on. Let's go through this. And that says Grand Rising Cosmic Family. To sign this petition, click the link bio. Rashad Jamal, a poet, black activist, cosmic scientist, spiritual guru, and philanthropist, whatever. I forget how to say that damn ass word, but was wrongfully convicted of a crime he did not commit. We cannot allow Rashad Jamal to be treated the way Ronnie, okay, I see what they're saying. So we cannot allow Rashad Jamal to be treated the way Ronnie Long was. Ronnie Long was just released from prison after serving 44 years for a charge on us for rape he did not commit after being cleared via DNA. We are pushing for a complete prison reform. We encourage everyone to share this post on your wall. Well, I don't know. Maybe you could make a post about these 6 missing people. Where are they at? Can you contact them? I'm sure you got the power to do that, God. Come on, God. We just want to know where these 6 people are at. We just want to know if they're okay. Their families just want to know if they're okay, God. Come on, God. I mean, I think God would show us where the 6 people are, and I'm not believing you're a God because these 6 people aren't popping up. So what? Fuck whoever doubted me. The poet, the philosopher, the prophet. Me against the world, real over rich. What he locked up for? People are in here talking. Let's see what they're saying. For being like Malcolm and Martin and Huey and Marley and Jackson and Prince and Whitney and Hendrix. Lies. But I thought it was ancestors had his back. You know what, too? Let me see. Because I want to hear what your opinions are on this, too. I'm about to open up the phone lines right now. I'm about to open up the phone lines while I'm looking around and browsing. What are your thoughts on this? Right? I'm going to put the phone number at the top, and it should be down below, too. I definitely would love to hear from some of y'all surrounding this case, particularly while we're digging and looking at different things. And your transgender father, what? Transgender father leaves family, new life as a 6-year-old girl. What? What am I looking at? Graham Rising Cosmic Family. Okay, this is not any of the. This must be his kids. Is this his kid? This is November 2022. So November of 2022. Let's see. This is the media and irresponsible media. It will make the criminal look like he's the victim and make the victim look like he's the criminal. If you aren't careful, the media will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. Let me pull this up too. Jamal. Nope. See what information I can find out by looking at this real quick. Okay, missing. They took him away. Free, like, oh, I'm looking on TikTok right now, and the amount of free Rashad posts that I'm seeing is crazy.
Other news at 9, 4 adults and 2 young children living in St. Louis vanish without a trace. Police say they joined an online cult before disappearing. Fox 2's Max Deeknight has the latest from the lead detective searching for answers and a mother's desperate plea.
I was trying to let them know that something was not right.
Cartisha Morgan says she is living her nightmare. She hasn't heard from her daughter, 25-year-old Michaela
This
Wickerson,
is crazy,
since
man.
she and 5 others, including her 3-year-old granddaughter.
Let me see what you're talking about, Phil. Phil said, or CKI says, tried looking. Okay, we read that already. Next, let's see what was going on. Selling anything to make a buck. Damn. Trina has some serious news to share. Call it in. 219-885-9693. Phone line is now off Do Not Disturb, so you should be able to get through. Call in. It's open. You said I emailed. It's a TikTok bet. I'm looking at it right now then. Let me pop that up. I wasn't looking at emails. I was over here looking at Twitter and other shit. Yes, and there we go. Trina, cult guy. Okay.
I thought we were finally finished and good riddance.
Here we go.
With this false dude right here. He's not a prophet. He's not divine. He doesn't have insight. He's just loony. If you haven't read my book, Relentless Love, Operation Rescue, this is where I rescued my baby. I rescued my daughter from that guy there.
Thank you, Trina.
I've been from the time that I found my baby, from the time that I actually started
Yeah, sure.
hunting down this dude in his cult to find out where my daughter was, when I learned everything that he was doing, everything that he had done to other children, I told the police, I told them what this man was doing. And it appeared that nobody was listening to me. So I had to take matters into my own hands, and I hunted him down, him and his entire cult. And I know where they moved to. They move around a lot between Missouri, Washington, D.C., Virginia, and Baltimore, Maryland. Sometimes they'll go to Indiana. Sometimes they'll go deeper south, but those are the main spots they go to. That's how I found them. I tracked them down, found them, and went and rescued my daughter from that cult right there, from what he was.
Oh, shit. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Doing. Because and I hunted him down. I told them in his cult to find out where my daughter was. When I learned everything that he was doing, everything that he had done to other children, I told the police, I told them what this man was doing. And it appeared that nobody was listening to me. So I had to take matters into my own hands, and I hunted him down, him and his entire cult. And I know where they moved to. They move around a lot between Missouri, Washington, D.C., Virginia, and Baltimore, Maryland. Sometimes they'll go to Indiana. Sometimes they'll go deeper south, but those are the main spots they go to. That's how I found them. I tracked them down, found them, and went and rescued my daughter from that cult right there, from what he was doing, because he's known for essaying children. He's known for messing with little girls to break them in and stuff in order to have, it makes me mad. Now, I know that he was convicted last year in August for what I had been crying aloud about, what I've been telling the police about. He was finally convicted for somebody else, but he wasn't convicted of my daughter. He's lucky. But now to hear that he has other people, I know where they be at. But when I was trying to tell the police and trying to tell people what this man was doing and where he was located and stuff, it seemed like nobody wanted to help me.
Let's reach out. I think we should reach out to this guy too. We should talk to everybody that we possibly can surrounding this case and get the word out, because these people need to be found. He said he went and found his daughter.
That's why I had to take matters into my own hands to go locate and track down and find my baby. Now, I'm going to tell you now, they are a dangerous cult, very dangerous. But I didn't care, because when it came to the welfare of my daughter, I did not care.
Hold up. What happened right there? Miss Palace, the girlfriend of told Fox Orlando these photos about an hour before the two were held at gunpoint, and I can't see that, but attempted armed robbery.
I saw what they did to this couple right here, and I pray for that family. But if they had gotten them off the streets when I was telling them about this cult, these people right here and many others would still be alive. And then you have these misled individuals, and you really can't blame them too much. I blame you some, but not too much, because they are brainwashed. They're brainwashed. That's why they will do anything and everything possible to protect that monster, to protect that pedophile, to protect that false prophet. He's not a prophet. And now
say it again.
Finish him. To hear that another girl and her children are gone, that breaks my heart. And I hope she sees this, and I hope that she listens to me. I had to rescue my daughter because of what he was doing to her and many other children. I had to rescue her, and to see what he did to those other women that he had. He was putting hands on them. He treated them like animals. Wake up. He don't love you. Wake up. He doesn't care anything about you. Wake up. Please wake up. Go back home. Your family needs you. Michaela Wilkerson, Michaela Thompson, and Jeriel German, wake up. That dude does not like you. He don't love you. He pretends, but he don't. It's all about control. It's all about having a harem or whatever he wants to call it. But wake up. I had to rescue my daughter from that exact cult. That's what I'm talking about in my book, Jamal White. That's what I'm talking about. He makes you call him Lord. He makes you call him prophet. He makes you call him divine being. He makes you look, that man don't love you.
I was trying to let them know that something was not right.
Cartisha Morgan says she is living her nightmare. She hasn't heard from her daughter, 25-year-old Michaela Wickerson, since she and 5 others, including her 3-year-old granddaughter, vanished from her daughter's Berkeley home in August. She says Michaela has been manipulated by an online cult led by Rashad Jamal, a self-proclaimed prophet with tens of thousands of followers. Jamal is currently serving an 18-year sentence in Georgia for child molestation. Morgan says before disappearing, her daughter cut off all communication with her family last March, quit her corporate job, and maxed out her credit cards.
Mental illness is real, manipulation is real. There are a lot of things that are going on out here, and we just need to be aware of it.
Everything's on the internet now, so why not have a cult on the internet?
Berkeley Police Major Steve Runge has been investigating the group's disappearance for the past 5 months. He helped search the abandoned rental home near Lambert Airport.
Neighbors reported seeing these people outside daily, worshiping the sun. If it was raining, they would come outside naked and run around the yard, run around the front yard, run around the backyard. They were digging up things.
Come out in the yard naked. What the fuck is going on there? They were running out in the yard naked.
The group's disappearance for the past 5 months. He helped search the abandoned rental home near Lambert Airport.
Neighbors reported seeing these people outside daily, worshiping the sun. If it was raining, they would come outside naked and run around the yard, run around the front yard, run around the backyard. They were digging up things in the yard.
Runge says the group believes.
Shay, you think so? Shay says, sorry, sir, but they are all black. They'll never receive the same attention or exposure. I'm giving it attention. Law Nation, listen to me. I'm thinking of it. Law and Crime. They gave it attention. There's, other creators out there, or I guess in the TikTok world, they're talking about it. This dad right here talking about it. And here I am spreading the word too. And opening up my platform for any one of them that want to come and spread the word around and talk to try to find their loved ones. That's what this is about. They do not know if their loved ones are alive or dead. A 2-year-old and a 3-year-old. Somebody better.
And polygamy is anti-government and encourages going off the grid. But with no signs of these 6 people in months, their families now fear the worst. Morgan has advice for any parent who sees this story.
If you see something is off, please take measures to get help for them as quickly as possible, because I would have never imagined that. I don't know where my daughter and granddaughter are.
Look, to that young lady's mother, I understand your daughter's an adult, you know what I'm saying? And you really don't have too much say-so over where she goes and who she's with and everything, but at least file an emergency petition and get your grandkids, get them, because this cult right here is dangerous. This is a dangerous cult. It's good that he's locked up, but that makes them even more dangerous, because they're going to follow and do whatever he tells them to do, or whatever they have in their mind to do. At that point, when I got my daughter, I didn't care. I wasn't afraid, and I'm still not afraid of them, because that's my mindset. But file an emergency petition, get your children. And if you need help locating them and stuff, I'll help you, because I know where their hideouts are. I know where they be hiding out between DC, Baltimore, Maryland, up in Virginia. Sometimes they're in Indiana. All right. But if y'all following this guy right here, talk to me. Read my book. I'm going to tell you all about it. But yeah, I went and rescued my daughter. That's why it was called Relentless Love Operation Rescue, because I was relentless. Y'all need to be too, and stay vigilant, because this right here is dangerous.
Bing bang.
Wow. I'm glad he put that out though, And this barely even got anybody watch this? What's going on with it? Comments turned off, 0 comments on here. Man, this message is important. What he just said. That's
my
big.
Book, Relentless Love Operation Rescue.
So he wrote a book. I actually think I want to read that book now, Ruben E. Mitchell. Your story impacted me so much that I'm going to read your book, Relentless Love Operation Rescue. That story touched me. I'll give it that, man. That shit touched me. Wow. I'm going to read that book. Brandy, absolutely. I think the same thing. And Shay, yes, I think so. How long ago did this man rescue his child? It's just coming to light. And it's sad, Shay. It's sad. But we have the ability to share in numbers. We have the ability to share in numbers. I don't just get up here to people see me covering certain cases, and yeah, I do cover certain cases, sometimes a lot. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to cover other shit. I'm not stuck on one case. This ain't a one-dimensional channel where I'm stuck on one case, and I never will be. I will always be looking into several different cases. And this one right here is just as important. This one right here is just as important. And in fact, I need to save this link. I'd like to get a hold of this father and talk to him. Very knowledgeable father. Great. You know what I mean? I definitely would like to hear more from him. Shout out to you, sir, Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell. I'm going to put him down. I'm saving it in my notes right now, the TikTok channel on Mr. Mitchell. I got my notes for this case. So I'm going to call her the Wicked Colt. Okay, there we go. Wicked Colt Rashad notes. Again, if anybody wants to call in, don't be afraid to call in 219-885-9693. We would love to hear from you on this topic. I mean, this is crazy. Excuse me. This is crazy. Serenity says, just tuned in. What's his code name? Who was the leader? Rashad. His name is Rashad Jamal. So Rashad Jamal. We need this guy's help, T-REV. Yeah, we do, Alex. But yeah, just tuned in. Serenity said, just tuned in. What's this Colt's name? I don't know the direct name of the Colt. Now, I think it is this. I'm going to show you the page, right? So we look here. We click here. And we'll just put YouTube page, right? So right here, both of them. These are both of his YouTube pages. One's got 199,000 subscribers, and this one's got 60K. The University of Cosmic Intelligence. Again, this is, I'm pretty sure, I'm almost 100% positive that this is his channel. The University of Cosmic Intelligence. Okay? Now, looking here, we were looking at that. We looked at this. Yeah, there's it in this video. There's some weird shit said, but I almost don't even want to play it. You know what I mean? Because they be trying to strike. They definitely want to strike me. I bet you they would strike me. I bet you they would strike the channel. Guarantee it. Queen Libra says, thank you, T-REV, for your platform. You sound like a very special. So thank you, Queen Libra. That's what it's about, though. We've done this plenty of times in missing person cases. I mean, I still have the names written over here on my whiteboard. I still got some of the names over here written on my whiteboard right here. So we had, oh, yeah. That was a Leah Whitehead. We had a Leah Whitehead. We had another family we helped track down. What was her name? I can't remember. Kelsey Wiley. I forget the exact name, but Chelsea Wiley. I think it was Chelsea Wiley. We helped in that. We can help in this. All it takes is to spread the word. Going to start from the beginning, Diane said. It would be good if you did maybe skip through a little bit because we talk about Jennifer Mendez Olaskaga. Again, if you were just coming in, the Jennifer Mendez Olaskaga case that we covered here on the channel extensively. We had a couple lives on it. I put out videos on it. There is an arrest made in that. I am waiting to, I'm looking for the PCA. I haven't been able to find it while we were watching these videos and listening to this case that's absolutely insane. This is a platform to help as many as possible. Absolutely. Open to all. Donnie says University of Bang Bongs. Delana says, I contacted family and Ruben Mitchell with your information. Thank you, D. I appreciate that. D is on it. I appreciate it, D. Monica says, it's sad. This man had to track these people down himself without law enforcement helping him. No, Diane, I didn't sleep. I pulled a double. I got off at what? After 6, I streamed for 6 hours. We streamed late into the night, right? And then I woke up. Listen to me. I was about to say I woke up. I got off, watched a video right here. As soon as I seen this first video on Law and Crime, I was addicted like that. Boom. Next thing you know, we're in Discord. We're switching. Oh, we're talking about this case as we're looking around and listening. I went to his channel and started listening to his lectures. Right. I was listening to this dude's lectures just to start digging in and seeing what his mindset was and the way that he talked. Right. That's what I was listening to. I would play the lectures right here for you to listen, but are we going to get a strike? You know what I'm saying? Are we going to get a strike? I don't know. I wonder, you said, I wonder, did they show documents to followers to prove DNA evidence? He didn't do shit. Roll eyes. The anonymous. Mom to 5 Kings, the young lady out near California with the mother. You said with the mother who had her grandbabies. I was so afraid she wouldn't be recovered. And she was a day after you made phone calls online. It was inspiring. I remember that. And you know what? A lot of that played a big part with you guys too, though. We worked together on that as a group. We did. We worked together as a group on that. We'll see. No, it seems like nobody wants to be talking to. Well, that's fine. I'm okay with it. What's going on, Jersey? He said, that's just so not worth a strike, T. Hell nah, it ain't. Hell nah, it isn't. Nope. He said, we are going to get converted to UCI if you play the lectures. Hell no, I won't. You cannot convert me to nothing. I got the will to say no. Queen, when I started watching him, I knew this was the man I would follow. You will never go wrong with T and mods. Welcome and so glad to see you, my age heir, if you know what I means. Much love, Sheba. Being Bio Girl says I remember her. Reach out to him for another day if he allows. Get word out there. More understand. Absolutely. We're going to touch up more on this. This needs more digging, right? I want to do a little bit more digging on this, and I'll surround a whole entire show on this topic, right? I need to dig into this more. I want to reach out to people, see if I can set up some interviews and talk to more of people that are involved here. I'm going to put together a video, put the story out fully on the channel. That's what we're going to do. Anybody who gets any contact information on this, please let me know. Now, it's time. All right, we'll move on to the next topic. We'll talk Idaho 4. Are you guys ready to talk Idaho 4? Are we still talking Jamal? Do we still want to dig into Rashad Jamal? Let me know. You said go to bed, watching T-REV, waking up to T-REV. You know what it is. Like Kelly, so true. Count me in, T-REV, whatever I can do to help. Oh yeah, we're gonna do. I just want to. Actually, we need to open a tab in Discord too, so for we can sloop this shit out. Can you guys see how he's funded his rap lifestyle, etc.? Yeah, and the followers that he has too. The followers that he has on there helps too, though, you know? The followers is a big part. I am too bare. So many people have out of control lives. So they gravitate towards someone who seems like, or who seems to have it together. The other Aaron, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, the other Aaron, for your support. I appreciate the support to the channel. I really do. Rev it up. We're about to dive into Idaho 4 because you know what I mean? We're about to dive into the Idaho 4. Let's do it. So we will come back to this. Let me pull this up because I want to go over a few things in the Idaho 4 case. Now, on the 26th, I know Brian Kohberger is back in court. Let me pull it up first real quick. Give me 1 second. Nah, that's cap. Get out of here with that. Hold up. What's this? What's this email right here? Let's go ahead and check this out. I need to see this.
Hi everyone, JLR Investigates.
What's the leaked emails about right here?
Keeping you mentally stimulated.
Now diving into the Idaho 4 here, I'm seeing leaked emails. I didn't hear about this. I must have missed this yesterday. We've been covering Savannah Soto, so I've been locked into the Savannah Soto case and doing my research on that. Leaked emails. What's going on here? What's going on here? Leaked emails. Alex said yes. Idaho 4. We're jumping into it. We're gonna talk about the FARO scans. But I don't know if you guys are familiar with FARO scans, but we're going to talk about the FARO scanning and what to expect when it comes to trial, and we watch the trial together. I cannot get back into Discord. I don't know why. I'll figure it out for you. Don't worry. I'll figure it out. I will definitely figure it out for you. Terry says, was this the guy that was convincing everyone the earth was flat? Yeah, that's another thing that I heard about it. Chris Smith says, I swear I saw a documentary about this code on Netflix or Hulu. Lori says, oh, I saw this. It's leaked emails about the demolition. Is that what it's about?
Brian Kohberger, Moscow, Idaho case. Come on in, everyone. Let's talk. Got some emails. I want to share with everyone. Let me turn the volume down up on this computer screen. All right. Got a lot of people in the house. Hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you're at. Welcome aboard, JLR Investigates. We love everyone that watches the channel. Got a hot cup of coffee, a little cold in Florida this morning. Cool. I'll be traveling to Ohio, the great state of Ohio, over the weekend. I'll be in Ohio. So anything you want covered in Ohio, Central Ohio, Southern Ohio, Cincinnati area, let me know. Shoot me an email, JLR Investigates. Let's talk about the Moscow, Idaho home. So I was so curious about the Moscow, Idaho home and the demolition, particularly back last month. It's already past the month now.
I heard about it.
They started discussing that they were going to demolish the home. It all caught us all by surprise, right? We all thought, oh my gosh, how are they going to get rid of the home? Why are they destroying evidence? And some people were saying, what a relief. There was a mixed bag of emotions, right? Different people had different opinions about the situation. I personally wanted it to stay. So then what I did was I filed a...
You said a Malaysian crew? Okay, JLR got emails, Malaysian crew that demolished the house. Where's the T at in here? There's a gag order. You said there's a gag order bit? Hold up, there's a gag order bit. Bill Thompson was communicating with the college about the demo through email. So that's what this is about? And digging holes in the yard. Lori says, yes, they had a permit approved within 24 hours early December. Mom to 5 King says, if a parent doesn't have legal court order for custody, a parent can report their child kidnapped. Oh, shit.
Bing bang.
Okay, I will send you an email on what I do know about this situation on the screen. I don't want to talk and say something wrong and you get a strike. Now, I mean, I could go over it. We would have to add commentary into it if we did go over those lectures. So after we talk Idaho 4 and we go over those lectures, I mean, we can't go over those lectures after I talk Idaho 4 is what I really mean. Because I do know this for a fact. The Copyright Act 1976, you can look, you can watch other things on their channel, but you have to add commentary and it has to be between a certain time or else you can get strikes. But as long as you add commentary, nobody can smoke you. And you got to post the right stuff. Donnie says, come on, man. Come on. Oh, come on in.
Public records request.
All right, let's see what's said here.
With the University of Idaho. One, I wanted, I'll actually show you.
I love it when you unravel stuff live.
I sent them an email.
The old days.
To the right to know officer. And in this email, public records request, in this email, I asked for things in reference to 1122 King Road. I asked for, in your request, you sought the following information. Emails and attachments and emails and communications records that the University of Idaho had with Germer Construction regarding the demolition of 1122 King Road. Records related to the cost of demolishing 112 King Road, including copies of contract, names of all contractors involved with 1122 King Road. A copy of the building permit for the demolition of 112 King Road. Your request for these records has been granted. We won one. Actually, they had no choice. Emails are public record in Idaho when it comes to public institutions like University of Idaho. Though, I'm a little bit mad at them right now. University of Idaho, you might be getting a lawsuit very, very soon from JLR Investigates because you're charging me an outrageous fee for emails between you and the Chapin family. Yes, they want $1,000. It's interesting. They want $1,230 something, $1,200 for emails with the Chapins. But
damn, JLR said you might be hitting them with a damn lawsuit.
Oh my God.
Bing bang.
My man said he might be hitting them with a lawsuit.
Then they just gave me a bunch of emails and a bunch of records related to the demolition home for free. And they did that after I was complaining about possibly suing them. And I might sue them. I have 180 days to decide. I probably have 170 something days left. I might take them to court and make them prove on record why their fees are so high. Because I think in the interest of the Moscow, Idaho case, we want openness and transparency all across the board. I'm still a little bit ticked off. Well, I am ticked off about a lot of things in reference to this case. The judicial proceeding, the way Judge is going to be controlling the cameras, probably turning it off with sensitive witnesses that come aboard, Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk, Guy G.
Whoa. So he said probably cutting it off. I hope they don't do that. I hope they don't do that at the trial, right? If you see a trial, you don't see the witnesses' statements? Like, what's going on here?
Genetic genealogy, DNA people, FBI cast, investigators, whoever, during the course of the trial, when someone's sensitive in William.
Critical Thinking Cap said, I'll pay the $1,200 for the Chapin emails. I want first access, though. Hey, get that shit. Get it.
Johnson's mind. He's going to say, cut the cameras off. And Judge is going to be like, he's going to cut the cameras off. And then we're not going to be able to see or hear things. And then all these sealed documents, all these sealed, everything's sealed.
Everything.
Now you can't even live tweet. Now we can't even rely on our great journalist, Brian Enton. I like Brian Enton. I think he's a generally nice guy. Met him numerous times. We always chat when we see each other, but he always in the courtroom. Matter of fact, he's going to be in the courtroom, he claims, on the 26th of January for these two hearings. One in the morning sealed, one in the afternoon. But I don't like the sealed. Nice. I hopefully Wendy Olson and the Media Coalition get their funds together and they start challenging the sealment of these court records, all these supplemental requests for discovery, motion to seal, to protect the integrity of the grand jury, and secrecy, and blah, 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 secret. Everything's secret in this case. And that's one thing I don't like. So I think it's fair in covering it. I think we should get the info. I think the info should be out there, including the demolition of this home, which is now demolished. Look at this aerial shot. Look at this aerial shot here. Look at that. So let me ask you something. And then look, crumble. Boom. Wow, right? So let me ask you something. So I asked this the other day. I presented this question to all of you. I said, how much do you think it cost to demolish the home? How much do you think it cost to demolish that home? The home that we just showed. How much do you think the total cost? And we're talking about getting rid of it, burying it like they said they're going to bury it. How much do you think it cost? Because I have the contract here, right here. And I'm going to show you. Lucky Phil says 30 to 50K.
I caught
they charge for multiple days. Plus, they had to get a permit. I got a copy of the permit. I'll show you the permit. It's wild stuff. Emails and talking about. It seems like December 14th is kind of when they set the ball in motion, according to these emails, to officially say, hey, we're gonna use Germer Construction. We're gonna knock this home out. 25K, 10K, 50K, 18K. All right, so we are under 50K. That's low. It's just dun, dun, dun. Survey says, boom, 20K. 20K. So architectural and engineering services, application for payment. And I don't know when the payment came in, but they're charging $20,000. Survey says University of Idaho. And I redacted a lot of personal information here. I don't think I have to because these are public companies. That's pretty cheap, right? I would say cheap. I thought it would be like $100,000 gig, particularly. But remember, we heard them say at a discount. They were going to do it at a discount. They were going to do it at a discount.
So you think with a 42K? Is that what you think? 120K, Slayer? Alice says 42K? That is so incredibly cheap. Critical thinking cap 20K was the reduced rate offered by Germer. Aura Rain says, how can they show photo footage of vehicles, people, but 01 BK? So sus.
Bing bang.
You got a good point there. You do. And we see a lot of video footage on a lot of different cases, but this one is just, yeah. I definitely am with you on that. It is weird how we haven't seen anything. And that the fact that something had to be leaked out, like Steve said, Steve Gonsalves, this is allegedly, I mean, it's not allegedly because he said it on News Nation. Leaked footage that he's seen that maybe they haven't seen. So someone had to leak footage for us to get some fucking type of video. And you know what? It's not even verified, which, you know, we all do think it's real. Some of us, well, I know most of us do. I think that Linda Lane footage is real. I think that was leaked out. I think that's the footage they're talking about. It was several different footages that were leaked out at the same location. Different bits and pieces of hours, correct? I thought 100K. Queen Lieber said, I thought 100K. The other Aaron says, money. Follow the money. So sus, Monarch. Monarch saying it's so sus. Thank you, Becky says, have you seen Nancy Grace and how people are taking pieces of the house?
Oh my God.
What? We will be heading over there after this. Absolutely. We will be heading over there after this. 100%.
So there's some sort of letter contract. Let me see what's going on here. First, we're talking about emails. Letter contract. Some sort of letter contract here. And it's a letter contract dated December 8th. December 8th, folks. So this, I said the 14th. This is dated December 8th. Letter contract. This is to inform you that your fees for services for the above referenced project and the amount listed.
Hold on. We got to.
When I say
my wife put a video out, we got to watch my wife's video. 1 second. It's 1 minute. It's 1 minute and 48 seconds.
True verdict on this case. I mean a true verdict. I don't mean a verdict based on speculation about what the crime scene may have been or what I thought it was. I mean what I know the crime scene is. I never tried a single case without visiting the crime scene. I think I hear Chris McDonough jumping in, and you mentioned something earlier about acoustics and what could have been heard next door. Well, I think the jury's going to have a question about what the survivors heard, Dylan and Bethany, and I'm just curious, will that be an issue at trial? Which they could have figured that out if they could have gone to the scene.
Scott Green?
You know, Nancy, I think it's going to be. I agree with you 100% because at this point, you know, the whole purpose of maintaining that crime scene, as we all know, is that 1%, just that 1%. The 99 may be there, i.e. the confidence of the state, etc. But it's that one juror that sits in that, you know, jury box and makes the determination of whether or not they believe the testimony that they're hearing. There's nothing that can replace all five senses being immersed into that crime scene. Did one of the witnesses hear the stairs creaking when she testifies that Kohberger was coming down the stairs? Did she What did she look through her door? And if so, what was her vantage point in terms of visually? What could she see? What could she feel? And it's going to go.
Hold up. What is there? Is there like a whole episode of this? Because we need to hear it. We need to hear it. We're here for that, Nancy.
In the last hours,
Yeah, we're into that, Nancy. We are into that. Yes. No, we were just watching a clip. She put out a whole video? Oh, yeah, we're watching that. I do want to see some of this.
Below has been accepted by the project manager. Therefore, architectural and engineering services authorize you to perform the necessary.
Guys, buckle in. There is a lot to go over in the Idaho case. In my eyes, especially for the things that we need to prepare for to see in this trial. But now hearing these different things about the judge possibly turning off the camera when, key witnesses come up, that's lame as shit. Where's the transparency in that? So you're going to tell me the only people that'll be able to see that is the people that are there in the courtroom, the families, which is most important in my opinion. But cutting off cameras while witnesses come up and make the most important statements, I don't know. I want to see it. Point blank period. And I'm sure you do too. Right? I'm sure everybody in here wants to see that. I don't like that. Everybody here wants to feel the emotion and see and hear everything from Bethany and Dylan. We do. We want to hear from Bethany and Dylan on the stand. When it comes to this Idaho 4 trial, we are going to want to look them in the eyes as they sit there and they talk to the judge or talk to the defense, right? Because we know the defense is going to go into prosecution. We want to watch that. We want to be witnesses to that. Exactly. Judge Adolf, you said Judge Adolf Hitler, Judge. I sent you in your email yesterday. It was, I didn't see that, Eastern girl. I'm going to have to check. Maybe it went to spam because a lot of emails lately been going to spam for some reason. I don't understand that. You said, I want to see and hear everything about this case. Gene Santana, you must be talking about the one before that.
Services for this project. This document is yours. Notice to proceed per the following conditions. December 8th. So beginning of December, folks. So there could have been contractual discussions before the 8th. We're talking about the beginning. Because remember, it kind of blindsided everyone, even the victims' families. So, this contract, please provide the following documents. Certification of liability insurance, Idaho unemployment insurance and workman's compensation, and state Idaho W-9 tax identification. You'll be responsible for providing contractual service as described in the following as outlined in the previous issue DOPL approved demolition plan stated.
Critical thinking, Cap. Can you send me something on that? We can pull that up. I want to go over that. Shit, maybe you could even call in. I would love to hear more about this topic that you are talking about. That is a topic that I'm interested in hearing. Now, you said I can't wait to find out what Richard Battoni, I think it's Battanti, uncovered after reviewing all of Bethany's statements to police that would make him believe she is the exculpatory material witness. Now, I'd love to see and hear more information on that. I must have missed it. I'd love to hear more about it. I know you're not bullshitting. I know you're talking about something. I know you're a document guru. I know you go through that stuff. So fill me in. Just Jen says you won't get to see much. Hollis says, I feel like Judge is soft and will make them face the camera to the wall with Dylan and Bethany, but I hope not. I'm afraid he will do that. Wani says they are only allowing one news station to cover the trial. I forgot which one, but they may charge to use their footage. It don't matter. We got that covered. We're definitely going to be watching that trial. I don't care how long, what. I will be on a strict schedule when the Idaho 4 trial comes around. I promise you that. We're going to be on a strict schedule around here. We're going to be watching the whole entire trial. And then after the trial, every day after the trial, we are going to have community call-ins to where we're talking about what happened during the trial that day. I'll probably do like we'll do the trial stream and then we'll do that, afterthoughts, final thoughts of the day. And we'll end it off like that daily while the trial is going on. I'd love to go, but that shit is booked out. When I looked, everywhere is booked out already for the summer. If you find something, let me know, because I couldn't. Hi from Gary from Gary. Shout out to you, Tracy. Tracy in the building from Gary. What's going on, Tracy? Welcome to the Rev Game fam too, by the way. I appreciate you. I seen that you're new. Faith Evans says, in my opinion, there is definitely more to the story, a huge cover up, but that's just my opinion. I respect your opinion. Now, I have my own opinion. You have your own. I may respectfully disagree with your opinion, or I may respectfully agree with it. It is what it is. I don't. Now, as far as a cover up, let me be fully transparent and think of all the things that are going on. And the thing in this case that I don't like the most is the plain sight secrecy, right? Like everything is gagged, like it's a fucking secret. You see all these other cases around the nation, right? Big, even some high profile cases, and some of this stuff aren't gagged. The only ones that I know that are gagged right now that I'm covering would be the Delphi case and this case. Gagged. You know what I mean? So I just don't understand that. I don't understand that. But I truly didn't think this would end up being so bizarre. Nana Psycho Bill says. Al, by the trial for you, T-REV. Brandy says, well, they can have cameras, but you can't edit them, and you're not allowed to leave the courtroom. Damn. Oh, my God. Rain, sleet, snow right now in the 419. I think we got about 10 inches out there right now. Maybe even more. Unknown. You're not getting through today, buddy. Hang it up. And somebody, see what I'm saying? People were calling in. 951. I see you called in, but guess what? It did not ring. But you know who it did ring for? Unknown. And 951 was calling in wildly. I see you, 951. Hold up. My browser is broke right now. That's got to be fixed right now. It says your browser is preventing calls from ringing. Change your browser settings. Let's go ahead and fix it then. One sec. I have to fix this. Let's go to it. It says go to the receive at the top left settings. Left on pause my devices. Okay. .com. So click settings. It's ringing and I can't even see it. That's weird. 412, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on?
How are you? Nothing much. Okay, like I'm not really caught up on the case, but I've been watching here and there. You know, I get tired and sleepy. I've been very busy. But this is Pittsburgh, and I guess, am I to understand it right? There's like 16 kids missing?
You said there's what?
I said, okay, I was looking. We're talking about the missing children, or we're talking about Kohberger?
Oh, I just dove in. I was talking about the missing. That's where we started off with. So I started off with Jennifer Olaskaga. There was a arrest in that case. I don't know if you've watched the videos I've made on that or been in any of the lives I did on that. There was an arrest in the case of the missing teacher in Texas. Now, and then after that, I covered Rashad Jamal, who is, this weird cult shit going on. When you look it up, you'll see what I'm talking about. And then
his name is Rashad Jamal.
Yeah, Rashad Jamal. And there's 2 kids missing and the rest are adults. And there's a total of 6, a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old. And the rest are in their 20s and one's in their 30s, I believe. But
I tell you what, this whole coming into true crime, you just get overloaded with so much crime. You just don't think Americans are up to it, but they are up to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like every time I look up, it's just some different, some weird, odd, extra stuff. But I know I do have a comment about the Brian Kohberger case.
Yep, that's what we're talking about right now. I just dove into it. I'm going to be getting into a few different topics surrounding that, including the faro scanning, including just anything that we cover on here right now. We got Kohberger coming up on 26th, the January 26th. Kohberger will be back in court.
Hold on 1 second. Get that out of my ear and turn it down.
No, you're good.
I told you. Hello?
Yeah, you there. I can hear you.
Yeah. Oh, it's okay. He just needs to stop it.
You're good.
But yeah, like, do you know what I was thinking? So I was thinking about Dylan, and I don't know. I think a million people have something to say about that 8-hour wait. But I was thinking, what she thought that it was, like the person leaving out or whatever. Like her mind was so thrown off that she just thought it was like, what's his name? What's the one that actually got killed? Ethan.
Oh, Ethan Chapin.
And I was thinking maybe she thought like initially like that was Ethan and it's all good, and so she didn't worry about anything until the morning or whatever. Like, I mean, that's just the way it sounds like. Because I was listening to somebody and they said something about she said it was, she thought, not that she thought, but that she said it was Ethan, like that she thought Ethan was the one that went through the house initially or something. And I was just thinking that would really make it the only way that it could be like a legitimate 8 hours, because she doesn't sound like she was overly afraid as much as they would like to make her out to be. I don't think she was overly afraid. Not that she wasn't scared or anything. She probably just thought it was a domestic, and Ethan just walked out the house and she thought she had put a different face on him,
right?
As opposed to realizing he wasn't who she thought he was. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, yeah, that just sounds like that's like I think that's a really good theory on why it took so long to actually call the police and everything. Because first you got to figure out that it's not Ethan. Then you got to figure out, okay, so damn, we've been waiting. Oh wow, how long? Oh, let me call Ethan's brother, because Ethan's friend over here, and see if they can, maybe they're just knocked out high or something. And then that's when they really realized like it was really some all-out murder. That's what I was thinking. I've had that on my mind for a minute. Like perhaps she thought it was Ethan going out the door, and that she had
You're weird as
put a
hell.
different face in him.
Hell no, Hollis. Nah, I'm hearing you. Go keep going. Hollis is talking about like why that boy's a weirdo. 1,000 accounts.
Oh,
Weirdo.
I love my T-REV family, guys. I just been so busy, and I don't get a chance to do as much as I used to.
It happens though. I mean, that's life.
I don't know why they have. I think they belong to the state police, baby. Hello. Yeah, we're over here at yeah, that's just what I was thinking. I was like, it's got to be that. And there was something else that was on my mind about this. Oh, the going in the house twice. That could really legitimately be for real. That's what he did. Like, maybe not. Like, I just feel like he went in there, came out, realized, oh, I forgot my stuff, and just tried to get back in there and ran into Ethan and them. I believe that one too. Hello?
Oh, I'm here. I'm listening. This is
okay. All right. And I was just thinking, like, because it just doesn't, because I don't think she's involved. I really don't think that Dylan and Bethany are involved in any way. Like, I know they got people who are like, oh, they cleaned up, oh, they did this, oh, they did that, oh, they did this. If there was any kind of cleanup, it was because when they realized there was a murder, oh my God, we done walked all up in here thinking that everything is everything. It was just a domestic and do a little straightening up. But I don't think they were trying to get rid of no like massive amounts of drugs or anything like that. That is just the weirdest theory to me. Like, yep, I just wanted to call in and say that because I just can't wait for the trial. I wonder what's going to go down. I'm so tired of the secrecy though. Like I think that's what's making me mad. Like the Idaho case is like the secret FBI case from like what is it like 007 type of secrecy going on. There is no case more secret than the Idaho 4 case. I swear there is not. I'm trying to find one, but I haven't found one. Have you found one?
That is secret, is this?
Yes.
Hell nah. This shit. I mean, what have we got out of this whole entire time? Like, I forgot who it was that made the comment in here, but they said, "Isn't it crazy how we get this footage of the Savannah Soto case, but we never got nothing from Brian Kohberger, video wise, besides Linda Lane, possibly
Linda Lane, and that's it.
Which
we haven't even had we ain't got the 911 call. We don't see no, like every time, even when they had what's the little boy's name that killed the little girl? Even in his case, they showed lots of footage. They showed the 911 call. Like they don't show nothing. Like nothing. Everything is sealed. Everything is dissemination. And now you got the judge. All of a sudden, now this guy got freaking YouTube channel. I'm like, what in the world? Like, oh, so is this what they get ready to start doing? The judges get to cite. This is insane. It's just insane. I've never seen anything more secretive in my life.
Candace Moore says, if Dylan was partying, she had to go pee. No, where she pee? Question mark.
Where did Dylan pee?
Yeah, she said if Dylan was partying, she had to go pee. No, where she pee at? Like that's what Candace Moore was saying in the chat.
In the bathroom, but I know I wouldn't be out there trying to go to the bathroom during a domestic though.
I'm sure when that, I mean, if it's true that she opened the door, blah blah blah, locked the door, closed the door, she was scared for her life. Who knows? We don't know that. That's what is messing up the community.
Right. And now they done torn down the house. Add to the mystery. This Scooby-Doo add shit. No. Why in the world? Like they tear down the house. Like I swear if they could get away with it, they tear down the college just to keep it secret. It's just too much secrecy. I just don't like all of the secrecy. It's really irritating me. But now you would think you would have some kind of clue. The only clue that I have of anything going on is the fact that nobody has spoken to anybody in the Kohberger family other than that lady that was in Las Vegas, and we're not even sure if that's her. His real aunt.
Right. And
that's
then
crazy.
It's been
That's
what?
crazy.
Like right now we are at 14 months. 14 months ago, this case took place. 14 months later, we have a PCA. We've heard tons of information that possibly could be stuff that's in trial or not. And it's rumor, so we have to keep it level and in the middle and say, well, this came from an unknown source, so we don't know if it's true or not. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like for instance, example, the IDs. For instance, when I talk to Jennifer, again, I always talk about it a lot when I mention this case, but it's true.
Right.
Jennifer came on to this show and specifically said Cuomo and this team. Somebody contacted the team and told them that one of the IDs was matched to that location, but not to the victims. So I'm going to be looking for that.
Me too.
That's embedded in my brain.
I want to know what does that mean. Like I don't understand how you have an ID attached to the house, not attached to the victim, in Kohberger's hands, who is not attached to the house. You know what I mean? Like it's like, did he falsify an ID and say that he was from 1122? I don't know. It's This case is irking my nerves. I'd be so glad when they go to court. I don't want them to wait till summertime. I want them to do it right after January 26th. No, do it in March. That's what you do. Just do it in March.
We may not
So that
even
everybody
get
can see.
we may not even get the summer trial. You know what I mean? We may not even get that. They wanted to be scheduled for summer, but they may decide against it and go for winter. You never know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
like we know that they're aiming for the summer, but will we get there?
And case after case after case is going through. I mean, there was a whole mass killing in the middle of, it wasn't a mass killing. I think it was quote unquote righteous, but that guy that killed the family downstairs from him or upstairs from him that was looking at his daughter or doing stuff to his daughter or whatever. As in everything is done with them, right?
No, well, everything is done with who?
I forget his name. Was it Colonel? What's his name? Court. Something. The guy that had the daughter that was getting that the young man was jerking off in front of the little girl that belonged to the neighbor, and that neighbor went to his house, went to the boy that was jerking off house and shot up the whole family after court because they didn't do. He felt like the court didn't do enough.
What
about the Yeah, you remember that? You don't remember that?
Nah,
Went to court.
I don't. Please. What are you talking? What
Okay,
case?
what's his name? His name is. It's from Idaho.
Okay,
right.
And you're talking about the Aiden Fauci case?
No, not Fauci. No, not Fauci. It was a man. He had kids. It was a family upstairs or next door to each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were neighbors.
Right.
And the one family, the guy and his kids had lived there for years.
Mm-hmm.
The new family moved in. The young man that was in, he was like just out of high school or about to be out of high school.
Mm-hmm.
He was jerking off in the window at the daughter. So the neighbor like went off. Everybody tried to make it like it was a short story, but it really wasn't. He went to court. He filed charges and everything against the family with the dude that was jerking off. When the courts did on the day
I know what case you're talking about.
Yeah, and the day that they went to court and they didn't do nothing to the young man, the dude went down and was like, "Well, I'm gonna kill them all." But it was just like, so, but that case is finished, and that went in all in the middle of like that was like right that whole thing transpired, happened, finished, went to court, pled out, whatever. It's all done. It's gone. You got the one. You got Lori and them took a long time, but like everything has gone on, and we're still sitting here with a PCA and a prayer with Brian Kohberger.
Exactly.
It's my nerves. I just don't see that as right. I just don't see how, why. You know what is it, or how big is it? Because you got weird things going on. Like you say that they had nothing to do with the case in Pennsylvania, but his parents went to court proceeding with the grand jury investigation. You're saying that he had nothing to do with that case, but why would they call Brian Kohberger's family there? You know what I mean? Like, none of this is making sense unless you have two murderers inside one family and y'all don't want to talk about it. I don't know. I'm like, what is going on? Why would they go to that court in Pennsylvania, but you let it be known
right
Brian had nothing to do with the Smith case, Smith, whatever her name is. Okay, so who did in the Kohberger family? The Kohberger family going over there talking to them people, not to clear Brian. That would be seriously. That I don't see it as it being that they called them in to clear Brian. No, I think that there's some other stuff that they asked some parents because they keep saying, and they can use that over here in the Idaho case. They can put anything that they ask the parent from that grand jury to the grand jury down here in Idaho. And I said, well, why do they keep saying that? Like, if you say he don't have nothing to do with Smith, whatever her name is, and that it didn't have too much to do with him. Okay, but why are you hiding it so well? And what did it have to do with this? You know what I mean? Like, this is weird. Everything is just weird. Everything is weird with this case. It's just driving me crazy. It really, really is.
It's super
Because
weird.
all kinds of weird stuff is going on. I've never seen anybody. I mean, I have never seen even a university that adamant to hurry up and tear a house down. Like, we're tearing it down and we're done. We don't care what nobody say. We won't care.
I don't know. I guess in this paper it says the cost.
What's it? $1,200 for the court papers? No, for the emails.
I guess
that's another thing. And why are they charging JLR $1,200 for these emails between taping and this? You gotta be kidding me! But it just gets weirder and weirder every day that goes by, and anything that happens makes it worse as far as the weirdness goes.
I think that's her grandbabies upstate. So he said, "Who's that in the background with their baby?" With
that's my grandmother.
That's the grandbabies. I know it.
Just running in my pocket stuff. Now they got people asking who you are. Who you? But yeah, they just. So I just think it's the weirdest thing. I just think every day that goes by, if they say, "Oh, such and such happened in the Brian Kohberger case," I'd be like, "Damn, how much more confusing can we get? Like, what else? What else confusing happened? Just tell me that." That's just a good question, because every time, I don't care if they mention Vanna, if they mention Kaylee, if they mention Stephen Zalvez, if they mention anybody from the Kohberger thing, guess what? More confusion shows up. It's insanity. It's insanity. I don't understand. I've never seen a case like this except for on TV.
Yeah, this shit's wild.
Like any other case similar to this would be so exposed so you can see everything, it wouldn't even be funny. But now it's just on and on and on.
This shit's crazy. Well, I appreciate you calling in, Pittsburgh. I'm gonna run some video. There's a couple videos I want to catch up on. I appreciate you calling in. We got to get to these videos though. We gotta watch these real quick. And I appreciate you calling in. Always, I enjoy your conversations. Been missing them. Glad to hear from you. I'm usually on at night though. I've been going on at night. I just did 6 hours last night and got back on this morning. I wasn't even planning on coming back on this morning, but this these 6 people that vanished off the face of the earth, that shit had me digging. And now I'm just waiting to try to get in contact with some people on that. And I got to do some research on that. But I appreciate you calling in. Is there anything else you want to say? Any final thoughts for everybody?
No, I'll be in the background looking at everybody. I'll be watching. Enjoy your day.
Thank you, Pittsburgh. God bless you and your family and the grandbabies and the whole. God bless you. Shout out to Pittsburgh. I appreciate her. I appreciate her calling in. Shout out to Pittsburgh. Gag order
September
case.
23 by Keller Engineering. Complete demolition of existing residence structure, including foundations, slabs, patios, identifying retaining walls. I don't see anything listed as tunnels. Do you? You see anything that says tunnels? Complete demolition of existing residence structure, including foundations, slabs, patios, and identified retaining walls. Site rehabilitation to include stabilization, backfill, topsoil, grading, and hydro seed. Erosion control. Traffic control during construction operations. Water and sewer utilities disconnection and capping. Schedule. The contractor shall perform basic and additional services expeditiously as it is consistent with professional skill, care, and orderly progression of work. Contract schedule stipulation.
Okay, so pretty much this is about leaked emails, King Road demolition, how much it cost. Right? That's what this video is about. How much it cost, and hearing that Chapin emails $1,200, which is crazy. I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard of documents being $1,200, but You know, who am I?
Crime scene in Idaho,
Oh, yeah,
in
gotta get into
Moscow,
this.
where 4 beautiful students were literally slaughtered, most likely in their sleep, has been destroyed. That's right, totally demolished. Or was it? Is there any speck left behind for scavengers seeking murderabilia? Is there anything
Murderabilia.
left for them? And why? Why would they do that? This, as the defendant,
Nancy
suspect
Grace
number
is a
1 in the quadruple slay, Brian Kohberger, makes a last-ditch effort to the judge to have the case thrown out of court. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on Sirius XM 111. First of all, take a listen to this.
It took just 90 minutes' time for the infamous home at 1122 King Road to become nothing more than a pile of rubble. The debris, loaded up by 2 contractors, taken to a secret area for disposal. The site was combed for not a
Said it
single
gets
item to
worse?
be left behind.
Hold on, you talk about on that last video, it gets worse? I thought it was just about the Ethan. Hold up. So you're saying the last video gets worse? They're 1,200 when they want to make sure it deters you from reading them. That's why I want them. Mom to 5, you know, long ago they had the Steagles. The Steagles, you're wilding. Thank you, Tracy. I appreciate that. Much love. I appreciate the love to the channel. Thank you. I appreciate you guys' generosity.
For the curious.
But hold up. Somebody said does it get juicier? Hold up. We got time today. I got all day. Hold up.
Structural demolition.
She said,
December
wait.
28th and 29th.
Who said that? Let me make sure. Keep listening. It gets worse, Brandy said.
Site
All right,
fill
here
and
we go.
stabilization. January 2nd through the 5th. Looks like they're coming back there in April through June. Final topsoil placement, grading, and hydro seed. April through June 2024, depending on weather. So they're going back in April or June. Yeah, there's no way that house was up to code. It's not up to code anymore. So it looks like they're going back to their home. So I guess the whole area is clear now. I haven't seen any pictures of it.
Kyle,
Totally
welcome to the
clear.
screen, brother.
Have you seen
Nice
pictures
to
of it?
see
Like,
you,
totally
man.
good. They're gone. But they're going back to the home in April, between April and June of 2024, depending on weather, to do topsoil placement, grading, and hydro seeding. Compensation. Compensation shall be provided on the time and material basis not to exceed $20,000 unless authorized in writing by the owner. Should any additional services be necessary beyond those represented, they will be authorized in writing by the owner as the change order to this agreement. That's page number 1. We're going to read page number 2. Confidentiality. The contractor agrees to keep all information regarding this contract confidential. Ooh, but they gave it to me in private right to know request. It's public. You can't have a contract confidential. Imagine that. The contractor agrees to keep all information regarding this.
And when we go back to watch the Nancy Grace video, that's about people actually stealing parts of the house. People are taking parts of the house. Why would you want parts of the house after it's demolished? I'm not understanding that. Do they think that they're going to find a knife in something? Like, what do people want parts of the house? I mean, that's the rumor is people are stealing parts of this house. What is the purpose of you taking rubble from this house?
This contract confidential and will not create any records, make any notes, or take any photographs beyond those needed for the work to be conducted, and will not disclose anything regarding this contract to any third party, except as required by applicable law. And we're applicable law, folks. Guess what? We are the public information people. I bet they didn't know that this was subjected to FOIA. Without limiting the foregoing, the contractor will not disclose to any third party other than its subcontractors the date of the work to be conducted.
Welcome, Caroline.
Yeah, they kind of leaked that out anyway, right? Didn't they leak that information out? The contractor will immediately inform the university of any violation of this provision. What? Special provisions per Idaho code. Look at this. Boycott of Israel. What? Pursuant to Idaho code 672346, if payments under the contract exceed $100,000 and contractor employs 10 or more persons, Contractor certifies that it is not currently engaged in and will not, for the duration of the contract, engage in a boycott of goods or services from Israel or territories under its control. What does Israel have to do with this? Special provisions, boycott of Israel. Ownership or operation by China.
Excuse me, the fuck did you just say?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Hit different.
Pursuant to Idaho Code section. No,
Yeah,
seriously.
that was
It's
weird.
talking about boycott of Israel, and it's talking about ownership of China. What's going on with China?
I know.
Here, let me actually, there's a phone number on here. I got to delete this out.
Oh, I know.
I'm not chilling. Hold on. Give me 1 second so I can delete this out and show you. Let me scribble this out. Redact. Okay. I think this is sufficient.
People
This is
would buy the
sufficient
damn
redacting.
off Tom Brady.
Look at this. It says a boycott, right? It says special provisions, boycott of Israel. Pursuant to Idaho Code 672346, if payments under the contract exceed $100,000 and contractor employs 10 or more persons, contractor certifies that it is not currently engaged in and will not, for the duration of the contract, engage in a boycott of goods or services from Israel or territories under its control. That's strange. I never heard that. Ownership or operation by China. Pursuant to Idaho Code 672359, contractor certifies that it is not currently owned or operated by the government of China and will not, for the duration of the contract, be owned or operated by the government of China. Why is that even relevant? Why is that even relevant? Why do they care if the contract is from China? Do they have something, a law in Idaho that says no, nothing can be done through China? Is that what's going on? I've never heard of a contract that says their ownership of China. Project coordinator, the contact person for coordinating for the project is Guy Esser, University of Idaho. If these terms are acceptable, please sign 1 copy of this letter and return it as soon as possible. Keep the other copy for your information file. We look forward to working with you in an expeditiously manner. Raymond Pancuff, Director, Architectural Engineering, 12/28/2023. He signed it the 28th.
Is this a wait for it moment? Like,
it's weird, but that was dated on the 8th. Weird stuff. I'm kind of learning this as we go too.
People were running.
Here we go. Here's some more. We got that. Got the contract. What is this? Shot rocks, projects. What is this? Tell me if you guys know what this is.
Critical thinking is pretty interesting. They have political provisions. Yeah, it's definitely wild. It's definitely wild. And like June said, make sure you hit the like button. FTA for the algorithm.
Material specs of the King Road. Germer construction. What
about Taiwan?
Idaho, King Road demolition. Make correction as noted. Moscow. Shot rock.
Plants
shot
for chicken, pork, and beef.
Material use. Shot rock will be used as rock fill from the demolition and excavation of foundation. Shot rock consists of basalt rock formations local to the Moscow area, generally consisting of rocks ranging in the size of 10 inches to 3 feet.
Alex, what? He said, what a very strange thing to do. I heard people were urinating on it. So you're telling me that people are literally pissing on the Idaho foundation of where this house was? What?
10 to 3 inches.
That's crazy.
I don't know. Is that feet or inches? What's the 2 little squigglies? Is that feet or inches? My math is off. All shot rock will be supplied from our own stockpile in Moscow, Idaho. It was derived from blasting performed in 2022 and 2023 at a subdivision project in the farm foothills of Moscow. It is currently located on Sand Road. Sand Road, folks. Sand Road is inches. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes you get one of these brain things and you're like, is 2 inches or feet? 1 is feet, 2 is inches. Thank you. Thank you for correcting. Shot rock. So they got some shot rock going on. All right, so what else we got? This is the rock that's going to be there. And they use an example here of some shot rock.
Oh, you said maybe it's BK's fans. Yankee Kyle said T-REV did one of the girls order night unalivings. Unknown. Stop calling. Just stop it. Give up already.
I don't know what this is. Germer construction. Fill material approved. Place, lift, fill in lifts and compact as per drawing notes of sheet C102. Coordinate, fill, place, and compaction observation with owner's third party Joe Tech Consultant. GPI Pullman. So they use a subcontractor, I guess, or a third party. GoTech, Goetech. What is this thing about? So we got Germer Construction, folks. Germer Construction. They got a steal deal, right? $20,000.
That's just old exclusions. Jersey said those provisions are common with state and federal contracts. I write lots of RFPs and have to attest to similar provisions, i.e., no investments in Iran, Russia, Belarus, and etc. Those peeing on the house were students. They were trespassed and cited.
Oh my God!
Were they? I didn't even hear about that. That's crazy. Kerry Koo. I ain't seen that name in a minute. It was students of U of I peeing on it and no longer after they were alive or unalive, murdered. That's the word I use, but some won't. I get it. There is video of law enforcement telling the drunk students that peeing on the property had to stop. Yeah, I definitely missed that.
They did that discount. Hold on, I gotta check my records.
Isn't
here.
a call
Give me
loss
1
for
second.
FPD back in September, October, if I remember correctly. I don't know why I haven't seen that.
While I'm on here, folks, from my JLR Army that works tirelessly behind the clock. You know how many records requests we send on a daily basis?
I appreciate that, Yankee Kyle.
Like, not just with the Moscow, Idaho case, but I've been piling San Antonio galore.
Appreciate that, brother.
Okay, so I was told through my sources, some colleges participate in BDS, which is anti-Israel. So maybe that's why it was about the contractual stuff like that. We on JLR investigates don't discriminate against any race, religion, or culture. We welcome everyone. We don't boycott anyone on this channel. If you're pro-Palestine, pro-Israel, you're all welcome aboard on this channel. Come on in. Come on in. You can come and you can share, and we can be a big Earth family. All right, so we got this. We got King Road. This permit becomes null and void if the work or construction authorized is not commenced within 180 days.
We want to
or if
see that.
Construction or work is suspended or abandoned for the period of 180 days at the time the work is commenced. Look, they signed it at 12/18. I hereby certify that I have read and examined this permit and know that the same to be true and correct all provision of laws and specify herein or not. The granting of a permit does not presume to give authority to violate or cancel. So this is like a permit. And I have like all the maps and stuff they gave too. Again, I didn't see any tunnels, folks. I was always curious about the tunnels because people have been talking about the tunnels, but I didn't see any tunnels.
Is it the tunnel talk again?
Map that they provided. City of Moscow Engineer Division.
Is that damn tunnel talk again, man?
Look at this. Now they have like a bunch of flag people on here.
There's body cam for trespassing incidents. FOIA, that shit.
Traffic court. It's by traffic.
Freedom of Information Act.
City of Moscow. City of Moscow Engineering Division application for right-of-way work permit. Look at that. So our home is, where is our home? Where is our home? Where's our Moscow home? Right here. Right here. Here's our home. And look at all this stuff. Look at all this stuff. I don't know what this all is. Flag people. I guess they had flag people that have to, look at that.
It's temporary road closings. Now, leaked emails, we've seen that. King Road demolition, we've seen that. All right, let's move on. I just wanted to check that out. I missed it, that certain part, but definitely just wanted to check it out. Now, let's go over this because we're going to be seeing a lot of this in the courtroom.
This is T-REV,
Now, I made this video for you guys and went through and did the research on faro scanning. Okay. I put this video together for you guys and you guys liked it. I see that you guys liked it. But this is for people who haven't seen this video. This is what to expect during the trial. Your host as always, and I promise. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is T-REV, your host as always, and I promised you that I would do a faro scan deep dive. Well, here we go. Today's focus is on Brian Kohberger's trial and the revolutionary use of 3D laser scanners in forensic investigations. The King Road case involved a brutal crime where 4 college students were slain during the... Hold on. I don't like that. We sound low right now, and it needs to be turned up. Investigation, 3D laser scanners were utilized to capture precise and extensive data of the crime scene. The technology used was instrumental in reconstructing this scene virtually. Now, let's break down the basics of 3D laser scanners. The primary goal is to capture more accurate and comprehensive data. The scanners can be set up in any environment, day or night, rain or shine. The device captures approximately 2 million measurable points per second, reconstructing the scene to a perfect 3D model. Here, we have a real crime scene, a shooting in a barber shop. The scanner captures millions of data points, creating what we call a cloud. This fly-through video provides a top-down view of the entire scene, allowing for better spatial understanding. It's highly effective, whether it's a multi-level building or various rooms, indoor or outdoor. The scanner captures overlapping data, creating a seamless 3D model. This capability makes it invaluable for investigations in complex environments. We're now using this technology to scan schools, creating detailed 3D models. This aids in developing proactive security measures, allowing law enforcement and schools to prepare for emergencies, including active shooter situations. The 3D laser scanning data becomes a powerful tool in the courtroom. It allows the prosecution to virtually walk the jury through the crime scene, providing a clear and precise understanding of the events that transpired. Do you think, and this is what we're going to see, we're going to see something similar to what we're seeing on the screen here, right? Now, it's definitely going to be a different layout because the house is, it has different floors, but they're going to do a play-by-play with this faro scanning. And this is what we're going to see in the courtroom. Now, I agree with what you said up here, Critical Thinking Cap. What did you say? Where's that? Where's your comment? I actually seen it and I agree. You said, as amazing as faro is, it still doesn't compare to being at a crime scene physically, in my opinion. And Ali Brooks said, T-REV, they dig a big hole and buried the house many feet down so no one can steal parts of it. I think somebody paid the university. I made a huge donation to get that house down, and made a huge donation to get that house down. Maybe you meant. Tammy says, I told Magnolia the tunnels are talking about is the opening to the main sewer that runs underneath the whole area. Mom to Five Kings, I do believe there are tunnels everywhere. This is where sinkholes happen. If the ground is solid for miles deep, the core, how does the hole appear? This is what we will see, but can it be altered? That's a great question. Thank you, Tracy. I appreciate that. They should have left the house up 100%. I agree. In the courtroom, it allows the prosecution to virtually walk the jury through the crime scene, providing a clear and precise understanding of the events that transpired. It's a game changer in presenting complex evidence. Wow, I didn't know that. Maybe you didn't either. In addition to its courtroom applications, 3D laser scanning technology provides accessible files for first responders. These files can be accessed in real time, allowing critical incident responders to have immediate access to detailed crime scene information in their cruisers while en route. This is incredible for first responders. Imagine having immediate access to critical crime scene data while en route. Here we have a faro website where first responders can access detailed 3D models and measurements, aiding them in their response to critical incidents. The progress we've made is incredible, and I'm excited for the future. While it's groundbreaking for police investigations, 3D laser scanning can be applied in construction, manufacturing, and various other industries. The precision and efficiency it offers makes it for a wide range of applications. We have some interesting developments regarding the removal of additional items from the crime scene. I've received some emails about mattresses and other items being taken away from the location. To discuss this matter further, based on the information received, it seems they were moving out more items, including mattresses from the King Road homicide location. Now, if those mattresses contain potential evidence such as knife damage or relevant traces, it's standard procedure to have them scanned, measured, and eventually brought to the lab for further analysis. In similar cases, I have taken entire beds to the lab for reconstruction and analysis. For instance, in a shooting case where the bullet passed through the mattress, examining the bedding becomes crucial. It doesn't surprise me that they are taking these items for further examination, considering the nature of the crime. The court order is a standard procedure to preserve the crime scene, including all evidence until a specified date or until further notice. The defense typically requests this to ensure they have all access to all relevant samples and information. It's part of the discovery process. The timing might seem unusual, but the verbiage in the court order is a legal requirement. By law, evidence must be provided to the defense during discovery. As for the removal date, it could be a logistical or procedural matter. Sometimes items need to be carefully documented before their removal. I'll be showcasing a crime scene that was documented with a Faro 3D laser scanner. This technology provides an in-depth look at the scene, aiding in the analysis and reconstruction process. Tonight, we've explored the cutting-edge world of 3D laser scanning and its pivotal role in forensic investigations. It has been successful. Just, looking up research on this, it has been successful. It's been successful. So, does that give you hope at all with the house being gone? I'd love to know, because this is what we are going to be looking at in part of this trial. And yes, I am open. The lines are open, 219-885-9693. What is your thoughts? What is your thoughts? Do you think that Faro scanning is going to do the job here? Or do we have a chance at losing this trial? Will Brian Kohberger walk out as a free man? .603, you're on with me. What's going on?
What's going on?
How's it going?
I got through.
Yes, you did. What's going on today? Talk to me.
How you doing?
I'm hanging in there.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you too. I see you there, critical thinking cap.
Mm-hmm. You know it.
So what? You talk to me. What, you were saying some stuff in chat earlier, and it caught my interest. I'd love to hear about it.
Which part?
The part that you were talking about when it came to that. What was that name of the guy? I can't remember his name. But you.
Oh,
said,
Richard.
Yes, Richard. Yep.
Okay, so it's not available on the court website anymore. It's a document that's been removed, but some people were lucky enough to grab it and download it while it was available, and it is the affidavit of Richard Batanti. Richard Batanti was the defense forensic investigator that was brought in a while back, and he made a declaration in support of defendants. I believe it was the either third or fourth supplemental request for discovery. It was basically his affidavit in motion in support of it.
Right.
He is the gentleman who, based on, just according to what he wrote in his affidavit, after reviewing numerous interviews between Bethany Funk and law enforcement, so whatever he found, he has determined her to be the material exculpatory witness. And according to him, this is based on after reviewing numerous interviews that she did with law enforcement. So obviously it doesn't state in the document what he found that makes him believe that. But it's very interesting, because when you go back and you actually look through court docs as well, certain people were notified of their victims' rights by the court. And when you go back and you look at the case summary, I noticed that neither Bethany nor Dylan received notification from the court of their victims' rights. And neither did the Gonzalez family or the Kernodals. So there's a bunch of no contact orders in place for all of these people, between Brian and all of these other family members and whatnot.
Right.
There's a bunch of no contact orders, but I noticed that as far as the victims' rights notifications from the courts itself, Bethany wasn't notified of hers. Dylan wasn't notified of hers. No one from the Gonzalez family got a victims' right notification. From what I could see, the only people that received them are members of the Chapin family, Ben Mogan, and then Maddie's mom.
Interesting.
So, you know, there was a long time ago too where I kept saying, like, everybody was like, well, why did he go back the next morning, right? Why did he go back the next morning? And I caught a lot of shit for saying maybe he was dropping Bethany off.
I do remember you saying that. Yeah, you get
yeah,
shit. You know you're gonna catch shit for that.
yeah,
What
it's
it is,
just
what it is.
always, it's kind of always stuck out to me, right? That especially when we find out that, so it wasn't long after Richard Batanti, this all happened very quickly from the time that he was brought in to ISP serving the warrant on the Washington apartment. There was the items that ISP and Blaker collected. Even though they redacted the body cam, we can see that that's who's there. It's ISP Detective Tolbert on the body cam, it's Blaker from MPD, and it's Don Daniels from Pullman. So those are the, you know, officers on scene when the warrant is served for his apartment. And then they kind of just black it out and redact it for the rest of the video as they're going through. But I found it interesting that when you look at the collection, what was collected from the apartment, and you compare it with the body cam, like they're talking about his very fancy laptop that was left on the counter.
Correct.
Right. You can hear Don Daniels say it like in the video that there's a fancy laptop on the counter, and Blaker is like, oh, fuck yeah. You know, like he gets all excited about it. But when you go through and you look at the actual, when you look at what they collected, so they collected the laptop, they collected the Fire Stick, they collected, I believe, like an old computer tower, I think it was, but they left the smart TV. So when you start like comparing documents and you look, so after they served this warrant, it was only a few days later that the defense went back with Batanti and they took the smart TV. And they also took like some books that were left behind and some papers and receipts and things like that. So everything that ISP didn't collect, his defense team did.
Interesting.
And I always found it very interesting, especially when so this was in January. It wasn't long after that Batanti made his declaration regarding Bethany. And then by March, we had the Brady material disclosure. And I always found it very interesting regarding, because in my mind, I'm thinking, all right, if you are potentially the quadruple unaliver, right, the quadruple murderer, and you're cleaning out your apartment and you're packing up to leave, it always stuck out to me that he left this very fancy laptop, right, like strategically placed on the counter. It's just in the keys to the storage unit and things like that. So in my mind, I believe he was leaving. I don't think he was coming back, right? The keys to the office were still there. That's how they got and to his storage unit. The keys were on the counter, and they even say that in the body cam. So he left this laptop behind, but they never took it. And the defense investigator did. And I always wondered, when it comes to the smart TV itself, you see all these warrants that come in later for like Spotify. And I always wondered if someone else connected to the case logged into their Spotify account or Netflix or Hulu or something on his TV, and whether or not that data is stored. Because, you know, like in my mind, I'm thinking, like, what evidentiary value would his forensic investigator, technically for the defense, what would they deem necessary or evidentiary from his TV? Know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. I'm curious about what he read, what Richard read. What did he read? What did he see?
That's what I mean. I'm very interested to find out what Richard found or saw or heard, because he even describes, like in his affidavit, that Bethany's experience of what she saw and what she heard is unique to her and that nobody else would be able to. So it was like him basically saying that, like, because sometimes when it comes to these cases, it will be an officer on the stand, almost giving testimony for a witness, right? Like sometimes witnesses can't come and speak on the stand. So it was like Batante's way of saying that what she saw and what she heard is unique to her. No one else can speak for that. No one else can comment on that. I think it was a way for them to cover their bases of like, don't even think that we're going to let it slide, that an investigator is going to speak for her about what she saw and what she heard and what she told police.
Right.
You know? So whatever he found, you know, I'm guessing, obviously in cases like this, when they're pulling witnesses in, they're recording them, you know, audio, video. It's usually transcribed. I don't think someone is sitting there writing down Bethany's statements. I believe they're recorded, audio and video. And the defense obviously has access to them. And I know a lot of people think like Dylan. And I've always said from the beginning, no. Since that PCA came out, I've always felt like Dylan was thrown under the bus. I believe that the real witness, and the reason they kept her out of that PCA is Bethany. Because it's almost like from the jump, whatever she said, whatever she saw, whatever she heard had to be omitted. Whether that's because it doesn't line up with what Dylan saw or heard, or it deviates from the timeline, I'm not sure, but there's something in there that would, as far as the defense is concerned, and, you know, Richard Batante, yes, he's hired by the defense, but when you actually look into him, he's worked for both. He's been hired for prosecutorial, side. He's also been hired for a defense aspect. So he doesn't have like a bias. He's just going to go in and look at what is in the discovery, look at what he's allowed to look at, and then draw a conclusion from that. You know, there's no bias in it. So I'm not sure what he found, but whatever he found must be, it deviates from something that is what is the official narrative, in my opinion.
Interesting. Very interesting. Truth Don't Lie says shocking. Yes, we're thinking the same way. Jen said. What else we got? That gag order is the main reason all the conspiracy theories are out there. All the innocent people have been accused and blamed. It's all the court's fault. What's your thoughts on that?
You're going to have conspiracy theories no matter what. Doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is that this is like one of the first cases in history that I can think of for a murder case that the FBI has assisted so heavily in, but yet they do not want the credit. Usually the FBI wants their attaboys. They want their credit because they did the work, because their technology, whatever breakthrough they used, do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a good
they
point.
want the credit for that. This is like one of the first cases in recent history where the FBI is pulling a lot of the work behind the scenes and they do not want the credit for it. They don't want to cough up what they did, how they did it, And in my personal opinion, I oppose that. I'm sorry. I understand that in some cases, secrecy, you have to have a certain level of secrecy or keep things close to the vest, but we're being told the narrative is that this is a lone person. He did this on his own with no assistance from anyone, in and out in, a very short amount of time. And if that is the case and it's rock solid, well, then what's all the secrecy about? You wouldn't need all the secrecy if you had such a rock solid slam dunk case, because go back and look at other cases. When they know when they know it's rock solid and they know it's slam dunk, nothing's hidden. They don't have to hide anything. They show it to show, no, we did this right. So there's something, in my opinion, going on behind the scenes where I don't know. I don't want to say law enforcement screwed up. I mean, they could have. Maybe there was something done wrong with chain of custody, something like that. where even if he is the guy, he could get off on a technicality because, somewhere along the lines, chain of custody wasn't abided by or some protocol was broken,
Yeah, no, it would be sucky if we didn't get to see them be on the stand in trial. The fact that he could possibly turn the camera, whatever. Like I feel we need to see it all.
Agreed.
Not
Yeah,
just that.
I'm not for any of it. I'm not for any of the secrecy or anything like that. I truly believe if the government has to persecute you and do it in secret, do you get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, I don't know, just as someone who's kind of a constitutionalist and fundamentalist when it comes to the laws and what our rights are, if your government has to persecute you and then do it in secret, they can't even show why they're doing it, to me, it's a red flag. That's just my opinion, though. I don't like secret hearings, secret trials, secret. Do you get what I mean? Even the fact that as soon as they found out that Bethany was going to be brought in from Nevada, or that, the defense was going to her in Nevada to get her statements and to speak to her, it was immediate, going for the secret grand jury. In my opinion, I don't know why you have to do that. I don't know why you have to do it all in secret if your evidence is so overwhelming.
Yep. I see what you're saying 100%. Like, what is it? Why is it if he's so guilty, just why not we just put out what you have?
And I know that you've had like stuff in the past, and so when you were going through your court stuff,
right?
You were entitled during whatever you were going through to any evidence that they claimed that they had against you.
Absolutely.
That led them to you. You know that your probable cause affidavit that was submitted, it didn't have 10-20% of the evidence that law enforcement had against you. It had probably almost all of it. Right? I'm guessing law enforcement weren't able to tie you up and cuff you up with 20% of what they had. They would have needed to, in order to, get an arrest warrant for you, they would have had to go to your judge with at least 80 to 90% in the probable cause.
Right.
Like most judges aren't out here signing off on arrest warrants based on 10% of evidence.
Agreed. I agree. I mean, but I don't know, man. That whole what is going down? Like, I still think they're trying to go for this the grand jury indictment, trying to take it to the higher ups. But
well, now here's the thing. So when it comes to the secret grand jury, right? I've noticed, like, even with the motion for the interlocutory appeal. So a lot of times when it comes to like an interlocutory appeal being filed, especially in a case like this, 9 times out of 10, it's due to they found that the accused rights were violated in some way. So when the state went to the secret grand jury, if they maybe didn't present the exculpatory evidence, that would be a violation of his rights. If the grand jury was instructed improperly, that would be a violation of his rights. So there are multiple issues going on here where they could appeal to a higher court, and if they can prove that his rights were violated, that to me doesn't prove he's innocent. Right? He could still be guilty, but get off on a technicality because they violated his rights in order to accuse him and bring him up on the charges, which is why I also just reinforces my opinion that your government shouldn't be able to persecute you in secret. Know what I mean?
Crazy.
And that's really been like my whole problem with this case. I know a lot of other people, they're on an emotional level about it. I'm not. I'm looking more on the aspect of if the government has to violate our rights in order to yoke us up on a crime that they believe we committed, but they don't have the proof. So they violate our rights in an attempt to try and get the proof. Nobody should be for that, in my opinion. That's not something that we as Americans should support. They should be able to bring you up on a charge because they have the evidence to prove you did it. Not circumstantial, like hard evidence. But we have a gag order too. So we don't know what evidence they have, right? We've heard a lot of speculation about IDs and things like this. And, you know, wouldn't it be some shit if the IDs that were in his car have nothing to do with any of the victims, but have to do with the survivors?
Right. Yeah. That
you know? And then that's where your exculpatory stuff starts to come into play. Like if one of these survivors actually knows him, was with him, dating him, who knows, right?
Yeah, imagine that. Yeah, we haven't. It's gag, so yeah. It's not out the realm of possibility for sure. That's a
right.
fact.
And I noticed that even with Batanti isn't saying that Dylan's an exculpatory witness. He's not naming anybody else.
I mean, they could have went. They could have went on a date or anything, right? You know, with any one of them,
right?
Possibly.
And Bethany seems to be the main focus when it comes to defense forensic side of it. So, you know, there's something that this man knows for sure about Bethany, her involvement either with Brian or something she told police that does not match up with the PCA. It doesn't match up with, you know, what's stated in the PCA by Dylan. For all we know, Bethany knows something happened much earlier in the night to Ethan and Xana. Do you get what I'm saying? Like that's a potential where she knows something happened much earlier than what the probable cause affidavit states. And if that's the case, well, that's exculpatory because we know he was nowhere near there. He was still allegedly making 3-point turns at 4:04 a.m. You know,
Shelly
so
goes.
if something happened to two other people, say at 2:00 in the morning, and Bethany knows that, well, that would not implicate Brian, in my opinion.
I get what you're saying. And I agree, Shelly, I agree with this. If gagging the case is the only way to not taint a jury pool, then all cases would have to be gagged. I mean, I guess
the jury pool's already tainted. I don't know how anybody wouldn't think the jury pool isn't already tainted. We've spent the last year with the mainstream media telling us that this incel stalker just picked up one night and decided he was going to murder 4 people. And he did so and left 2 alive because he's a crazy incel, right? So in a way that there's already a bias going on anyway, where you have a majority of people who watch mainstream media, they already believe he's guilty anyway.
Right.
So in my opinion, that's a
I
bias.
believe it's looking like he's the guy. Now, I'm not a stupid dummy that would believe so, you know what I mean? If something solid came forward during his trial, you know what it is? Like if I see some shit, I'm gonna call it. You know,
for sure.
Like there's been a lot of shit. There is weird shit now. The whole house being torn down before trial. What other houses have they torn down before trial? Can anybody tell me? Because I can't find one. Maybe you can.
Yeah, no, it made me think too. I'm like, wait a minute. We still have the Ballista Axe murder house up and running. The Lizzie Borden Museum. Right. We've got the Lizzie Borden Museum. I mean, there's tons of murder houses all over the country that are still up, never been torn down.
The New York, what's the Amityville? I mean, you got all these houses that are standing, in this case captivated the nation. In this case, they tear the fucking house down. We get a date for the demolition before a freaking trial date. Wow.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And
I
guess
do
what?
notice, I noticed though too in the community, even amongst the community, like true crime people who maybe don't agree. There are some people who believe he's guilty, and then some people who are like, well, I'm open that he might not be. That's one thing I think most people agree on, is the house. It should have just stayed up until trial. If we're going to do trial in June anyway, what's the problem? Leave it up a few more months, you know. But
they couldn't afford it. Right. You know, they couldn't afford it. They couldn't afford it. They couldn't pay. There was $700 a day. You know, that's the excuses that I was hearing.
Well, see, now that's the thing too, you know, like I get it. It's like a double-edged sword, right? So I could see where the community over there, maybe they want the house gone, or the college wants the house gone. Okay, fine. There were students peeing on it, you know. Hell's Canyon Security was like calling in to Moscow Police Department asking for assistance because the students were trespassing on the property, peeing on it. So in my mind, when I hear, like, you know, what's her face, Jody Walker over at the college talking about it's a healing step, it's a step in the right direction for healing. And I'm not saying all these students didn't give a crap, but like a majority of these students that do live in that neighborhood, they didn't give a shit. They were trespassing on the property. They were pissing on it. They don't care. This has nothing to do with healing, in my opinion. This has to do more with what is that land worth and what else can we do with it? Because now that the house is gone, that land is worth a certain amount of money. There are investors who are going to want to put up, you know, an apartment building for student housing that has 40 plus units in it, you know. Why have a 6-man house making $3,000 a month for the owner when you could be the college and have like a 40-unit building up where all the money's coming to you for the rent because it's for student housing. Off-campus housing, the college isn't making any money off-campus housing.
Whoa.
And, you know,
Cindy asked a good question. She said, I do not know that this is true. So this is a question, not a statement. Is Judge making money from a monetized channel for this trial?
That's what I was wondering too, because he does have a YouTube up where he claims the trial will be live streamed. So I know YouTube, I don't do YouTube, but from what I understand, you do after a certain amount of views and a certain amount of subscribers. You have to get what, like 400 hours or something like that of viewership before you can be monetized?
4,000 or 2,000,
Yeah.
one of the two. It's like 2,000.
Yeah.
4,
well, that's what I mean.
One of the two.
Yeah, so you already know, like, they'll be monetized. His channel would be monetized super quickly, obviously, because so many people are going to be watching it.
One day.
Yeah.
Already is, probably, honestly.
Right. Well, that's what there's nothing there yet, though.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You got to get the video. After the first video, 100%. 1,000%. But I don't even think honestly, I don't think they'll do that because they know that the backlash, they know that we will be on their bumper, that everyone will be on their bumper if they did some shit like that. I mean, it'd be sus, right? They control the cameras, then then put it on YouTube. The judge has it, and then they monetize it. What would that look like to everybody?
Right. Agreed. That's what I mean. I hope that even if YouTube gives them the option, once they're able to be monetized, I'm hoping they decline that shit. You know, because to me, it's going to look, it's such bad optics, even as of right now, where everything is so secret, but you're going to live stream it on YouTube, but you also reserve the right to clip it off whenever you feel like it. Like, right? Are you going to cut it off when it's time for Richard Batanti? In my opinion, if you want my opinion, this is just my opinion. So nobody can say, oh, she said that. No, this is just my opinion.
Absolutely.
In my opinion, the reason that they are doing this the way that they're doing it is to prevent the public from learning what the exculpatory evidence is. It's to prevent the exculpatory evidence and the exculpatory witness from being heard. That's just my opinion. I have a feeling that when it comes to Richard Batanti, Bethany Funk, whatever the exculpatory information is, cameras won't be rolling for that. It's just my opinion.
This shit better be rolling. You know why? Because, I mean, you hit it the whole entire time, which it damn near will be 2 years when we get to it, right? And maybe even 2.5. We never know. They might not even really schedule it for the summer. I'm hoping they do. But you never know with this case, with the way that it twists and turns and all the different things that they're doing. I mean, I did hear that there's a chance that defense could possibly take it up to the Supreme Court with the with the grand jury
interlocutory,
indictment, correct?
That's what they're trying to do with the interlocutory, is because, like I said, so if they believe that his rights were violated during the secret grand jury, they can appeal to a higher court, and if the Supreme Court agrees that his rights were violated, right. And I'm open to the fact that he did it. I'm not saying the dude is innocent. I don't have it's not up to me to decide that. I'm just open to the fact that he could be guilty, and I'm open to the fact that he could not be.
Yeah, no, there's both of them, and we got to keep that open mind. And I'm sure keeping my mind open. Yes, I do think that they have a player in this case, but the defense could change my mind with facts that they come through with. So, I mean,
right.
I want to see it because I've yet to see a video besides Linda Lane, right? I've seen this Linda Lane footage, but I've yet to see a video. And somebody made a great comment in this live stream earlier about how do we see a video of the Soto case within like a couple days? But with this, we get a grainy screenshot of somebody in a vehicle, and that's it.
Yeah, and even that's not even like, that wasn't released by the police either. We have no official police video that was released. The video that was with the grainy white car, that wasn't even released by law enforcement. So we have no official video from the police. And the only official documentation that we have on suspect vehicle 1, based on what Jay Logsdon in his filings has said, is that the video of suspect vehicle 1 that was turned over in discovery to the defense is a video of the wrong vehicle going the wrong way at the wrong time. So that is pretty interesting when you think about it.
That was torn down. Now, the house was demolished in October of 2014, and she was indicted in December of 2014. Erica Murray case. Oh, wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
You don't hear
I mean, it's rare for them to do it. It does happen, but it's usually pretty rare.
I wonder what the circumstances were in that case. I bet you it's nowhere near anything like this.
Well, I had a question too. Maybe because you did a lot of research on the Pharaoh. I've looked into Pharaoh a few months ago, and as much as I love the technology, I really do, and I think it's amazing technology. Here's the thing I didn't quite understand, is that when the FBI and the defense and the prosecution all went back in October,
right?
I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, that's great that you're coming back with the Pharaoh scanners now. The problem is at that point, the house has already been emptied out. So I'm not sure how beneficial Pharaoh's going to be when the crime scene itself has already been altered so much that even the prosecution is contacting the college to give the go-ahead to demolish it, admitting that because it was altered so much, a jury, it wouldn't permit a jury walkthrough anyway, because the home itself was changed so much. So I'm not exactly sure how beneficial Pharaoh is going to be if they're going and doing Pharaoh scans of a home where everything has already been removed.
Gutted. Yeah.
Right.
And I get what you're saying 100%. And I'm glad you said that. Are they going to go based off of the pictures of the crime scene footage? Like, that's actually, I'm glad you put it that way. That's another deep research I need to look at, because I don't think I'd seen where they say for a fact that they go in and record the crime scenes, right? They collect all these different things like beds, etc., to pack away and put in evidence to see, like, especially they're saying that they were stabbed or one at least was stabbed in the bed, right? So they collect all that shit. What are they going to do? And you made a great point there with the FBI going in late, way after the scene was gutted. How are they going to create that? Now you got me thinking. I have to go find out what that is.
And here's the other thing about Pharaoh. So, like, Idaho State Police, way back in the beginning, when the captain for ISP was giving statements in the press conference to the news people, he said that ISP had conducted multiple 3D scans of the home, and that was prior to Fry pulling up with the U-Haul and cleaning things out and things like that. It was prior to the beds being collected and all of that. So now I'm looking at it going, okay, awesome. Now I looked into, that's what made me look into it. I wanted to know what kind of 3D scans ISP was doing. ISP has their own Pharaoh. They bought a Pharaoh system back in like 2021. They own their own Pharaoh system. So I'm going, okay. So ISP already did multiple 3D scans of the home with their Pharaoh technology that they acquired back in 2021. But then in October of this year, well, 2023, you have prosecution and FBI going back to do Pharaoh scans. And furthermore, one of their Pharaoh scans and the scanner and the technician, they had in the driveway of 1112, the watermelon machete house there. The one with the light bulb camera. That house.
Interesting. The light bulb. Are you
So,
talking? Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about.
you know where I'm talking about, right? The light bulb camera house.
Yep.
And that's also the house where like there's the pictures and videos of like Xana throwing a watermelon at someone with that big, huge bushcraft knife, and they're like splitting the watermelons in half.
Yeah, I seen that
with their knife.
I seen that.
Yeah. Yeah. So that house in October, FBI had a technician with a Pharaoh scanner in the driveway of that home. And I'm like, what the hell are they doing Pharaoh scans over there for?
A lot of interesting aspects here. Good God. You're on fire.
It's just crazy to me. Yeah. It's just, I'm a liar?
No, I said you're on fire.
I thought you said I'm a liar. I'm
No,
like,
no,
oh, hell no, I'm
hell
not.
no.
I'll send you the picture.
I'm listening to you and you're making great points. I like that. I like the angles that you're taking with it too. And
I'm just trying to keep my mind open based on what we know, what we can see, right? There is a photo of a FBI technician with a Pharaoh scanner in the driveway of that home. And I'm trying to figure out, I'm going, why are they doing Pharaoh scans over there? Thought maybe it has to do with the audio. I don't know, maybe it's for audio purposes, but it seemed very odd to me that they would have a technician over there at that house in that driveway doing Pharaoh scans, and the scanner is pointed in a way where it's not pointed at the King Road home. It's pointing like towards Taylor.
I wonder why they did that then.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm super interested in the 3D stuff. I'm really interested. I hope we're going to be able to hear what the exculpatory, because that to me in my mind, right, hear both sides. And if there is really good exculpatory evidence presented, like Bethany was actually with him that night. This is why his vehicle was in the area. He was picking her up and dropping her off. Things like that. If it, in my mind, if she knows this, there is something that she knows about this crime, when it occurred, how it occurred, his tie to it, that is being withheld. Why she's withholding it, I don't know. Or why she attempted to withhold it, whether or not the defense even got it out of her, I have no idea. But there is something going on that ties her as the exculpatory witness. Not just a regular, they're saying she's a material witness.
Yeah. And which impacts the trial. So I want to see what they had on that. And that was interesting when it came out, that the whole exculpatory stuff, and then it just went mute because they got it shut down pretty much, right? They pretty much shut down everything. But did they ever meet?
I don't know. If they did, I'm guessing it was in secret, because it would have been sealed anyway.
I wonder if that's
it wasn't long. It wasn't long after that the gag order and everything went in place. along with the secret grand jury, along with anything, any communication between the defense and Bethany, all of it. It just went silent.
Yeah, the
You know?
FBI did it on Halloween. They went in and did the Faro scans on Halloween. So we got that, and then now in December, the house was demolished. Then I mean, it's just like everything was back to back. The only people contesting it, the prosecution didn't care, and the U of I didn't care, and the defense was cool. Yeah, go ahead. Nobody fought it, but the victims' families.
I think it's because they all agree that the scene itself had been altered so much between the items being removed, the U-Haul rolling up, people getting their belongings back, you know, things like that. And then I think to myself, well, if it was altered so much and it's so unuseful, if it's of no use, well, then why are you going back with Faro scanners on October 31st then? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, I mean, like at the last moment, shouldn't they have already did the Faro scanning? Like,
right. 100. That's what I'm saying. ISP was doing 3D scans with Faro way back in the beginning. So I'm not exactly sure what the FBI would be doing there on October 31st with the Faro scanners. There's nothing in the place. Even when they demoed it, there was no refrigerator, no dishwasher, no washer, no dryer, nothing in that rubble, which means prior to the demolition, all of the appliances and everything were pulled out.
you know what? So from what I'm able to find, right, and I'm glad that you brought up the topic with the Faro scanning, and you know they went there on on Halloween and all that. So I was able to find something that says that they go off the stuff that the scene should be documented with videotape, and they go off the documented with videotape, photographs, and sketches. So they use a lot of that and build it with the Faro. After, I mean, that's what I'm reading right now. So
right. So there is potential for human error.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's how you got to look at it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Anything that's
Meaning like somebody's, even if someone sketches off, right, if someone sketches the fridge in the wrong spot or the bed in the wrong spot, right. Yeah.
1,000% it is open for human error, and they better take their time on it.
Well, you know, there's one more thing I wanted to bring up to you too, because maybe you can deep dive it on your own and come to your own conclusion. So, back in the day, Becca Barlow, when she made her declaration in support of a supplemental request for discovery, I don't even remember which one it was, 4th, 5th, 7th, I have no idea. There's been 11 to date. But Becca Barlow, if you go back and you actually read her declaration, I believe it's on like page 4, 5, or 6, somewhere in that area. The first like 1 or 2 pages is basically her credentials and things like that, and other cases she's worked on. But then she gets into the discovery in this case. She gets into what was presented to her, what she looked at, what she actually saw with her own 2 eyes regarding the discovery in this case. And she refers to 3 to 4 DNA profiles that were uploaded to CODIS prior to Kohberger's arrest. And I found that very interesting. That stuck out to me. I'm like, prior to him being arrested, they already had 3 to 4 other full profiles. And the way that she describes it is the profiles, the 3 to 4 others that were uploaded into CODIS by law enforcement prior to his arrest, these were full profiles. And she refers to the profile for Kohberger to be partial and ambiguous. And she's questioning, she is basically saying that she supports the defense's request to see the work product for those 3 to 4 other DNAs plus this partial and ambiguous one. How did they replicate it to make it a full profile, to upload it to CODIS? Because you can't upload partial profiles to CODIS. It's not how it works.
Yeah.
So, you know, when you go back and you kind of read through some of these declarations from people in support of the supplemental request for discovery, especially your IgG people, your DNA people, like Gabby Vargas, Becca Barlow, go back and read some of their declarations. You know, it's just interesting to me, knowing what we know now, to go back and read some of these declarations that are in support of this particular evidence in discovery being turned. This is evidence. There is evidence that wasn't turned over regarding the DNA to the defense. And Becca Barlow is saying, I support this motion because, as a DNA expert and someone who has handled this before, I know you cannot upload a partial profile to CODIS. So we would need to see the work product for how this partial and ambiguous profile was made into a full profile for it to be uploaded. Like, you can't just say, we have this person's partial DNA. Trust us, we did the right thing with it, and then we uploaded it. Know what I mean? There are laws in place and things that they have to follow. You can't upload partial profiles to CODIS. So it's going to be interesting to see the work product on the DNA and whether or not it was actually, I don't want to say done correctly, but if someone in the lab even just used like an expired, they add like certain things to the DNA to amplify it. So if they use like an expired amplifier, anything like that, if certain things were not recorded correctly or done correctly by the lab, that's potential to get the DNA thrown out. I guess my point is we don't want to see this dude getting off if he is guilty. I don't want to see him getting off on a technicality. I want the state to show, no, this is what we got. This is how we did it. We can show the work product for all of it.
Yep.
And everything was done by the book.
That's transparency.
Right.
That's transparency. That's what we should have in the justice system. And I'm hoping that that's what they bring. If you get what I'm saying, that as much as they're saying in the way that they let this house go down, I'm guessing that you have some very good evidence. If you know what I mean? I'm guessing you have some good evidence because you let the house go down. You're going for the death penalty. Like, I mean, come on now. Like, you either got some really good evidence or y'all fucked up big time.
Right. And that's kind of to me, that's the worst part of it, right? Because if it comes out that he gets to get off on it, like he could have done it, there's some evidence it could have been him, but because certain protocols weren't followed or certain things weren't done correctly, he could get off on that technicality. Nobody wants that. Know what I mean? But then I also look at the other side of it, where what if his side can prove he absolutely didn't do it, and this person just spent over the last year of their life in jail, falsely accused, lost their job. He'll never be, the career he was going for. Bye. Fuck your 6-figure career, buddy. Forget it. The rest of your life, there are people out there who are going to say you're the fucking killer no matter what, even if it's proven you weren't.
Right. Yeah,
even if there's some heart, right.
No doubt.
So if he didn't do it and he has to spend the rest of his life with this fucking mark on his name because, they messed up. Yeah. I mean, I get it. He'll be able to like sue the balls off of them for wrongfully, accusing him and holding him in jail all this time and stuff. But still, to me, it would be wrong either way. I don't want him to get off on a technicality, but I also don't want an innocent person sitting in jail for 2, 3, 4 years until it's proven they were innocent. Yeah, we're supposed to have the presumption of innocence,
right?
No matter what.
No matter what. Exactly. And I agree. Everybody deserves a fair trial. Everybody deserves a fair trial, and he will be getting that fair trial. I just hope they don't limit the whole court, that like the camera thing with judge. That's another. I mean, that's been bothering me. It's always going to bother me, the way that he's taking over the cameras, and then potentially hearing that when star witnesses come up, the camera could possibly be turned off or turned away. It's like, that I would be pissed off if we don't get to see that, for the
Bro,
simple
it's
fact of
sketchy.
why
It's
even
so
show us?
sketchy.
Why show us
Right.
the
What's the
trials then?
point? Yep.
That's
That's
one
right.
of the biggest parts of the trial, in my opinion.
It's crazy. That's what I mean. The whole thing is just, it's been over a year now shit, we've all had our theories, we've all had our speculations, but at some point you got to step back and be like, wait a minute. The fact of the matter is, we don't need all this secrecy if it's such a rock solid slam dunk case, in my opinion. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, Andy, I got to tell you
Never.
something. Yeah, I got to tell you something. I never close my mind. Yes, I do think it is Kohberger, but I never close my mind. You know why I never close my mind? Just for the fact that my jaw dropped when Casey Anthony walked. My fucking jaw hit the ground, and I will never, ever. Yes, I do think it is Brian, just based off some of the things that I'm seeing, but that can change. But and I still think Casey Anthony allegedly did it. Period, 100%. But that's just an example of jaw dropping trial. Casey Anthony, OJ.
Yeah. And it's crazy too, because even in the Anthony case, technically it couldn't be proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she was the one who actually killed her kid. It couldn't be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Yes, they had the decomposition hit in the trunk, and they found the remains not far, but when you've got someone like her attorney claiming, hey, it was one of the parents wanted to cover it up, and blah, 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 it was somebody else, it was this person, that person, it creates a reasonable doubt. And that's really all you need. If you can't prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, that's how people walk. Guilty people walk free because at some point something was done incorrectly and the state couldn't prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why it's so imperative that when you get to a scene, like especially in Idaho, we saw it with our own eyes. People traipsing through there with no booties, no PPE. When the FBI went back on October 31st, we heard for months prior to that about how it's a biohazard. The house is a biohazard. Yet the FBI goes back on October 31st. No one's wearing any PPE for a biohazard situation. They're all in plain clothes, no mask, no nothing, no gloves, climbing in and out of windows in like hoodies and jeans. So, it's crazy. This is what I mean. They should be able to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, no matter what. And I hope that they can.
I hope that they can too, for the families of both sides. I hope they can prove everything, and we can get past this. But like I said, I never close my mind. I do have developed an opinion, but I never close my mind. I learned that with the Casey Anthony case. So that just, I always, and digging in these documents for the past year, and that I have been digging in documents, which is really, I always used to just read articles, but now I'm really getting into the document thing. You know what I mean? Because I always used to be about just reading articles, but it's really more than that. The documentation speaks clearly, and even looking up the words that I don't understand so I can puzzle things together is a lot of shit that I had to do during my research on this case. So a lot of the things that you're talking about, the declaration, I seen the one was a declaration of Ann Taylor, the declaration. I've seen them all, but I forget the other names. I went through every single.
I went back and I was looking at Bicca Barlow's. Bicca Barlow's is very interesting.
Bicca Barlow's.
Bicca Barlow. She was the
what month was
she's one
that?
of the oh gosh.
I know
Bicca
it's
was
hard.
back
There's
in-
so many different. I know there's so many different documents. Hard to.
I was just looking at it the other day too. It's near Bicca Barlow's declaration is in like up near where like the warrants and stuff are. The Meta warrants and the Amazon and the Apple warrants and all that. It's kind of like up in there. I think you can actually like go into the case summary and in the search bar just search like Bicca, and it should bring you to the document with her name on it. But
how's it spelled?
I know Bicca B-I-C-K-A.
That's what I thought.
Bicca Barlow.
Bicca Barlow, State of Idaho versus Thomas Creech.
No, you want her for the Kohberger
Yeah,
case.
we got to go way down. I'm way off. Okay, here
Yeah.
we go. It should be a little bit down. It's going to be with all the declarations, of course.
Well, I will say this before I hop off because I'm going to be heading into work soon. But
Yes,
I
ma'am.
do want to say that if he did do it, right, I think they fucked up on the car, and they know they fucked up on the car because I think if he did do it, he wasn't in his car, and he definitely had help. I don't think he was alone. And, you know, unfortunately, because you've now cuffed yourself to this probable cause affidavit, the search warrants, the arrest warrant, right? You've cuffed yourself to this specific narrative. He was alone. He was in this vehicle at this time. And if you got that wrong, you kind of can't go back and redo it. You can't go and say like, oh, oopsie poopsie, we meant to say he was in this car at this time.
Mm-hmm.
Know what I mean?
Right.
And, you know, to be honest with you, I've always suspected if he did do it, he knows damn well he didn't leave a sheath. He knows damn well he didn't bring one. Which is why his defense is saying it was placed. Know what I mean?
Yep. It was.
So I'm always open to the fact that he could have done it, for sure. I just think that if he did do it, wasn't in his car because his car had nothing. I don't care if he was wrapped like Dexter. There is still going to be microscopic biological evidence from that crime scene in his vehicle somewhere. Microscopic things your eyeballs can't see. You know what I'm saying? That the luminol would have picked up. Amido Black would have picked it up. His car had nothing. So if he did do it, I don't think he was in his car. I think they got the car wrong. And they know they got the car wrong. But unfortunately, because at that point you've already married yourself to this specific timeline and this specific vehicle, now you got to make it fit because you fucked up and got it wrong.
Yeah. Thank you, Aries. I appreciate that. Thank you, Aries. Aries said justice for Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan.
Agreed.
And they deserve that justice. And is there more to this story? A lot of people seem to think that there is more to this story. I'd be mind blown if there is. It wouldn't be the first time I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And it won't be the last. You know what I mean? Like you're
right?
just never always going to be right with anything. You develop an opinion on certain cases, and in some cases, I'm sure there's cases where me and Andy probably agree on something, and then with this case, it's all, you know, every case is different. It has its own unique fingerprint. It's just what.
Well, that's what I mean. You know, that's why I like talking to you, though. You're one of the first people that I spoke to on this case, as far as like a YouTube creator goes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I've been with you for a while. I support your channel wholeheartedly, even if we don't agree. I never come with disrespect or anything like that. And I love it that we can just kind of brainstorm and like hit up each other. And I know I'm probably not right about like a majority of the shit that I think.
Same with me too. You know, it's all, you know, I speculate on a lot of stuff.
And you can't control how your mind thinks. I'm not going to be told what to think. That much I do know. The moment that someone tells me what to think, that's when I'm like, all right, now I'm going to question you, because if you want me to only think a certain way, I'm going to question your motive as to why, you know? So I appreciate creators who let people have their opinion or but don't tell them what to think.
Exactly.
You know,
exactly.
Like there are certain creators out there right now that will straight up block you and call you a troll just for like pointing out an anomaly in the case that kind of doesn't make sense. Or, you know, they'll say that like, you want to marry Kohberger or like, like,
yeah, no. I get, that. I do think it gets out of hand. I do think that gets out of hand and blown out of context sometimes. Like as BK supporters, when people are really asking questions and wanting answers to questions, I can see that. And I do see BK supporters. So it's, you know, there's a
that's
difference
the crazy
between
thing.
the
I'm
two.
not even a supporter of him.
Right.
It has nothing to do with him.
You're all
I'm
in the
just a
document.
supporter.
I get it.
Yeah, I'm a supporter of the people waking up to the fact that like something the secrecy is too much. We all of us, as far as I'm concerned, like I said in the beginning, if your government has to persecute you and then do it in secret,
Right.
that to me is a big red flag. And I think if a lot more of us demanded more transparency, you know what I mean? Rather than just being okay with the secrecy, demanding the transparency, maybe, I mean, I doubt it, it's the damn government, but maybe we could get somewhere with it, you know? And I know a lot of people are like, what do you mean the government? No, like your state law enforcement is a form of government. Your local law enforcement is a form of government. The FBI is a form of government. And none of these people should be able to violate your rights and persecute you in secret. None of us should be okay with it, is the point that I'm getting at. I wouldn't be okay with it if it was you know, Joe Schmo down the street.
And you're saying that you just believe that everything should be laid out in the open, kind of like most of the cases are now. Why? I mean, YNW
Right.
Melly, you know what I mean? You got YNW Melly.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can, they'll release immediate footage. So this is the vehicle. We believe these are the suspect vehicles. We believe these are the suspects. Be on the lookout for this vehicle with this plate. They do it all the time. Not here.
Yeah, we definitely.
There's something.
I mean, it's 100% that we don't want no innocent person in prison. Period. I mean, we want to make sure that there's concrete evidence that supports the fact that Brian Kohberger was the perpetrator, as they say. Yeah. Right? We want to make sure that that evidence is concrete and is to him, and not, you know what I mean, and not just some some weird shit going on. Yes, his DNA is at the scene.
Just saw a case. I just saw a case the other day. A gentleman who spent, I believe it was like 44 years in jail, accused of like a RAPE, that DNA shows he didn't commit. I think it was out of St. Louis or something like that.
This other guy's name. There's another guy that got innocently locked up for allegedly killing his wife. The neighbor said that he seen him put the body in the car. When the whole time it was somebody that got out of jail for murder and killed her. I'm trying to remember this dude's name.
What I mean. Yeah, this is what I mean. We have people, you know, the Innocence Project exists for a reason. We have people out there going into cold cases and digging up DNA, and they're finding that we're talking tens of thousands of wrongfully convicted people sitting in jail 10, 20, 30 plus years, right? While the actual perpetrators go free. We shouldn't have that. We really shouldn't. There shouldn't be one single innocent person sitting in jail for a decade, 20 years, right? Because their whole life is ruined. They come out, okay, great, they get to sue for millions of dollars. It doesn't matter. They were robbed of their whole life wrongfully.
Right.
I don't want that for anybody.
Lose everything.
So, you know, if anybody is interested, support the Innocence Project, you know, support these people who are going out and trying to help people who swear up and down they've been wrongfully convicted, and then they can prove it, you know. But we should try and help these people as much as we possibly can. I know I do. I do it on my own time. I volunteer my time, but if anybody can support, you know, it would be great. I think a lot more people should help those who are wrongfully convicted and they've been sitting there for a really long time just hoping someone will help them.
Yeah. I mean, there is innocent people that did see, like I said, that Dateline show that I seen, that dude was truly innocent. And guess where he still was? Prison, with the full confession, with the fingerprints lifted off his wife's car. He was still, and I'm trying to remember his name. I know that a lot of people watched it with me in Discord, so there's definitely Rep Gang family members that seen this episode with me. But this guy was locked up. He's been in prison for now, I think, 23 years. And you know, the guy confessed to the murder. They lifted his fingerprints off the passenger side door, but this fucking neighbor across the street lied
on his ass.
And she's seen him put the body in the trunk.
Ridiculous.
The things that people
And that's
will
why,
say.
too, even witness testimony is so unreliable. Because you got people out there that will claim they were a witness to something, and in reality, they hate that person. They have a grudge against that person, so they lie on them. Yeah, I saw him do it. No, I saw him. When they know damn well that's not who they saw. You know, they have a grudge against the person or something like that. Even witness testimony, unfortunately, is so unreliable these days because your witness could just be lying. That's the crazy thing. We should, you know, and it sucks, but like, that's the truth. There are people out there who lie. People lie. We don't know why they lie, but they lie.
It happens all the time. All the time.
But listen, you know, I love you, brother. I hope everybody has an awesome weekend. I'm getting ready to go to work.
Well, you do your thing. You go to work. Be safe. I don't know if you're getting hit with any of this weird weather that's going on, but definitely be safe out there. God bless you.
Nah, we're sunny, and it's like a spring day here where I am. So
damn, I need that. Well, I appreciate you calling in. Critical thinking cat.
Yeah, thanks for talking, homie. I love talking to you.
I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for calling in and being transparent and just having a respectful conversation. I really do appreciate that. I really do. And it was a great conversation. Chad enjoyed it. I'd enjoyed it. I hope you have a beautiful day at work. Critical thinking cat.
You too. Everybody have a wonderful weekend.
God bless. Lock your doors. Stay safe. Double locks, double glocks.
Double locks, double glocks, heard.
All right, I'll holler at you.
Bye.
Great phone call. Great phone call. She had a lot of good points too. I gotta give it to Critical Thinking Cat, aka Annie. She does bring deep. She does dive deep into these documents. She does bring up things, and it. You know, I do believe that Kohberger committed this crime. Don't get it twisted. I believe that Kohberger committed this crime. And I believe that evidence will show that. And the only reason I think that Kohberger committed this crime, well, not only reason, but reasons why I do think Kohberger committed this crime is for the simple fact that they have DNA, they have phone pings, they have alleged CCTV footage, and then you have a witness statement from Dylan. There's no telling if she picked him out of a photo lineup or anything like that because everything is so friggin' gagged in this case, so we don't know, right? Allegedly. You have Bethany, and they're saying that she holds exculpatory evidence that could release their guy from prison, Brian Kohberger. So if that was the case, then what's going on? Did they ever meet up? Did they ever have a conversation? I'm very curious to if she ever met with the defense like they said they agreed to do. I don't know. I'm getting hyped for this trial, though. I'll tell you that much. And I hope it is summer. So I hope it is summer so the families can get some closure. I believe they'll get the closure that they need. I want to say and hope and pray that they have solid or rock solid evidence. I mean, they already have DNA on the knife sheath. Hopefully they found some other DNA in the house, at least. If there's no DNA in his car, hopefully they found other DNA from Brian Kohberger on our victims. I'm hoping that Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, Xana, maybe were able to scratch them or scratch him or them, whoever. I'm hoping that they were able to scratch and get skin. That's what I hope. I hope there's other DNA evidence there. Now, it was a great point that Jennifer Coffin Daffer had made when I had talked to her on the phone on a live show. And I'm just, I kind of like, damn, she has a good point. She goes, yeah, they have the DNA off the sheath, but they didn't say if they had other DNA in the house. Then we also need to play into factor that there is a forensic, or there's that, you got the shoe print, right? The latent shoe print. Now, a lot of people say that it belongs to Dylan, but we don't know that to be the truth because they put it in the PCA affidavit and aimed it at Brian Kohberger like that was his footprint. So are they insinuating that Brian Kohberger's footprint is that latent footprint? I want to know. as well as you. I know you all want to know. We all want to know. Did that latent shoe print belong to Brian Kohberger? Were they able to retrieve a shoe that matched that of Brian Kohberger? If they were able to retrieve anything like that, then I got to kind of put them on the list with Soto, to be honest with, in the Soto case. I got to put him on the list with old Christopher Preciado and the whole family. If Kohberger was that dumb and was the one to commit this crime, and they found these certain things in his possession, if he had anything and didn't give it was stupid, right? I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. We will be riding that thing all the way out. Kush Chris says, what if someone else and he was driving near there though? What's up? Thank you, baby. Yes, please. So what if someone else and he was driving near? Let me turn that on too, by the way. My bad. Actually, you can call in 219-885-9693 if whatever your thoughts, opinions. Are you scared that the Faro scan isn't going to play out in court? Are you scared that, a witness is going to fold on the stand? 423, you're on with me.
Doug from Tennessee.
Doug from Tennessee. What's going on, my brother?
I hit the nail on the head about that woman driving that car.
On
Y'all had a good talk. Y'all had a good conversation, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Damn right.
I got one thing about this here.
Let me hear.
What if Bethany Funk and that other girl's timeline not adding up? She heard something at this time, and she heard something at that time. What if they was two different people or three different people at two different times? You see what I'm saying there? The one could have heard something at 12 o'clock when Ethan and that girl got home, and the other one could have got home later and heard something at 3 or 4 o'clock whenever she got home. And the timeline's not matching up. So one heard something at this time, one heard something at that time. We need to get this to the grand jury quick. And I don't care what you say. I'm married, been married for 37 years. And there's no way in the world that my wife would allow me to pick two drunk college kids up, women, and take them home and not be divorced. Sorry. Sorry. And do it for free. I don't believe that. I believe something happened between that girl and them boys, and they ran. And he caught them. And somebody else come in and done the other two. And they had two different sounds and two different timelines. That's why that one is gone and don't want to come back. Because the defense got in there, and one said one time and one said another time. There's two different times. That would be exculpatory. And another thing, what if that other one was with Brian and he dropped her off? He come back the next morning because she left her ID in his car.
Oh my God!
And something to think about.
That is something to think about. It's definitely something to think about.
I hit the nail on the head about the three people and the mama driving the car.
So you're saying, what if one of the girls went on a date or anything and dropped the ID in a car?
Yep, the one that they got the exculpatory evidence. The evidence that they're going to have is she was with him. He brought her back, dropped her off. The next morning, at 9 o'clock, he came back to bring her ID because she left it in the car. Something to think about.
Oh shit! Okay.
And I got you one on you, Casey Anthony.
Oh man.
Here's what my theory is on her. She comes home with that little girl, pulls up in the driveway, and drops her off and tells her to go in the house. She watches her go in the house, gets in there, and grandma's asleep. Sleep on the couch. Never knows nothing about the little girl getting in the house. She goes out there and gets in the pool and drowns.
Yeah, man.
Daddy comes home and finds her.
I think.
Damn.
I mean,
yeah, that's my opinion on that.
Her walk-in was mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, but she wouldn't know.
That's why, that's why with these trials, it's like really hard to, I got my opinions on who I think did what. I look at I'm now looking at these documents. I'm seeing what they're saying. I'm trusting, hey, it looks like they have enough evidence from what they say with the verbiage inside of the documents. So I'm hoping once we get in that courtroom that there is that extra bit of DNA. There is, that maybe they found the direct shoe that matched the latent shoe print. That's the type of shit that I'm gonna be looking for.
But what if they what if they put a shut up on this because them two girls had different times and the defense caught it? They caught it. One was at 2 o'clock and one was at 4 o'clock.
We
never know.
Cian, we went over that. We've went over that here multiple times. T-REV, can someone clear up if the car seen on Linda Lane has a sunroof and if BK's car has a sunroof? No, BK's car didn't have a sunroof, but the one from that other camera did. And that camera, I believe, was at between 12 and 1 in the morning, I believe.
Yep.
With the one that had the sunroof?
Around 12 to 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir.
And that happened then. And the other ones happened later. It just so happened they were in the same house.
Why would she blame her dad then? Peppy22 said. Oh, yeah, you're talking about Casey Anthony, Peppy22. Why would she blame her dad? I mean, any criminal blames on everything else but themselves.
Yeah, I got to believe they all had something to do with that too.
Allegedly. Right.
Allegedly. The whole family. But I'm just saying, man, if they was two different murders at two different times, 4 murders, 2 at one and 2 at another. I'm just telling you, ain't no way. I've been married that many years. It never went on out with my wife. She's going to allow me to pick up drunk college chicks and take them home. No way.
My question for you is, do you think that Brian is the right guy?
Nope. I do not.
Who do you think? I mean, where are you looking at?
I'm looking at the guy that's got the wife that works at the police department that gives the drunk chicks a ride home.
Oh my God!
You make a move on a college chick and she turns you down and runs off. You're in a lot of trouble if you don't shut her up. You lose all your wife material. You're gone. You're divorced.
Damn.
And then you got the frat boys got the butt kicked and was mad about it. He whooped that boy. And that fight before that, he whooped that boy. They went to get him. He took some help.
Nah, I was just curious, because
I mean,
do you believe that old tunnel theory shit?
Nope. Don't believe the tunnel theory.
Yeah, I don't believe no tunnels either.
I believe the guy that gives the drunk chicks a ride home made a pass at somebody and they refused it. And that's where I believe the black jacket come from, because she run out of it when he was trying to grab her and they run home.
So my question for you would be then, how do we excuse Brian's DNA on the sheath? How do we excuse that?
He touched Bethany. He touched that girl. They were together.
Okay.
Hug, touch, anything. He was with. I got a feeling he was with that chick. That's why that's why the defense says she's got that evidence. He was with her. She called him the next morning to bring her ID back, or something else that she might have left in the car. And he goes back up there and all them police are there, and he freaks out and says, "See ya."
I agree with that, Leslie. Yeah, she says, T-REV, don't you think the defense throws all kinds of misinformation out there? That's her job to cause doubt, right? Absolutely. 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Just like that statement with throwing the kitchen sink and all this other shit. I remember when that came out, it was the verbiage they were using in there, but it's like when they got into that courtroom that one day with Judge and Bill Thompson has stood up and said they're asking us for something we don't have. Why wasn't it addressed there? Why didn't the defense say, "Oh, stop it. We've been asking you for that for the long." Why didn't none of that go on? You know what I mean?
Because they had to get rid. They had to get rid of it.
That's my
They
problem.
had to take one. They had to take one of them statements out.
That's my problem with the defense, though, is that they cause all this ruckus over a lot of shit, right? But they get in front of Judge, and it's like, nah, you know what I mean? He's not hearing it.
Well, we can't find it now.
He's not hearing this shit, man. So it's like, that's the part that if they really did violate Kohberger's rights, wouldn't Judge be able to call that out? Hey, you violated this man's rights. They made a great argument. I mean, he even said in the courtroom, now that I'm just said that, he said, I love the argument. I can't remember the exact words that he used, but he was like, I love the argument. And it was, I forget the word. He used a certain word. I was like, I've never heard a judge say that. Like challenge me. He said, I forget what he said. Chat, do you remember what Judge said that day? He was like, I like the challenge or something. Wasn't it something to that manner?
Was it? I admire your challenge.
Yeah, it was something like that. He was like, I admire your. Oh yeah, okay, there it is. Critical thinking Cap knows. He said the argument was very creative. There we go. The argument was very creative. So if he's seen anything wrong, he goes, the argument was very creative, but writes it off. So if his rights were violated, why is nothing done about it now? And why Judge not butting in on this shit? If he was really violated, like a lot of people claim.
It'll come out. That's why they put a gag order on it. Because there's two discrepancies right there. There's two discrepancies. And one can get lost. I don't have it no more. They've done it before. I mean, and who knows? Maybe the judge is in the back pocket. You can't never tell.
Yeah,
I've seen it happen before.
Well, I mean, she clearly works in there, so I mean, I'm sure she's been in front, maybe in front of. I've never looked at the research on it. Who has she been in front of? But I know she's worked there for a while, so she's definitely. They got to know each other.
Yep, but I'm just telling you, it's something to think about.
Definitely something to think about. I think that was a good take on the ID being dropped in the vehicle. That's a good take. Was the ID dropped in the vehicle on the date?
And bring it back. And it gets there and like, oh my God, all these people here. Man, I got to go. Cops here. I got to get out of here. Maybe it was something else that she dropped in the car. Maybe it wasn't ID. Maybe it's a little bump. Or a lot of bump. Man, you bring this to, I get over there and all laws there. You think you're going to get out with a sack full of stuff and hand it to her? You're going to go on down the road. Then I just believe they were out together. And she said it was at this time, and she said it was this time. Well, they got to block one or the other out or close it down real quick.
Fast.
Yep. But I just believe give the drunk chicks a ride home. Something happened there. And that's where the little black jacket that the law picked up came from. So they ain't out there in the middle of nowhere. And it looked the same as what she was wearing that night. Well, if you try to grab somebody and they come out of that jacket, they're gone. And run home, and he followed. That happened then. Later on, the frat boys come in and took out the other two. Because he got his butt beat.
Oh, got his ass. Oh, you talking about? I know you're talking about. He got his butt beat.
Yeah, at the party, the boy got his butt beat,
Mm.
and he come back with a friend. I'm just saying, it's something. I just don't believe the boy done it. You're not going to give up a career like he had over that.
I get the take. I think he done it. I think we got the guy. But yeah, I appreciate having these different opinions and people that call in like yourself with the opposite opinion. You're not just a naysayer. You go based off of your thoughts, and this is your thoughts, and that's why I open these lines and listen to people. And I catch slack for shit like, oh, you know, why you let these people call in and say these crazy things? It's like, don't you believe in freedom of speech? You don't have to agree with everything Doug's saying, but that doesn't mean that you can't be friendly with Doug just because you can't agree, or just because you don't agree with what his theory or opinion is. That doesn't mean you can't find good in Doug. I bet I can find plenty good in Doug and shit that we relate to in life together. In general, we have to be able to listen to other opinions, even if it is different from yours.
Yep. And if he done it, I'll admit I was wrong. But I was right about the woman getting out the car.
Oh, Mirta.
Yep, I was right about her. I told you she was too short. Not to come up over the top of the car, and then I seen y'all was looking at it, and then she gets arrested.
Damn, Heather with the 12. Thank you, Heather.
But y'all have a good day. Lock up, stay strapped.
No doubt, my brother. Thank you. I appreciate the call. Good call in as always, Doug. Always enjoy your phone calls, brother. Love and light for the rest of the day. I hope you have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you, brother. God bless. Shout out to him. Very good phone call. You know, we don't share the same thoughts, but I mean, he brought up some good points. ID, what if they dated? ID in the car. And then I see people in chat that also say he wouldn't date them. Or she wouldn't. They wouldn't date him. Date Brian Kohberger. He's a fucking creep. I see those chat. I see the chat going. 937 sent from heaven. What's going on?
Hey, Trev, it's the other Aaron.
What's going on, the other one? How you doing?
I just heard that I don't personally think any of those girls would have dated him. I mean, I've never met the man, thank God.
Mm-hmm.
Just the way he carries himself in videos and stuff that we've seen, the super skinny picture of him. To me, he appears to have Asperger's or something. There's something wrong with his social interactions with normal people, air quotes, that doesn't come through. And that's why he probably doesn't have a lot of friends or any friends. Or I don't, where's his family backing him up?
Right. Are they, they're not speaking out or nothing like that. If you thought that your son was innocent, wouldn't you take to media and say, my son is innocent, he's sitting in prison right now, and
Absolutely.
And not everybody is open. I do understand that not everybody is open. I get that. I understand that. But at the same time, the magnitude of this crime is super heavy, and your son's life is on the line.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Aren't you? Isn't it the other way around? You're supposed to bury your parents. They're not supposed to. With this death penalty going on and him possibly being able to catch the death penalty, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. But then again, I understand people's privacy and everybody's different.
True. But there's just too much pointing that way. And yeah, it's a college campus and things are going to go on as they go on every campus. I grew up near Kent State when they had their shootings. Did they demolish that area? No. Do they have little memorials on the place? Probably yes. But they didn't, the National Guard did that, but still, they didn't demolish the school. Again, that was a different time and a different world. But demolishing that house. Well, really, the moment they started taking things out of that house, I was going, oh, the acoustics, the jury's never going to really hear what they could hear or not hear. They're not going to be able to have that. Even if they have the digital pictures and the scanning, digital scanning, even if they have that, I don't know if they can record sounds with that to echo off walls, furnitures, you know. Sometimes when I'm in my bedroom, I can hear somebody whispering in the other room. You know, it's
Right.
just, when they tore that house down, I'm like, what are they hiding? They're hiding something. And then I watched Nancy Grace this morning, and she was right on it. She said people were out there picking up stuff, and I heard on your cast today that people were urinating.
Yeah.
What is wrong with people? If you're going to urinate on somebody, why don't you aim it towards BK?
Exactly.
I mean, I know allegedly and, you know, all that, but in my following you and watching things, I'm like, oh no, that and that DNA, you can't throw that out. You cannot throw that out. And how it got there, nobody's going to know. There was a lot of activity going on in that room. Nobody knows. You know? Who knows? If he was trying to battle both of them at the same time, he didn't know. And I personally just think it's him. I think if there was people helping him, he might have already flipped. You know?
Right.
Why sit
He
there?
would have flipped, or maybe not only would he have flipped forensically, digital, like through digital evidence, they would have been able to, you know, recap any perp that helped him if there was one.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah. Absolutely. And you know, they have all those photos and all the digital information. There's so much to go through. I'm hoping we see it in June. But you're right, it might be another year. And I don't know what we'll all do before that. Everything else is on gagged or hold or. And I just want to say, I think it would be super funny if Judge, if his real name was Judge. I'm sorry, I had to crack myself up. So it'd be Judge.
Right. Oh, Judge
So,
in the building.
yeah, I don't know about him yet, but and I also have noticed when they have shots of him coming in with his lawyer team, you ever notice how he eyeballs the lady with the blonde hair?
The lady with the
blonde
hair.
Yeah, I forget her name. His attorney with the blonde hair.
Ann Taylor.
Yeah, he eyeballs her a lot, and it's like he likes blondes, so wouldn't get too close to him.
Welcome, Penner. Yeah, that I mean, he was looking even at, for instance, I watched a professional body, like I forgot what he was. He was a professional body reading expert or whatever, and he was saying, I actually want to play that clip again. I actually need to play that clip again. That's actually an interesting clip. I bet you most people seen it. Have you seen it? The body of where a professional body language reading expert, they were going over it, and it was actually a very good video.
Yes, exactly. But whenever they show him, I freak out. I'm like, ugh. And then I see how he eyeballs that attorney, and I'm like, oh, that's just so creepy. You know, and I might just be looking into that because the girls were blonde and, well, not Xana, but his main target, supposedly, once again, air quotes. Yeah, I'm not glad they demolished that house because the jury would need to go in there and hear for themselves. You know, Maybe they'll need to go in a little drunk if those girls were drunk. Who knows? But I like the one where somebody was talking about if they were drinking, they'd had pee. Where did she pee? Like, where'd that come from? But she's probably right.
What about the creepy writings, Papa Rogers? You said what about what about all the creepy writings, Papa Rogers, and the other social media outlets? Those girls know something to didn't call the police. Sus. Jenny says. Now the Papa Rogers, I don't know. I believe Papa Rogers was a profile of our killer, allegedly.
I absolutely believe it. I check those ears out all the time. When I get a profile of him, I'm looking at his ears. I'm like, oh, Papa Rogers. Got the same ears.
Papa Rogers. Yeah, I believe that our guy is Papa Rogers behind that account. And when you do go onto the website and you do start digging through these documents, right, you start to see everything is redacted with TikTok. Everything is redacted with Facebook. Everything is redacted with Snapchat. Everything is redacted with damn near actually all social media platforms have redacted information in there.
That's crazy.
Yep. It reads redacted on there too. So there's shit in there that they're not showing.
So you get a piece of paper, it's all black with like 2 words, duh and this. Yeah, I'm about transparency. I can get the gag in a way, but be transparent about what is being talked about.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know it's not the trial, and he will get a fair trial. I talk to people around here; they don't know about the Idaho 4. I'm shocked. I'm like, what? You're college age. You should know about this. So I'm like a meme all out there, giving them a lesson. You know, lock your doors. Watch out for weirdos. You know,
definitely need
you can feel it. What?
That's a definitely need to lock your doors because people are just literally walking into houses nowadays.
Yeah. Even though if somebody really wants to get in, they're going to get in.
Right. They'll bust a window out, but you know,
yeah,
by that time the alarms are going off and
you'll be ready.
Bing bong.
Yeah. I love that bing bong.
Yep, it's over.
But yeah, it was good to talk to you today, Trev. I hope everything's going good with you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
And pinky swear you're going to be on every day with the trial.
Damn right I am. Shit.
Pinky swear.
Damn right I'm gonna be on every day, and exactly how I said too. After the trial day, every day we will watch the trial. Then I will end that live, or I will actually start another live during that live and transfer it over to the next live for final thoughts and phone calls on the day of what happened during the trial. If there's things to discuss on it, spicy topics, we're definitely gonna have call-ins after. And I have to put the timer on because I know a lot of people are going to want to speak and they're going to want to talk about things that were heard during the trial and arguments and different. I know there's going to be a lot of debates. So it's not just going to be only watching the trial. There's going to be debates after each day. And I'm ready for it. I think we're all ready for it. We're tired of everything being hidden in this case. We want transparency, not only for just the victims, but in general. For the justice system. I mean, it needs to be transparent all around in United States of America, and hiding all this different shit and the stuff that I've seen here in this case is definitely unique to other cases that I followed, because the other cases that I followed had information that, you know, so much information that you could look at it and be like, damn. And then you got this case here. It's like, okay, you got DNA. You're saying you got a little DNA out the sheath of the knife, and the knife was left behind. You talk about a latent footprint and his phone's pinging near the area, but allegedly there's no blood in the vehicle, right? There's no blood in the vehicle, which doesn't mean that he, you know, didn't do it. And I get what when Annie called in before too, she was talking about, you know, there should be some type of fibers or so, you know, just some type of forensic evidence within the vehicle or, you know, anything that transferred off him from that house that they would be able to connect the dots with and say, okay, yeah, this is our guy 100%. Now,
Yeah.
I think it's him, but
me
my
too.
mind's open. My mind is
Allegedly.
always open. You already know what time it is. We have these weird cases out here where things come up that, that are always hidden.
Yeah. This case is like a slinky. I don't know where it's going. Every time I look around, it's like, what? Or somebody's saying something weird. I'm like, what's going on?
Well, I mean, if you don't remember, for a while here, there was so many different things coming out on the internet with this case. Remember, it was like every other 3 or 4 days, some type of rumor was leaked out, and it was almost for like friggin' 5 months straight that within, at least maybe even once a week. At some points, it was every 3-4 days you would hear something new. It was something, every time they were bringing up something, another document dropped, and Kohberger's in court today, or now they're challenging the grand jury indictment, and I mean, there's just been so many twists and turns to the point where I'm ready for the trial now.
I'm definitely ready for the trial now too. But in the back of my mind, I'm always going, OJ, Aaron, OJ. Like, and there was so much on OJ. Come on.
Yeah, OJ.
I don't know if you agree or not, but
no, I do actually.
I mean, I was watching something the other day about all the forensics. They were showing what the evidence they had for the OJ trial, and a lot of it didn't make it in. And it was like, oh my God. It was like, and again, money. It's money.
Right.
I hate to say that, but it seems to be money. Money for the guy that sold the house, money for the school. Nancy Grace talked about people coming up, picking up vials of dirt, and, and how she walked around the house, and she said she could literally see inside the windows of those girls' room when she walked around the house in the dark, because she said she did it morning, noon, and night. I think she took walks or drives around there. She was like, yeah, you could see in the windows. I'm like, oh, I'm sure you could, because I'm sure BK was being a voyeur. Well, allegedly.
I'm sure his ass
was. What was that?
I said, I'm sure he was.
I know. I mean, it was too, you could do it too obviously the way we were seeing the pictures coming out of there. It was just like, man, he could just stand back in that woods and look in the windows like a freak. But, and I think he had it, we talked before, he had it planned and he pulled the trigger too early. Thank God, because they got him. And, I just want justice. Those families deserve justice. Those children that died, young adults, had their lives ahead of them and was snuffed out by walking psychopaths who wanted to have a profession of criminology. This, in my mind, it blows my mind. I'm like, oh, so he thinks he can kill somebody and not get caught just because he knows some of criminology. No.
They had blood evidence and he was still found not guilty. Yeah, LJ?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
In his house, on the car, in his council. It was everywhere. And they were too busy wanting to blame Furman. There was too many cops around there. And there's a lot of good cops. And there's a lot of shady cops.
Exactly.
But I hope the good is higher than the shade.
I know a few shady cops. I've met one within the last year.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I know some good ones. But
shady fake cops that were, fired and things like that for corruption and different things like that. It's crazy, that I mean, the fact that this show, I didn't even know we had a corrupt cop on here at one point.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
it's crazy. We had a corrupt
Is
cop
that
on
what
here and
happened to
was
him?
saying things that a lot of people would email me and say racial, like, who's this guy on your show saying these
I
racial
wondered what
motivated cop
happened.
things? And I was like, damn, you know?
I wondered what happened with that.
Yeah, it's all weird, man. All super weird but anyways, you know.
Yeah.
You know how it is.
You remember the OJ case, don't you? I know you're
I
too
had to,
young.
well, I was young, but yeah, I've watched documentaries on it 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, when that was on TV, that's what I did. I was waiting for that to come on, and I'd be watching it.
I was super young when when the OJ trial went down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I
I
was
know you were.
super young then.
I know. I'm
But I've
61,
watched the
so
documentaries, everything. Been obsessed with that damn Bronco.
oh yeah.
You know what I
2 of
mean?
them.
It's like,
Yeah.
but,
And see, they do have people that collect murder memorabilia. There are some sick MFers out there. Somebody bought Jeffrey Dahmer's glasses. I forget, there's a channel on YouTube about it that people will, oh, I got this clown painting from the Gacy guy, and just what is wrong with these people? Are they wannabes or just, I don't
oh
know.
yeah, they're Juanitas for sure.
I mean,
Definitely
why
not.
would you want to pay money for something that was a murderer's? I don't get it.
There's people with weird obsessions. That's what it is, really. People
That's a
with weird
fact.
ass obsessions, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Nancy Grace was pretty great.
I'm about
I
to
love to
play
watch
this.
her.
I'm about to play this damn body. What is this body? The body. I want you to. You said you never seen the body language?
No, I've seen that. Oh yeah.
No, okay. I was just wondering
I've
if you
seen
did.
it, especially, well, I've seen them when they were doing Jeffrey Epstein on his facial movements and stuff. I watched that one.
Oh, I know. I mean the one
And
on Brian Kohberger from the Expert.
oh yeah, I did see that one too.
I'm
That's
about
when I started watching how he eyeballed his attorney. I'm like, oh my God, this is so creepy.
Yeah, thank you,
And then
Brandy. You too. Go ahead.
he smirks at her and eyeballs her. It's gross.
Thank you, Brandy.
Ew.
Uh.
Well, I should go and let somebody else talk to you because I probably really didn't say anything.
It's
You didn't already
okay.
know.
You said a lot. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for calling
And
in. I appreciate your phone calls every time. The other Aaron, it's a great phone call, great conversation every time you call in. God bless you. Thank you for being a supporter on this channel. I really do appreciate your support. I just want to let you know that. Thank you. I see it. It's appreciated.
I've been trying to get on Discord, and every time I do, I'm like, I'm in the chat and there's nobody chatting. I'm like, I don't even know.
What?
I just go every
I'm
once in a
always in
while and
there.
look.
I'm always chatting.
Dude, I'm 61. I'm still trying to figure it out.
I know. I did. Email me and I could walk you through it, and it may be easier than you think.
Okay.
I'll send you some screen recordings and things how to set up.
That sounds great. You're great, T. We love you. We all love you. You give us a platform to vent and share, and it's amazing what you do. And I hope you know that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I know what I'm doing. I
And-
know where my heart is. I know what I want. I know what I want to give to everybody, and I know what I want to offer too, right? It's giving a platform. Also, I do make my own content. Yes, I do have lives where sometimes I don't take phone calls, but
that's fine.
I do work, like I'm saying, I work on content that go enjoy the videos. There's videos, full stories that I just dropped within the last month. Very good, detailed, documented documentaries. If you haven't seen them, go check them out. They're very good on other cases. Jessa,
oh yeah, I have. I love your stuff.
I can't even remember. I've been
Dan.
doing so many that I've lost, like I'm losing count of all the different cases that I've covered. So I enjoy doing it. It's a passion. But thank you, Aaron, for calling in. The other Aaron, I appreciate you calling in. I hope you have a blessed afternoon. Lock your doors. Stay safe.
No
and I'm
snow
still
here
up.
yet.
I've been
All
up for
right.
24 hours. So this is my second stream today.
You need to go take a nap, babe.
I only got off like for maybe an hour and a half and got right back on. I was on for 6 hours and now I'm on again. I don't even know how long I've been on now. But I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts. I hope you have a beautiful day. God bless. Lock your doors, and I'll talk to you in chat.
Thanks, T.
You're
Bye.
welcome. The other Aaron, I appreciate her. All right, here we go. Let's get into this body language expert, right? That's what we're getting into right now.
Hey everybody, Dr. G here. I'm a licensed
G.
clinical psychologist and body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing
Dr. G. Make sure you go over there and show love to Dr. G. This is Dr. G body language course. He's, in this video, Dr. G is a clinical and forensic psychologist, delves deep into the complexities of Brian Kohberger's latest public hearing and the subsequent media focus on courtroom cameras. Kohberger is facing a quadruple murder trial and has been accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students in November of 2022. His recent hearing aimed to challenge a grand jury instruction in the session brought up key issues related to the legal system, including grand jury bias and prosecutory misconduct. Dr. G will explore the behavior and body language of Brian Kohberger with his attorney, Jay Logsdon, and District Judge John C. Judge, also present. What does the way he presents himself suggest about his confidence in the case at hand? Join Dr. G as he unpacks these complicated matters to give you a clear understanding of the ongoing case against Brian Kohberger and the broader implications it has on the media access and legal protocols. Now, let's dive into it again. You seen that? Behavior and body language expert giving his opinion on Brian Kohberger in the courtroom. Let's check it out.
analyzing the behavior and body language from Brian Kohberger's latest hearing. Currently, Brian Kohberger is awaiting trial for the murder of 4 college students. What this hearing covered was whether or not cameras were going to be allowed in the courtroom, as well as whether or not the charges could be dismissed.
Yes, I sure can.
Before we get started with this analysis, I do want to remind you of a couple of things. One, this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions based on his behavior and his body language. In addition to that, I do want to remind you that I do have a course on body language. If you're interested in that, you can check it out at Dr. G Explains or in the description below. Last thing before we get started is I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. So it's been a while since I covered any Brian Kohberger footage, but this one shows some different body languages, which is why I thought it might be interesting to talk about this. Let's just jump right in.
Quite how things are supposed to be. Why did we forget that we passed all these laws? And I don't have a great answer for that, other than I think the only time I ever heard about field codes before I was looking into this was like a really short.
Now you'll notice Brian Kohberger is looking at his attorney for a variety of reasons that we're going to get into. I do think that this attorney gives him a lot of confidence.
Back in law school. So, I mean.
Now, one thing you'll also notice, now this is very hard to see, but as he's leaning back in his chair, he glances back at the cameras. Now, I'm pointing that out because I just want you to be aware that he is thinking about the fact that he's being filmed right now based on the body language we're going to see next.
It's somewhat famously kind of the first attempt to codify the law of the day. It takes place in New York.
So if you look at Brian Kohberger's hands right now, he's doing something like this. We call it steepling. Obviously, he's not doing it in front of his face like I was demonstrating, but it's basically you put your thumb and your tips of your fingers together. And while you're doing that, it's a way of showing people how confident you are, that you're an expert in what you're talking about, that you are feeling important in those moments. Oftentimes you see CEOs, for example, doing this kind of behavior. You also see it from expert witnesses on the stand, and it actually benefits them. What studies have shown is that experts who do this are actually seen to be more believable. However, that's different than when other people do it. Unfortunately, when other people do this, sometimes it can make them seem arrogant. We're going to continue to watch, and I'll explain more about why that is.
One of the things is the field code very openly said.
I'm not seeing it, Leslie. Maybe let me see.
Because the grand jury system was believed to be essentially broken. For a lot of the same reasons we don't seem to like grand juries very much today.
All right, so as he's talking about grand juries, he puts the steepling down. Let's see where it goes from here.
But at the same time, while the state of New York is trying to figure out ways to.
Once again, when he leans back, he looks back at the cameras. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't say that critically, but it does show that he does have a large awareness of everything going on around him.
State of New York is trying to figure out ways to not have to abide by the language of.
So we're skipping ahead for a couple of minutes because Brian Kohberger is about to start steepling again, and I wanted to give you some context for when he does it.
And says that the burden, or for that matter, I guess I don't know, we got this all kind of mixed up when we were doing the argument. So the burden of proof, I think we decided was actually.
So now they're talking about the burden of proof, and he's choosing to steeple again. Now, this is interesting because I don't think this is a behavior that we've seen a whole lot of from Brian Kohberger. I haven't watched every single hearing, but the earlier ones, he certainly didn't do that. So it gives us some insight into maybe what he's going to be like during the trial as well. But if you look, he's looking directly at his attorney. He's steepling a little bit higher now. He's doing it very clearly. I do think that this is something that's giving him confidence, that he likes the argument that his attorney's presenting. And it was something I've skipped over. His attorney really has been arguing pretty thoroughly with the judge for a while now. So I think that those types of behaviors are giving him confidence in the direction that this trial is heading.
That I was able to find that in the state of Idaho, all these prosecutors were mistakenly using beyond a reasonable doubt.
So as you can see, he looks down at his own hands.
Hold on. Before he goes into that, it's a power gesture used by politicians, especially heads of states, or heads of state, a lot of times used by certain secret societies who tend to hold the power in government, Keister Bunny says. Carrie Cool Jeep Girl says, have you seen the curious case of Natalie Grace? No. Is it Natalia? Natalia Grace? No, I have not seen that, Jeep Girl. Send me some information on it, though. I'd love to look at it. What's going on, Deetra? What's playing right now is a body expert. Again, if you were just coming in, you've probably seen this video or you probably haven't. Again, it's a licensed body expert or body language expert, reading expert. He is giving his opinion on Brian Kohberger's confidence in the courtroom. And I mean, those are the statements he's made so far. He's got confidence in his lawyer, things like that. But what's going on, Deetra? Nice to see you. And thank you, Aries. I appreciate that. You guys are way too nice.
FBI, open up! Were mistakenly using
do it. So as you can see, he looks down at his own hands while he's putting his hands up to steeple more. Watch this part again.
I was able to find that in the state of Idaho, all these prosecutors were mistakenly using beyond a reasonable doubt. There's just like no indictments going on.
Now, the significance of him raising the steepling. Oftentimes we do this when we're feeling confident, or at least want to appear more confident. The higher we do things like that, the more confident we are, the lower tends to be a loss of confidence. So it's interesting that he's raising his hands up right now during this part.
Nobody was going to prison. Nobody was getting the death penalty. It was a free-for-all. And
so then he quickly gave up on having the high steepling. Now, the question is that because he's talking about the death penalty and all of these things, and that's scary, or is it just because he tried to put it up high and maybe didn't feel as confident once he did it? There could be a number of interpretations for that, but it's interesting that he gave up on that so quickly. And that, once again, he's aware of his body language. He looks down at his hands oftentimes while he's doing this.
Gave up so quickly, so did he lose confidence?
And it shows that he is thinking about how people see him. Let's watch that whole sequence again, then we'll keep going.
Natalie
there's no reports anywhere.
What's going on, Julianne? Welcome.
I was able to find Bing bang. But in the state of Idaho, all these prosecutors were mistakenly using beyond a reasonable doubt. There's just like no indictments going on. Nobody was going to prison. Nobody was getting the death penalty. It was a free-for-all, and we had, the idea for who is getting the presentment seems to come from the grand jury members themselves. They just come in with some information about somebody, they make an accusation like it's a complaint, and then it goes off and it gets treated.
So steepling has a lot to do with confidence, someone believing that they are an expert. Now, if somebody isn't an expert or somebody isn't fulfilling that role, steepling oftentimes kind of irritates other people. I imagine that the way people would unconsciously interpret seeing somebody continuing to steeple and put it away and steeple and put it away is they might not see him as having consistent confidence. They might see it as something that's for show rather than how he's actually feeling. And that can work against you when you do things like that. But I do think that he has a lot of confidence in his attorney. I really do.
And with some information about somebody, they make an accusation like it's a complaint, and then it goes off and it gets treated more like a complaint.
Welcome.
So despite the fact that he put this,
I know you were in last night's stream, and I've been live again right now for 5 hours again. So what? We've been live for a total of 11 hours today.
steepling down, he is leaning forward now. And we oftentimes do that when we're trying to connect with somebody, not trying to evade, which means that he thinks that they have good points, probably. So he's trying to connect with the judge. He's leaning forward towards him rather than turning his body away or trying to make more distance. It's a very dramatic opening of his portfolio from his attorney.
Well, that's just not what happened. I mean, Judge, courts say things all the time. They call it dicta. When a court is listing off...
Sometimes we call it the law.
Sometimes. But what we're talking about when we talk about evidence is we're talking about this. I mean, nobody was arguing in that case that probable cause was the standard. They were arguing.
I know I keep pointing this out, but it's really interesting to me because it does seem that Brian Kohberger has a lot of awareness about his body language now. He looks back at the camera. He starts steepling again. He looks at his attorney. It's a very interesting pattern we're getting into here. So I think that he is trying to give off the impression of confidence. I really think that that's what he's trying to do here. At least that's my interpretation. Watch this.
So what? So he thinks that he's in confidence, like he's going to beat this case, and I'm looking forward to getting exonerated, which would fit the criteria of what, you know, how he's acting. If he's correct about what he's saying with his body language, then that means for me, it's telling me he's still confident that he could beat this case. You know what I mean? That's the vibe I'm getting from what he's saying. If it's true, now again, if it's true, if what he's saying about his body language is true, then he still feels confident about this case. And yeah, cocky, exactly. Cocky, like a mad scientist, Gypsy said. This is super interesting, Fluffle said. Carrie Koo said, agree, Jackie, yo. Did you get it? Your Instagram, Leslie asked. I'm checking right now. Hold on, let's click on Insta. Why does it always bring me to this one page? Okay, hold up. I got you. You said Instagram? Okay, inbox. Yes, I remember. I watched your show. Chat request. Okay, I see you. I see you. Another. Oh, somebody said I'm the one that hit you up from Antonio, from San Antonio. Decide who can message you. Why can't it let me? It's not letting me accept. Okay, accept. There we go. Primary. Yeah. I seen that. You know I seen that, right? You know I seen that, right? But yeah, no doubt. You know I seen that though.
This part again.
I mean, nobody was arguing in that case that probable cause was the standard. They were arguing over whether or not it's fair that some people get a prelim and some people get a grand jury. That's what that argument was about. And the guy didn't come in and say,
See, looking down at his hands again.
oh no, I got a grand jury and the standard
And looking again.
is beyond a reasonable doubt.
And once again, there's nothing wrong with this. I don't think it's anything wrong at all being aware of body language. I'm talking about body language, obviously. But it's very interesting to me that he has this level of awareness, that he is looking at what he's doing, that he is thinking about steepling from what I can tell.
If that's too, I don't like that. I'd rather have a prelim with a probable cause standard. That doesn't occur in that case for various, I'm sure, fantastic reasons. And the same thing happens in these later cases. I mean, it gets responded to.
And then once again, he's elevating his steepling again, looking at the steepling. And I think that once again, it's meant to be sort of like backup for his attorney to say, look how confident we are in this point. So we'll go ahead and stop right there. I know a lot of what I talked about today was steepling, but I think it's significant and it's something different from Brian Kohberger. So I thought it would be worth pointing out. we may expect to see different body language from him when he takes the stand. We still don't know the extent to which we're going to see the cameras in the courtroom. Hopefully it will be extensive because I do plan to cover it. I haven't been covering it as much lately because I'm waiting for the trial so we can get to some really interesting coverage. Hopefully you found this interesting. If you have anything else you want.
Yeah, that was a good one. And Bam, I'm pretty sure you're the one who shared that with me originally, actually. Lucky said, Phil says BK is a wanker.
Finish him.
I saw his hand motions watching it the first time, and it stood out as an obvious move on his part. He is trying anything he can. He is trained to know this one way or the other. Thank you, Jackie. I appreciate that. I think he's loving all this drama. I believe it's what he planned all along. So now he's somebody, or he's a somebody in his sick head. I'm sure he's aware of his background schooling. I think his attorney instructed him to do the steeping. Ah, that's why he looks at her every time. Just about well, yeah. I wonder if any lawyer would say that. Look confident. Look confident. Look sharp. You know? Was that how it was? Yes, I did, T, and thanks for looking out. I thought it was very interesting. Definitely very interesting when it's coming from an expert. 100%. 100%. So we've been on, like, honestly, I've been on for 11 hours, right? 6 hours the first stream and 5 this stream. We've been on 11, possibly going on 12. I'm about to get off. I need to go take a nap for sure. I definitely need to go take a nap and rejuice, but I should have probably went to sleep earlier, but that case that I came across with the 6 missing people in it, that's a heartbreaking case, and we will be revisiting that. But I will talk to you guys in a little bit. I'll see everybody, all the new members. If any new members had joined, make sure you join the Discord. Come hang out with us. Like I said, we watch shows in there. We haven't been lately, though, so it's time to turn that back up. We watch shows, hang out, talk, trade notes, talk about cases. You can get in touch with me easier in there than anywhere else. I know some people are having trouble using it, and I understand that. It's a hard program to learn, but it is very easy once you do learn it. So, and it has a lot of good capabilities to it, or it has there's so many good features in there. So, and I like it. I like the space. I like to be able to get to know who you are as a person. And I mean that for every member that's out there. I like to get to know people individually in there, just conversating wise and talking to you like the person that you are, right? Because I see you guys here on YouTube and you guys show massive support to what I do. And not only that, you take part in it. So I think it is important for that interaction, especially with me. I think it's important to me as a content creator to be involved with the community that supports me. And that's the Rep Gang fam, period. Point blank fucking period. There ain't no other way to put it. So I love you guys. Thank you for everything that you guys do for me. You do a lot for me. And I'm going to take this time out my day to say I appreciate everything. I see everything that you guys do. I see the fighting you do for me. I see the love that you show to me on everywhere. Not just my channel. I see it on other places too, even when I'm lurking. Like I said, I really do appreciate you guys. I love y'all. Thank you. And I will be seeing y'all again. I don't know. Who knows what time I sleep to. You know what I mean? But I love you guys, man. I'm gonna tell you know how we're gonna end it. Love and light, positivity. Don't let no negativity into your day. Don't let nobody control your day. Have your day. Have a good day. And I'll be seeing everybody else in Discord. I love y'all.
A few moments later.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
Normally the voice of the voiceless, people get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Wake up, stretch, get bags, flex. Bitches hate, I obsess, till I blow up on a bitch, end up upset. Why these bitches always on my ass? Why they gotta look me up, then down, then back? Why they always looking at my neck? Pissed off when I walk through, hoes step back. Lyrically, I'm a real big threat. In the flesh, I outdid they best. 2 years, hands up, only hand I get. Big dog, big bag, big shoes, big flex. Just showed up on Live Tech, said too cold, hell yeah, homie, I did that. Big plan, so I talk about the plans I get. Small bitch got a big complex. Attitude maps the way I dress. Bunch of chains on, rocking this ice. They like, goddamn, how she get that? Go ahead, bitch, guess like, yeah. I'm hearing my bitches yell, yeah. It's giving, I'm real and ain't mad. My bitches like, yeah. These bitches ain't popping no tags. They flexing that shit for they gram. Look, baby, I'm spilling. Talk about real what I'm giving. These bitches on touch through the ceiling. Look, baby, I'm chilling. I'm getting this cash with my villains. Whole time full of goons, it's a village. I'm hitting it, Quidditch. The ball in my court, I'ma get it. I make sure they never forget it. No, I keep it wicked. I be with them rappers and witches. Got cauldrons and microphones dripping. Potions and lyrics, they granted my wishes. They show me the way, I'ma get it. No one can stop me, I'm lifting. Every box they put me in, bigger heart than they seen in any bitch in my league. It's time for me, it's my season. Bitches tweaking, they thinking that they got me down at they feet, but they don't call me Snow for no reason. Down on them, run down. If I pull up, I don't clown, I'ma pull it out. Let them guns sound like alarms in the projects. Bitches wanna talk, take a second, calm down before I run them all down now. Yeah, I don't play games, jigsaw raised by the wolves. I'm a big dog like, yeah. Bitches worked up, they lost. They don't wanna see a bitch like me ticked off like, yeah, hell yeah. I'm killing these cats, no pause, declawed, no stealing these scraps, bitch, yeah. Home girl like you already know how it go. Little league bitch with the big pros like, yeah. Hearing my bitches yell, yeah. It's giving, I'm real and ain't mad. My bitches like, yeah. These bitches ain't ain't popping no tags, they flexing that shit for they gram. Look, baby, I'm spilling. Let's talk about real, what I'm giving these bitches on tech through the ceiling. Look, baby, we chillin'. I'm getting this cash with my villains. Whole time for lagoons, it's a village. Get it? Yeah. Hearing my bitches yell, yeah, it's giving, I'm reeling, ain't mad. My bitches like, yeah, these bitches ain't popping no tags, they flexing that shit for they gram. Look, baby, I'm spilling. Let's talk about real, what I'm giving these bitches on tech through the ceiling. Look, baby, I'm chillin'. I'm getting this cash with my villains. Whole time for lagoons, it's a village. Shit got me like, damn, these rappers ain't making no jams. They rap about shit I can't stand. Shit got me like, damn, I wish that they'd preach where they stand. I rap what I live and I land, that's how I'm gonna get it. Not over here chasing no millions, don't want it. I rap what I'm feeling, let's get it. I'm healing, I'm facing this trauma, I'm giving right back to these hoes when I'm finished. No kidding, like, yeah, getting these bags while I can. I'm killing myself and my fans. Go hard in my workplace, come home, I do it again. I work till I feel like I can't. They watching my hands, these bitches ain't wrecking my stance. I'm solid, I ain't changing my plans. It's funny, I actually bend these corners, I say that I bend. These bitches just wishing they can. Yeah, flex with the punchline, slow to beat down. I'ma spit for the one time. You don't gotta like me, bitch, I confront. I'm hard to deal with, little bit upfront. I'm sure I'm not the one you want. I smoke a bitch down like I do my blunts. No, ma'am, I don't miss every blow gon' punch. I mean crunch, blunt loud, left hook go dump. I'm yelling, yeah.